It all starts with a simulation game called Evil Queen Maker, where the player must train the weakest demon lord to become the absolute greatest of them all. The game was highly praised for its complex storyline and for perfectly capturing that classic style, and our MC was one of its most dedicated fans. He was so attached to it that he would defend the game all over social media, picking fights with anyone who dared to trash talk it. But everything changed when the game simply went completely downhill. Maybe because of its unexpected success, the developers decided to drop an expansion pack less than a year after the official launch. The only problem was that this expansion brought ridiculous plot twists and terrible endings, causing the game's rating to plummet instantly. Those developers totally ruined it. What a bunch of sellouts. He got furious and started roasting the game online, but he ended up getting an unexpected reply from the creators themselves. The developers commented that if he was so unhappy, he should try making a better ending his own way. Moments later, his monitor starts to glow intensely, and he begins to get sucked right into a portal. Our MC completely panics, wondering where on earth he was. As he was falling, a giant glowing red eye appeared right in front of him, and right after that, a shadowy entity appears, leaving him utterly confused. The entity starts saying something, but it was in a language that our MC couldn't understand at all. Right after, he wakes up with a splitting headache. Blinking his eyes open, he tried to figure out what kind of strange place this was. He stood up and realized he was staring at a massive castle. He wondered if it was all a dream, but that place looked way too familiar. The moment he noticed the crest on a flag, he immediately remembered the game, Evil Queen Maker. Pure desperation kicked in when he realized he had actually entered the game world. He swallowed hard upon realizing that if this was real, he was standing right outside the young demon lord's castle. A butler approached the gate and asked if he was Nahan, a name he had never heard in his entire life. He was completely speechless at being called by that unfamiliar name. Looking closer, he recognized the butler as Kain, a highly memorable character from the game itself. He confirmed everything was real when Kain delivered the exact same opening line his character used in the game. Kain bowed and thanked him for volunteering to be the Demon Lord's mentor. That was when he remembered the developer's comment and realized exactly what they meant. He knew he was in deep trouble because now he would have to craft a better ending with his own two hands. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a little girl asked her maid Cecily how she looked. Cecily replied that she tried to make her look more imposing and asked if she didn't like the style. The tiny demon lord, hugging her teddy bear, shyly admitted she just found it a bit strange. Cecily was completely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute she was. She tried to calm the little girl down, saying she must be nervous about the new mentor's arrival. The little one excitedly mentioned she even asked the chef to whip up some pudding to welcome him. Guys, she is absolutely adorable. She thanked Cecily, who was internally crying tears of joy over how precious her master was. At that moment, Kain knocked on the door and announced his arrival to young Seer. He stepped into the room and let her know that the new mentor was already waiting for her. Seer replied that she was ready and began to walk. She asked to head over to the audience chamber, leaving Kain deeply moved by the girl's dignified behavior. Seated on her throne with her teddy bear, she announced she was ready, filling the butler with absolute pride. Our MC enters the room and greets young Seer. He struck an elegant pose and officially introduced himself as Nahan. Our MC recalled that Seer was the sole survivor of the former demon lord Ser, the second strongest in the entire realm. However, after a devastating defeat in a war 2 years ago, Ser and his allies ended up passing away. Seer was only 5 years old when she had to hurriedly take over the throne in the middle of absolute chaos. Because of that, her clan fell all the way to the very bottom of the rankings, risking losing absolutely everything. Poor thing. I really hope our MC turns her into the ultimate powerhouse. Suddenly, she ran down from the throne and dashed straight toward Nahan. She gave a polite bow and greeted him, catching him completely off guard. She couldn't keep her serious face for long. She's just too cute. Smiling, she told him to speak freely since he was her mentor, leaving the butler amazed by her intelligence. Nahan places his hand on the little girl's head and tells her that from now on, she should just call him Professor. He flashes a gentle smile and promises he will turn her into the greatest demon lord of all, giving her an official welcome. Super excited and hugging her teddy bear, Seer cheerfully agrees, accepting her new professor. However, the moment he is left alone in the room, Nahan's expression completely switches to pure panic. He drops to his knees on the floor, cursing himself in his mind for the absolute mess he just got into. The guy starts questioning if he lost his mind or got possessed to accept such a difficult job out of nowhere. He remembers he was a hardcore fan of the game and knew every single ending and event possible, both the major plot points and the minor details. But he knows that playing on a computer is completely different from raising someone in real life, especially since he knows zero magic. Deep down, his initial plan was to politely turn down the offer and get out of there. He wonders if he accepted out of pure habit from wanting to be a teacher, or from the sheer thrill of meeting Seer face to face, or maybe he accepted because he perfectly understood that girl's pain, but he still wonders if he should just throw in the towel. Suddenly, a mysterious golden light begins to shine right before his eyes. A flood of memories rushes into his mind, revealing the past of the previous owner of that body. He is shocked to discover that Nahan's body actually belonged to a legendary archdemon. I thought our MC was going to be an underdog, but the cheat codes finally arrived. With all this formidable power and his detailed knowledge of the game, it's a whole new ballgame. He realizes he is completely capable of handling the job and might even push things way past expectations. Nahan wears a confident smile, determined to achieve the most perfect and happy ending he can possibly imagine. The only thing that puzzles him is the fact that he can only remember the nickname Nahan, unable to recall his actual name. The next day, Seer finds it strange that they have to study in the middle of the woods instead of using her study room. Nahan explains that studying outdoors helps boost concentration and even grants extra bonuses to her base stats. He notices her teddy bear and asks if she really plans on studying with her little friend by her side. He teases her, saying that if he were the bear, he'd give her some space to focus. But Seer explains that the toy is the only friend she has. Sensing a sad history behind that answer, Nahan decides he will uncover the truth about it later on. With a friendly smile, he greets the teddy bear and asks it to pay close attention to the lessons along with Seer. He reaches out and gently squeezes the toy's plush paw. Seer flashes a radiant smile and says, "The teddy bear got the message." Leaving Nahan ready to start the lesson, Nahan announces that the first lesson will be on mana manipulation, but Seer questions it, since Kane mentioned they should focus on history. The professor jokes that Kane is way too close-minded, leaving the poor butler looking awkward in the background while Seer laughs. He explains that to protect her people, she needs to master her powers, which is why she will learn mana control, martial arts, and royal studies. Seer proudly raises her hand, saying she has already learned absolutely everything about royal protocols. He snaps his fingers and reminds her that royal studies are only useful when put into practice, finding it odd that she is so humble around others. At that exact moment, a glowing magical scroll appears, floating in the air right before them. She asks what that is, and Nahan explains it's a magical training journal to help her put her studies into action. He promises her some delicious pudding if she does her homework properly, keeping in mind that high affection levels are essential for leveling up in the game. He begins to explain that mana is split between core mana stored in the heart and usable mana that one can actually channel. Next, he asks what determines usable mana, leaving the little girl totally confused and unsure of the right answer. Nahan explains that powerful creatures have magical circuits in their bodies, and asks if she knows what their purpose is. Seer happily answers that the circuits are meant exactly to allow the proper flow of mana throughout the body. The professor nods and asks what happens if someone has a high number of circuits, and she deduces that way more mana can pass through. He is delighted by her quick response and praises the little girl's intelligence for picking up everything so fast. Seer lets out a cute giggle, and Nahan thinks to himself that praise is the best way to motivate a student, so he shouldn't hold back on it. He continues explaining that while initial mana is determined at birth, anyone can create more circuits with a lot of hard work. To demonstrate what he's teaching, he unleashes a massive amount of power that shoots straight up into the sky. With a calm expression, he shows her that it's possible to control and deploy all that mana all at once. Seer is completely mesmerized by the demonstration, while Kane watches the whole thing in absolute shock at the professor's absurd level. The butler recognizes that even though Nahan is a demon with no known reputation, his skills are incredibly off the charts. The little one asks if she will be able to do that too, and Nahan reassures her that since she belongs to the Devata clan, she will definitely pull it off. Determined and full of energy, Seer raises her hand and promises she will train incredibly hard to become strong. Word that the weakest demon lord of all has finally found a mentor quickly begins to spread across the realm. Hearing this, the arrogant demon lord Andromalius scoffs at the news, pointing out that her clan is at the absolute bottom of the ladder. Meanwhile, on the 69th floor, demon lord Dantalion couldn't care less about the rumor and demands information that actually brings in a profit. On the floor above, Decarabia also dismisses the news, but while this matter didn't matter to some, it was of extreme interest to others. Relaxing in a luxurious bath, there was a female demon lord who was highly intrigued by this matter, wondering what kind of bored idiot would take on such a mentoring gig. Her assistant reveals that the guy's name is Nahan, a mysterious man about whom he couldn't dig up any information whatsoever. Hearing the unfamiliar name, she finds the whole situation quite fascinating. She decides to go out for a walk after a very long time and orders her subordinate to get everything ready for departure. Far away from there, Seer walks down the hallway. Completely determined to finish the tough task, her new professor assigned Cecily runs into her and asks what brings her by, but the little girl just gives a shy greeting. Suddenly, the tiny demon lord spins around in a hurry, leaving the maid totally puzzled by her sudden behavior. Gathering her courage, the little girl calls out Cecily's name rather hesitantly. Cecily wags her tail excitedly and asks her lady to speak her mind. Seer points at the scroll and, stuttering a bit, orders her to start cleaning everything up immediately. The maid is completely shocked and confused by her little master's unexpected command. For a split second, Cecily recalls that she was already cleaning the place up using her own magic. She then notices the scroll in Seer's hand and realizes that it's the training journal. Cecily understands that the mentor wants Seer to learn how to give orders to act like a true ruler, so she decides to play along with the plan. She bows, says she understands the importance of the request, and promises to obey the command right away. Seer is extremely happy and relieved to see that her very first command actually worked. She says goodbye, mentioning she's heading to class, while Cecily completely melts from the sheer cuteness of the scene she just witnessed. If you think Seer is adorable, smash that like button and leave a comment below. Skipping happily on her way to class, the little one suddenly hears some voices talking just ahead. She finds Nahan and Kane chatting, and the professor quickly spots her, welcoming her with a warm smile. Seer proudly reports that she finished the task, and Nahan praises her by patting her head and promising a reward. Thinking about what to give her, Nan looks at her teddy bear and suggests buying a brand new plush friend for it. The little girl is absolutely thrilled by the idea of giving her favorite toy a buddy, and her eyes literally light up. However, Kane wears an extremely grim and tense expression in the background at the mentor's proposal. Noticing the heavy mood, Seer's excitement instantly vanishes. She lowers her head sadly, saying it's totally fine, and that she doesn't need a present, leaving Nahan quite intrigued. The mentor realizes the real issue is the castle's lack of funds and decides he needs to take control of the financial situation. He gently pats her head and suggests taking over the castle's finances from Kane until she's old enough to manage it all by herself. Seer looks at him in surprise, not understanding why her mentor would want to take on that kind of responsibility. Kane steps forward, startled, and asks if that was why he was asking about the castle's budget earlier. Nahan asks the butler if he really wouldn't want to see little Seer happy by receiving a brand new toy as a gift. The old man is left completely speechless when confronted with such a direct and sincere question from the young man. Kane looks away awkwardly, admitting he would absolutely love to see the little girl happy. But the situation is just too complicated. Nahan says he understands the old man's concerns, but reassures him that he has zero personal interest in money. He places a hand on Kane's shoulder and explains that everyone has their own specialties, and he just wants to focus on what he does best. The young man declares with all the confidence in the world that he will make Seer the strongest demon lord of all in the near future. Touched by the professor's speech, Seer shyly tugs at his clothes to grab his attention. She looks straight into Nahan's eyes and says she has decided to place all her trust in him from that exact moment. Nahan stares back at her with a serious yet warm gaze, feeling the weight of that massive responsibility. The little girl gives a cute smile and asks him to make a ton of money, leaving the guy a bit embarrassed as he nods in agreement. Nahan smirks, fully confident that he will soon have rivers of gold coins flowing straight into their castle. He suggests kicking off their practical lesson, while Kane still wonders if it's truly safe to trust everything to this guy's hands. Nahan guides Seer during her physical training, asking her to try moving her mana with just a bit more focus. The magical energy begins to concentrate intensely, crackling with electric force inside the little girl's chest. He notices that even though she doesn't have many circuits, her magical capacity is unbelievable for someone from the weakest clan. Nahan is relieved to see that her progress is going way better and faster than he had originally imagined. He considers pushing her a bit harder, but decides to clap his hands instead and announces that today's magic training is officially wrapped up. Exhausted from the effort, Seer collapses to her knees on the ground, panting heavily and revealing that her physical stamina is still very low. The professor praises her effort and suggests a quick break before moving on to endurance training, which she accepts completely worn out. Moments later, little Seer restarts her running drills, carrying her inseparable teddy bear right along with her curious. Nahan asks Kane if there's any special reason why she is so deeply attached to that specific toy. The old man reveals that the toy was a birthday gift from Seer's late father. The former demon lord Seer Nahan understands that Seer's passing was crucial to the main plot, and decides he will tell her the whole truth when Seer is fully ready to get her payback. Suddenly, one of the castle servants rushes over, calling out frantically for the chief butler. The servant Eldon explains, still out of breath, that an official letter has just arrived directly from the 71st floor. Kane gets extremely worried about what they could possibly be demanding, and Nahan notes that the old man's fear is totally understandable. The narrator explains that in the demon realm, a difference of just one floor represents a gargantuan disparity in power and military strength. Even so, Nahan flashes a confident smile and thinks there's no reason to panic, as he was expecting exactly this to happen. A few days later, a luxurious carriage arrives at the gate, and Nahan advises Kane to keep his cool so he doesn't show any weakness. Observing the carriage driver closely, the professor realizes right away that this is no ordinary driver. Nahan greets him with pure irony, and when the driver tries to play dumb, the professor states that he knows exactly who he really is. He reveals the driver's true identity as the wise Baphomet, leaving the disguised demon completely shell-shocked. Kane, Cecily, and Eldon watch the scene from a distance, thoroughly amazed by Nahan's sharp perception. Baphomet chuckles awkwardly upon being exposed, while a voice coming from inside the carriage finds the whole situation highly entertaining. The door swings open, revealing the beautiful and commanding demon lord Citri, who steps out of the carriage in a triumphant manner. Her striking and provocative presence leaves the castle servants completely flustered and blushing. With great elegance, Nahan gives a polite bow and formally greets ruler Citri. She walks up to him and comments that since he saw right through Baphomet's disguise, the professor is definitely no ordinary person. Nahan agrees with a smile, saying that an average person would never be able to handle the role of mentoring a demon lord. Kane gets tense at the young man's boldness, fearing that his arrogance might end up provoking such a dangerous authority figure. When asked about the reason for her visit, Citri suggests stepping inside, but Nahan blocks the way, demanding a valid justification. He reminds her that this is Seer's territory, and that even though she holds a higher rank, she cannot enter without legal permission. Irritated at being stopped by a mere instructor, Citri swallows her pride and decides to cooperate just to achieve her true goal. She crosses her arms and states she came to discuss official business between the two territories, and Nahan finally allows her to enter. Baphomet notices that Nahan was clever to use her presence to reinforce the sovereignty and importance of Seer's clan. The professor apologizes for his bluntness and asks Kine to guide their distinguished guest to the castle's drawing room. Citri orders Baphomet to wait outside, assuring him that the conversation inside will be quick, and he promptly obeys, walking through the castle. The female demon lord notes with disdain that the number of servants in the place has drastically decreased. Nahan explains that this is due to their financial crisis, while thinking to himself that the blame for this entire situation lies squarely on Citri herself. He invites her to sit, and she mockingly asks when the little kid is going to show up for the business meeting. Citri settles seductively onto the couch and states she came to handle an extremely urgent financial matter. The young man notices immediately that she is trying to use her charms to gain some sort of leverage over him. Nahan calmly states that she can negotiate directly with him, while Citri thinks to herself that men are so easy to handle, and that he has already fallen into her trap. She explains that she lost soldiers defending Seer's territory against humans, and because of that, demands a massive financial compensation. The young man asks whose decision it was to send the troops, and she replies that she acted out of pure generosity to help the weakest clan. Hearing that cynical excuse, Nahan lets out a sarcastic smile and thinks to himself that she is nothing but a total con artist. Citri notices his reaction and, highly annoyed, asks if she just heard an insult coming out of the young man's mouth. Without losing his cool, the professor just takes a sip of his tea with an extremely calm and mocking expression. Furious at his disrespect, she slams the table and yells that he has no right to act so insolently in front of a superior. Citri stands up, unleashing an overwhelming red aura, and says the young man has completely lost his mind to treat her this way. Nahan calmly asks if she got mad just because he thought she was a con artist, making her even more furious. He throws the truth right in her face, explaining that forcing useless soldiers onto someone else's clan just to bill them later is indeed a con artist's scam, consumed by rage. The female demon lord says the young man's arrogance has crossed all acceptable limits and decides to attack him right then and there. She conjures a powerful destructive spell that begins to rip the castle's drawing room apart. She warns him that this terrible destruction will be the exact punishment he brought upon himself for disrespecting her. The attack charges forward with full force, but Nahan keeps sitting peacefully, holding his teacup without moving a single muscle. He coolly comments that he was planning to settle things peacefully to spare her wounded pride. With total contempt for the strength of the enemy's attack, the young man simply raises his arm and snaps his fingers in the air. An absolute wave of overwhelming power is instantly unleashed, completely swallowing and canceling out Citri's magic. The female demon lord is left completely shell-shocked to see that her powerful flames were put out with utter ease. Worried about his lady's safety, Baphomet quickly steps into the middle of the dispute to try and calm things down. The wise demon suggests they settle this misunderstanding through a good talk. Like the civilized demons they are, Nahan stares at him with a mysterious gaze and lets them know that he has an excellent business proposal to pitch to her. The crushing presence of a giant eye looms behind the young man, leaving her trembling and terrified as she recognizes that colossal force, even while sweating from nervousness. She tries to keep her composure and says he won't have any choice but to listen to her proposal too. Nahan smiles and reveals that his proposal directly involves the mysterious power seal that was placed upon the ruler. She gets irritated by his boldness and tells him to shut his mouth if he's just going to repeat the same tragic story that the whole realm already knows. He asks if she doesn't wish to reclaim the upper floors, reminding her that the sealing stones are scattered across highly dangerous levels. With a snap of his fingers, Nahan summons a glowing magical scroll and suggests they forge a formal agreement once and for all. The young man promises he will help the ruler break that terrible seal for good, leaving even the wise Baphomet astonished. She swallows hard and hesitates for a moment in front of such a tempting offer from the guy curious. She points at the floating scroll and asks exactly how he plans on helping her break the seal. Nahan cracks a smirk and asks if she hasn't already had a small demonstration of what he is capable of doing. The monstrous silhouette of his power resurfaces in the background, making it crystal clear that this was just a tiny fraction of his true strength in Trigada. She asks who or what he really is, and the young man proudly replies that he is simply the demon lord's mentor. He flashes a friendly smile and asks if she is finally ready to sign that magical contract with full commitment. She finishes drafting the document, and Nahan celebrates silently, noting that the deal will bring rivers of money and total security to Seer's castle. He knows the only reason she accepted the heavily one-sided terms was the clause stating he will provide full and unlimited backing to her. The ruler analyzes the contract, thinking that this colossal power, even if it's just a minuscule fraction, is absolutely staggering. She wears a confident smile and concludes that it's a risky bet, but it's definitely worth a shot. She demands that he also sign using his blood seal, and the professor calmly agrees to her condition. Using a small dagger, Nahan makes a cut on his finger and presses his thumbprint onto the official scroll. Both bloody prints glow intensely on the paper, sealing the fate of this major alliance once and for all. The magical scroll rolls up on its own and begins to float in the air under the watchful eyes of both demons. The contract is enveloped by a powerful red energy, finalizing the indestructible magical agreement between them. Nahan puts the dagger away and says he looks forward to working alongside her from this moment on. She nods seriously, clenching her fist and accepting the business partnership with the mysterious young man. Right after, Nahan introduces her to Seer, letting her know that from now on, the ruler will be a great ally of theirs in the realm. The little one gives a polite bow and expresses her gratitude, leaving her flustered as she asks that they both try to get along. The professor calls her out for calling an ally a mere child, demanding that she learn some proper manners first. Embarrassed by the young man's scolding, she takes a deep breath and tries to adjust her attitude in front of the little girl. She fixes her hair and, with a blushing face, formally greets the young girl. Asking that they maintain a good relationship, Nahan praises her shift in attitude and says he will explain how the terms of the training contract will be executed from here on out. The young man flashes a radiant smile and announces that Ruler Citri will also become his newest disciple. Hearing that, the female demon lord wide-eyes in complete shock and outrage at the guy's pure audacity. She yells furiously, asking what kind of nonsense that is, and Nahan calmly begins to list the current flaws in her military forces. He states bluntly that as of today, she is nothing but a weak, broke ruler who is in the absolute worst position in the demon realm. Seer asks the professor not to be so harsh with his words. While she complains irritably about that smug expression of his, Nahan argues seriously that she probably thinks her growth has hit a wall and that her only salvation is recovering her sealed power. He guarantees that she still has the potential to get way stronger, leaving the female demon lord confused and intrigued by the revelation. She tightens her trembling fists, thinking that if he truly possesses that absurd level of power, maybe this isn't a lie after all. The professor remembers she was Seer's biggest supporter in the game and decides he is going to genuinely help her reclaim her former strength. She tells him not to play around with serious matters, stating he should focus on the contract and leave for the day. He suggests she come visit him whenever she's free, leaving the lady furious that he's demanding a ruler go to him. Suddenly, Seer tightly hugs the professor's arm and glares at her rival with pure jealousy, making it clear that Nahen is exclusively her mentor. Amused by the little girl's jealousy, she gives in and agrees to set up weekly meetings for the training sessions with the young man. Nahen accepts the terms, but she gets annoyed, thinking he's implying she'll be desperate to see him. The young man just smiles mysteriously and thinks to himself that although he secured the alliance, there's still a massive problem left to solve. Meanwhile, the soldiers sent by her are complaining heavily about being left on guard duty at Seer's Broke Castle. Epsilon loses his temper and tells his colleague Zeta to go crawling back to their old boss if he's so unhappy. Sparking an argument, Vice Commander Varuna arrives and breaks up the fight. While the narrator points out that Seer's soldiers were also sick of all the commotion, Epsilon apologizes and promises to discipline his subordinates, hearing from Varuna that they should focus on training instead of wasting time on nonsense. One of the soldiers asks the vice commander if they're really going to leave things in such a mess, with morale and training completely ruined. Commander Rin El Laza says there isn't much they can do, since they already knew things would get hectic for a while with the arrival of the rookies. A few days later, Professor Nahen appears lost in thought, planning the next move to organize the soldiers. She slams the table in a rage, demanding to know the reason why he suddenly doesn't want to give her lessons anymore out of nowhere. He calmly explains that he is incredibly busy trying to unify the soldiers from both factions, which eats up all his free time. Nahen smirks and suggests that he would be highly grateful if she could lend a hand by helping out with the training drills. She flies into a rage upon realizing she was manipulated into working, and silently swears she will get her revenge on him. The young man notices her revenge plot but thinks it's excellent, since the desire to surpass him will serve as great motivation. Next, Nahen looks at Seer and asks for one last favor, suggesting that she take on the leadership role at the very end. The professor leads Seer to the courtyard and greets Commander Rin, who comments on how adorable the little ruler looks today. He lets her know he came to inspect where Seer will practice swordsmanship, asking Rin to just call him by his name and saying he has some unfinished business to handle there. Varuna watches the two from afar, thinking with disdain that Nahen is acting way too smug for someone who is just a newcomer. The young man smiles and asks if Varuna has a problem with that, and when the vice commander questions if he has ever led an army, he admits he hasn't. Varuna smiles superiorly and comments that uniting soldiers from different backgrounds and factions is far from a simple task. Nahen doesn't flinch and mockingly asks if he would like to watch firsthand how he intends to solve that exact problem. Military Man glares at him with a sharp gaze, challenging the professor and saying he will watch very closely to see the outcome. Shortly after, the soldiers who were training stop what they're doing, completely confused as they spot the little demon lord approaching the warriors on the training field, start whispering among themselves, curious about the trio's presence and wanting to know who the guy is. Nahen analyzes Vice Commander Varuna, knowing he is loyal and skilled, but that this respect right now is solely reserved for Seer. The professor decides to use this perfect opportunity for a show of force to win over the military man's loyalty and respect for good. Nahen approaches the lizardman Epsilon and formally introduces himself as the mentor in charge of training. Little Seer Epsilon glares at him with a scowl and asks if he's the bold fellow who separated them from their old leader, Ruler Citri. The young man smiles and says it was an excellent decision to take them all in, since the group had absolutely nowhere else to go. The warrior gets extremely irritated by the professor's arrogant provocation. Epsilon accepts the handshake with brutal force, calling Nahen a royal counselor in a highly threatening tone. The big guy roars furiously, asking if he thinks smooth words alone are enough to keep them under control. Without showing any sign of pain or weakness, Nahen coolly comments that the soldier's grip is a bit rough. In the very next second, the professor squeezes back with absolute colossal strength, making the warrior groan in pain from the crushing grip. Epsilon drops to his knees on the ground, completely unable to resist, and Nahen firmly warns him to learn to recognize his proper place. The professor states that their true lady is standing right there, and questions how he dares try to equal himself to the demon lord's mentor. He asks if it was Citri who taught him those bad manners, and the warrior, trembling from the pain, asks if he's insulting their former leader. Seeing that he still insists on idolizing Citri, Nahen puts his hand on Seer's shoulder, leaving the little demon lord quite confused. The professor points at the little girl and loudly declares to everyone that their one and only true leader from now on is Seer Epsilon, looks at the little one and is completely disarmed upon realizing just how incredibly cute and precious the little girl is. He tries to pull himself together and proudly shouts that his only leader is Citri, making Nahen praise his sheer determination. The professor regrets that this is their choice and begins to focus his magical energy to teach the group of rebels a lesson. A crushing gravitational pressure is unleashed upon the training field, forcing all the new recruits to drop to their knees. Epsilon and his comrades scream in agony, being completely flattened against the ground by Nahen's overwhelming force. Varuna watches the whole thing in absolute state of shock, thoroughly impressed and terrified to witness that absurd level of magical power. Walking calmly among them, the professor says that disobedient dogs are of no use, but decides to give the group one final chance. He asks if they will keep denying reality until they completely vanish, or if they prefer to place their hopes in a brand new future. The warrior replies that being demons, they have no choice but to follow the orders their former leader signed, satisfied. Nahen says that level of loyalty is useful, and warns that he will hold them accountable for those words from then on. The young man dismisses the pressure barrier all at once, finally allowing the soldiers to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Citri appears ranting and calls the soldiers absolute idiots for creating unnecessary trouble for her. Epsilon tries to argue, saying he thought the deal was just for show, but she tells him to shut his mouth and states the alliance is very real. She states irritably that they are now the symbol of the strong alliance between the two floors, leaving the warrior completely bewildered. She explains she wishes to maintain the partnership as the alliance is fundamental for the war that is about to kick off in the realm. Epsilon apologizes for the lack of respect, but she irritably corrects him, reminding him that their new lady is now Seer. She points at the two rebellious soldiers and asks one more time under whose orders they operate starting today. The warriors place their hands over their chests as a sign of respect and proudly reply that they are now the official army of Her Majesty Seer, swearing absolute loyalty to the little ruler in front of everyone in the courtyard. The revelation leaves the little girl surprised, while Vice Commander Varuna watches the whole thing with his jaw dropped. Satisfied, Citri comments that they will be of great use, and Nahen gives a thumbs-up sign of approval. Seeing the professor's gesture, little Seer stares at him in a curious and attentive way with her teddy bear in her arms. She decides to mimic the young man, and also gives a thumbs-up in an extremely cute manner. She asks if they are ready to begin the practical training, and Nahen agrees with great enthusiasm. The professor kneels down to Seer's height and asks her to wait just a minute while he sets up the lesson. However, the little girl tightly grips his hand, stopping him from standing up from the ground. He gently asks her to let go so they can start training, but Seer firmly refuses. She pouts and insists she won't let go, making Nahen wonder if this is just the childish, stubborn phase as he accepts the situation. Nahen decides to carry the little girl in his arms, while Citri watches the two, trembling with anger at such slacking. The ruler yells furiously at Nahen, demanding to know when he will finally start teaching what he promised her. He tells her not to worry, guaranteeing they can perfectly well carry out the training session just like this. Nahen begins to emanate a very dense, dark energy through his feet, warning that today's lesson will be simple. Suddenly, a massive curtain of shadowy smoke covers the entire area, catching the ruler completely by surprise. The young man explains that she only needs to land a single hit on him to pass today's test. She screams in outrage, asking if he's playing games with her and if this actually counts as real training. With a confident smirk on his face, Nahen coolly replies that yes, this method works perfectly fine. A crushing force strikes her, and she falls to her knees on the ground, completely unable to bear the immense pressure of his mana. The professor coldly warns her that at this current moment, he is infinitely stronger than she ever was. He challenges her to break free from that energy barrier and try to hit him. Even if it's just a graze to prove her worth, she crawls with great difficulty, shocked by the sheer amount of absurd power the young man possesses, which makes no sense at all. While walking around carrying Seer, Nahen thinks that strengthening allies is the fastest way to expand his master's influence. He taunts her, saying that if she falters under this level of mana, she will never reclaim her old power, making her furious. The young man mockingly suggests she just give up since it's too much for her, and the ruler tells him to shut up. The narrator explains that to survive in the upper layers where her power is sealed, she absolutely must endure this pressure. Nahen smiles, thinking that expanding her mana circuits during this painful process will be just an extra added bonus. The young man tells little Seer to watch everything very closely, as that is the true goal of the training. She asks the reason for it, and the professor thinks to himself that sooner or later she will also need to go through this training. While she crawls from exhaustion in the background, Nahen knows that Seer will have to master this exact same technique in the future anyway. The sun begins to set, and the professor teases, asking her not to overexert herself too much, considering her advanced age, worn out and drenched in sweat. The ruler tells him to shut his mouth while trying to stand up from the ground with great difficulty. She swears she will still land a punch on his face today, and Nahen peacefully sips his tea, rooting for her to pull it off. He notes with surprise how fast she's adapting to the pressure, realizing she truly deserves her title as the 12th seer. Tugs at the professor's sleeve and asks to have a lesson too, but Nahen reminds her that her training was already done in the morning. He knows that pushing her too hard would be bad, but looking into the little one's shining eyes, he gives in and decides to teach something more advanced. Nahen snaps his fingers in the air to kick off a new practical magic demonstration for his student. The dark pressure on her suddenly vanishes, leaving the ruler lying on the floor, not understanding what just happened. The professor announces they will take a break and asks Seer what she learned in her theory class this morning. She happily replies that she learned about external mana, which serves to cast spells way beyond the user's normal capacity. He asks in what way it's possible to capture this mana that floats freely through the air, leaving the little girl thoughtful. Seer raises her hand, all happy, and answers that you just have to ask the mana for help, drawing a laugh of approval from the professor. She asks how to do that since she has never talked to mana before, and Nahen guarantees it is perfectly possible to speak with it. He extends his glowing hand and explains that by spreading tiny particles of his own magical power through the air in a subtle way, it is possible to create a friendly connection with the surrounding energy and draw it close to oneself in a completely natural manner. The scattered mana shoots up into the skies, and Nahen concludes by explaining that she can borrow this power to cast colossal magic spells. Nahen asks if she wants to try doing it all by herself, and little Seer replies super excitedly that she does. She extends her tiny hand forward, determined and ready to begin her test. At that exact moment, tiny glowing particles of mana begin to float around her fingers. The young man guides her to spread her mana very slowly and widely, while she watches everything in surprise from behind. Faced with so much power, she wonders if this is truly the mana of a mere 7-year-old child. She swallows hard and realizes she needs to protect this alliance between them at all costs. Nahen praises the girl and asks her to try gathering the mana, and Seer immediately agrees while focusing the energy. She finds the sensation strange, but Nahen explains that this odd feeling is just the floating mana she just attracted. The professor tells her to combine a fraction of her mana with the external energy and asks her to picture a bright flame in her mind out of nowhere. A terrifying flame in the shape of a burning skull appears right after the incantation. The little flaming skull hovers on the tip of the young man's finger and lets out a tiny roar. Nahen tells Seer to try now, but she yells, telling him to wait just a second. She asks irritably what on earth he is teaching, and when Nahen questions if there's an issue, she says that is ancient lost magic. Nahen looks at the tiny flame in his hand and is genuinely surprised to learn that this is indeed ancient lost magic. He admits she is right, and, when questioned about how he knows it, says he needs to finish the lesson first. The young man smiles and asks Seer if she can copy what she just saw, and the girl enthusiastically replies that she can. She closes her eyes in deep focus, mentalizes the flame, and begins to cast the spell. Glowing, flaming magical symbols appear right above her tiny hand. Seer manages to create the tiny fire skull and joyfully celebrates, receiving high praise from her professor. While he mentions she will need to practice this constantly, she sneaks up quietly behind him with a clenched fist. Nahen warns her that trying to hit him only counts during actual training, and she tries to excuse herself by stuttering that wasn't what she was going to do. The ruler asks him to teach her this ancient magic too, but Nahen coldly replies that he won't do that. She complains, saying she is also his student, but the young man explains they haven't built up enough mutual trust yet. He thinks about leveraging this and suggests out loud that maybe he'd change his mind if their relationship got closer. She turns extremely red and asks, stuttering, if they really need to get closer. She tries to calm down, thinking she will only do this to manage to get stronger. She sheepishly asks what his ideal type is, leaving Nahen and little Seer totally confused. She says that to get closer, they should know each other's tastes, but Nahan explains he was talking about trust between their respective floors. Deeply embarrassed, she tells him to forget what she said, and Nahan warns that she should bring a better offer next time little Seer just watches the entire situation, completely failing to understand absolutely anything that is going on there. A new day dawns, and sunlight streams through a large, ornate glass window inside the castle. Nahan remembers that the body he possesses masters ancient magic precisely because he is one of the archdemons. He recalls that his true identity was never revealed in the game, but finds it strange that his own body fears other demons. The young man decides not to waste time on what he doesn't know, since he needs to solve several urgent problems one by one. He grabs some paperwork and focuses on his most pressing goal at the moment, which is territorial expansion. Since they can't go to the human world yet and Citri's floor is an ally, the only option left is the 70th floor. He considers allying with Citri for the attack, but spots something highly interesting in the paperwork that could switch up his strategy. The next day, little Seer comes running into the office, calling out loudly for her dear professor. Commander Rin apologizes and explains that the young ruler highly insisted on tagging along for that meeting. Nahan says it's totally fine and thanks the commander for coming by so quickly to give her take on the matter. The young man confirms he called her to talk about territorial expansion. Leaving the warrior completely shell-shocked, Rin warns that conquering the 70th floor will be tough and that they would be at a disadvantage even with Citri's help. She suggests extreme caution if he's thinking about an all-out war, but the young man simply slides a document in her direction. The warrior analyzes the paperwork and notices that his plan avoids a direct clash to make victory possible. Nahan asks what she thinks of the idea and confidently states that this is a practically foolproof move. She agrees that the plan is indeed viable, provided they manage to avoid a direct head-on combat. The young man wants to know her final opinion and reinforces that he heavily believes in the success of this strategy of theirs. Rin says they will need infiltration and suggests calling Epsilon, but Nahan fears the warrior might end up causing a scene. The young man reassures the commander, saying everything will be fine, and guarantees that their ally will behave perfectly well. Now he suggests forming a legion with the new recruits to avoid any kind of complaints among his soldiers. Rin explains that this will also help spark the loyalty of the integrated troops toward young Seer, and Nahan asks in what way. She says that if the soldiers see a legion of their own, they will take a liking to Seer, and Nahan agrees while secretly planning to bill Citri for the costs. Nahan asks what Seer thinks of all this, and the little one replies with a massive smile that she accepts any decision of his. Just then, she approaches and says she also wants to help out with the invasion plan for the 70th floor. She complains that he doesn't seem to trust her, and Nahan looks away, thinking about the massive power gap that exists in the game. The young man asks where Seer is going when he sees her suddenly jump from her garden chair and start running. The girl lies down on the ground right next to her and says in a cute way that they should train and do that together. Seer comments innocently that people say it's less tiring to train together, making the professor let out a little chuckle. She looks to the side, completely shocked by such a pure and unexpected attitude from the little ruler. She realizes that dealing with someone so pure and innocent can be a real challenge in its own unique way. Nahan approaches and warns that the little girl is going to end up getting her teddy bear completely dirty in the dirt. The young man proposes they take a bath to clean the bear and then asks Butler Kane to take care of his master. She comments that he seems to have a real knack for kids, and Nahan replies that it's not exactly a matter of experience. The young man explains that he simply thinks and acts in the way that would make Seer feel most comfortable and secure. He then teases, asking if she acts without thinking, which gets her highly irritated and screaming from pure embarrassment. The professor snaps his fingers to pause the training and suggests they continue their chat about the invasion of the 70th floor. He wants to know the reason for so much interest, and she says it's because they are allies, but she knows he wouldn't believe it if it were just that. She decides to be honest and reveals that her floor was also already getting ready for a war in the future. Nahan gets worried seeing that events are taking place earlier than they should, wondering if he changed the course of history. She agrees to collaborate regardless and asks how he plans for her to help in this crucial mission. Nahan suggests she make a direct frontal attack, and although she fears heavy losses, he guarantees her forces won't suffer much. She realizes he just wants her to fake the attack, and although he praises her for being quick, the ruler doesn't feel highly praised. She questions why she should serve as bait for him, and the young man simply shows a scroll with the detailed plan. Upon reading the document, she discovers that the ruler of the 70th floor insulted the Aaron Raiders clan, which holds major power in the region. She thinks it's a great opportunity, and Nahan confirms that his true goal is to bring that clan over to their side. Nahan says he will send a person they won't be able to turn down, and the ruler quickly guesses exactly who he is talking about. She asks about the profit split, and Nahan surprises her by offering a fair 50-50 split without trying to grab more. The young man smiles and explains that since they are allies, this kind of balanced agreement is ideal to maintain the partnership. She recalls that he didn't trust her completely before, but Nahan replies that it's up to her to decide whether to believe it or not. Suddenly, the young man emanates a terrifying dark energy that leaves the ruler trembling in absolute dread. With a wicked smile, he says it's time to get back to training, and she screams, complaining that that's just pure malice. Later on, the little ruler's teddy bear appears completely clean and smelling incredibly fresh. Seer happily runs through the hallways with the toy in her hands and calls out for her professor, while Kane follows close behind. Nahan affectionately picks her up and comments that the teddy bear is way cleaner now, and she radiantly agrees. However, he notices a red streak in her hair and asks if she ended up coloring her hair during the bath. Butler Kane approaches and explains that members of the Devada clan have the unique ability to store external mana within their hair. Nahan realizes she stored mana from their last lesson, but gets confused because this power-storing mechanic was never in the game. Kane confirms that the hair goes back to normal after the mana is spent, mentioning that the former leader had half his hair red from holding so much power. The young man realizes that with this mana storage, even little Seer will be capable of casting incredibly powerful spells. Affectionately, he lets her know that from now on, she will need to train a lot to gather this kind of energy, and she accepts on the spot right after. He looks at the butler and asks where the commander of their forces took off to at this moment. Meanwhile, on the 70th floor, which is ruled by Andromalius, the dark night covers the houses of a small village. Wearing a black mask to hide her face, Commander Rin gives the signal for her soldiers to start moving forward. Mysterious silhouettes drop from the skies silently, catching the local guards completely by surprise in the dead of night. She observes Epsilon's performance and thinks to herself that Nahan must have already known how skilled and disciplined the lizard was. The warriors utilize magical landing rings to descend from the high rooftops without making the slightest sound. Their feet touch the ground with extreme lightness, ensuring that nobody in the area notices their presence. Rin climbs onto a high tree branch to observe the region under the light of the full moon and chart out the next move. Epsilon and the other masked warriors wait in silence on the neighboring branches, expecting their next orders. A winged demon reports that he found the cabin they were looking for and states he sees no suspicious activity nearby. One of the subordinates asks the reason for being there, and Rin explains that they need the 70th floor, and that to do that they must convince the Aaron Raiders. The soldier questions if that is even possible, but she coldly replies that they are soldiers and simply follow orders, commanding everyone to move out. Suddenly, a bright light spell strikes the ground to announce the arrival of the invaders. A powerful magical barrier completely surrounds the cabin in the middle of the woods to prevent any escape. One of the soldiers is suddenly caught off guard when a mysterious voice commands him to stop exactly where he is. The door swings open, and two powerful demon guards step out of the cabin, ready for combat against Rin's group. The guards demand that they identify themselves. While Rin notices that the strength of Aaron's subordinates is superior to what she imagined, heavy footsteps are heard from inside the cabin, accompanied by a voice asking if they are Seer's messengers. The leader of the clan, Aaron Raiders, appears at the door holding his pipe in an imposing and calm manner. He looks closely at the masked group and asks which one of them is the true leader of that mission. Without hesitating, Rin reaches up to her face and begins to remove the black mask that was hiding her identity. She reveals her beautiful blue eyes and hair, replying with great firmness that she is the leader of the group. Aaron is shocked to recognize her as one of the four swords of Seer, while his guards whisper among themselves. Saying that all of them were supposed to be dead, Rin lets them know she abandoned that title a long time ago, and that she now serves solely as the sword of her master. Seer Aaron is surprised to learn that Seer plans to conquer the 70th floor, and questions if she really thinks that's possible. Now inside the cabin, Rin guarantees that victory is more than possible. Making the clan leader question the reason for so much certainty, Rin says they would manage to defeat Andromalius with ease, and Aaron admits that, coming from her, he believes those bold words. He reminds her that a war is different and suggests she came there precisely because she needs the help of someone who knows the region well. The female warrior explains she can't reveal all her cards on the table, but decides to share a highly important detail with him. She reveals that alongside the young ruler stands someone so absurdly powerful that not even 100 warriors like her would be capable of scratching him. Aaron swallows hard, extremely tense from hearing such an impactful statement coming from one of the legendary Four Swords. The leader tries to chuckle, saying she must be joking, but Rin seriously asks if she looks like the type of person who plays around. Aaron says they wouldn't need help if they were so strong, and Rin explains they don't want to draw the attention of the upper floors. With a dark gaze, she warns him to keep in mind that, whether he believes it or not, he won't manage to escape the disaster either. Aaron is left wondering if that is a threat or a test, but he knows very well what a warrior of that caliber is capable of doing. The leader asks to hear her proposal, and Rin demands passage for Citri's troops and assistance to corner the enemy ruler during the attack. She promises status and rich rewards, asking if he prefers to let go of a rotten rope to hold on to a brand new, highly sturdy one. The negotiations wrap up successfully, and back at the castle, Nan praises the commander for the excellent job of persuasion she pulled off. He lets her know the departure will be soon, and asks her to rest and get ready, and the warrior agrees, calling the young man Professor. Noticing that the commander hesitated before leaving, Nan asks if she has something important to tell him. She apologizes for the intrusion and asks why he willingly accepts being known merely as Seer's simple tutor. He fires back, saying that being the ruler's tutor is no small position, but Rin insists that this role is way too low for his sheer power. She questions why someone so powerful would choose the 72nd floor, saying that makes absolutely no real sense. The young man realizes she fears he might want to usurp the throne in the future, admitting that this concern of hers is perfectly understandable. Nahan sees she is completely serious and realizes that if he makes up some silly excuse, she won't buy it, leaving him no choice but to be honest. He smiles and simply replies that he made this choice because he thought it would be fun. Keeping in mind his longtime love for that game, Rin is left speechless, and Nahan goes on to say that it would be incredible to watch the absolute weakest and most despised ruler of all be raised by him. He concludes with a confident smile, stating that nothing would be more entertaining than watching her dominate the entire demon realm in the end. She asks if he does all that just for amusement, and the young man admits that was the start, but guarantees he grew to love the place. He smiles warmly and says that Seer is hands down the absolute cutest ruler of all, leaving the commander quite confused. He praises the group's strategist, saying they have the steadfast and extremely loyal Kane to handle the entire tactical side. He also mentions Leah, praising her great heart, which makes him fully trust her to take care of all the internal affairs there. He mentions Cecily for being swift and great at her job, plus Mark, who possesses the absolute best culinary skills in the entire realm. The young man adds that although Vice Commander Varuna is a bit rebellious, his skill and loyalty are unquestionable. He praises Rin for being strong and beautiful, leaving the commander turning very red and flustered as she tries to stutter out some reply. He states that he highly likes every single person on that floor, and that he loves seeing the characters up close and living with them daily. Nahan guarantees she can rest. Easy, because he will never turn his back on them unless they decide to kick him out of the castle first. She thanks him for answering her doubts with so much kindness, and the young man reminds her that her loyalty should be solely to Seer. He praises her loyalty for worrying so much about Seer's safety and gently tells the warrior to go get some rest. Rin leaves with a slight smile on her face, thinking to herself that their young ruler is truly blessed to have such incredible people by her side. Seer comes running in and calls out for her professor, and he lets her know it's not time for class yet and asks what brings her by. She says she wants to play and asks to watch Nahan look over the castle's finances, and he agrees, thinking about giving her a lesson in economics. He explains that the farmers lost their crops due to human invaders and asks Seer what would be best to do to help them. She suggests giving the stockpiled food away for free, but the young man warns that aside from a tiny bit of aid, the rest should be sold at a very low price. The professor questions what to do in case the farmers don't have immediate cash to pay, leaving the little one thoughtful. Nahan explains that in tough times like this, she can utilize a special method called the Hwangok system. He shows that in this system, farmers borrow food at low interest rates and pay it back right after the very next harvest. He says this solves the hunger without causing losses to the castle, and shortly after, someone knocks on the door asking for permission to enter. Leah enters the office and, after apologizing for the interruption, lets them know it's already time for the little ruler to have her snack Seer thinks about pudding. But Leah says today it's strawberry cake, making the little girl super excited while Nahan excuses her to go eat. The girl suddenly stops near the exit door, leaving her dear professor quite intrigued and asking what happened. With a bright smile on her face, she says with all the affection in the world that he must go eat that delicious cake right along with her. Leah is highly shocked to realize that Seer intends to share her snack, and the girl confirms it in a joyful and spontaneous way. The little one notices she didn't use formal language and apologizes, while Nahen recalls that she never used to share food with anyone before. The young man accepts the invitation to try the sweet, and Seer hurriedly pulls him down the hallway, saying the strawberry cake is delicious. The professor walks along satisfied, realizing he has finally managed to win over a massive level of trust from the little ruler. At that exact moment, the faithful butler Kane appears in the castle hallway, bringing an important document in his hands to deliver. Kane holds out the paper and lets him know that an urgent letter has just arrived directly from Citri's 71st floor. Upon receiving the envelope and reading the first few lines of the message, the young man wide-eyes, extremely surprised and attentive. With a confident smile, he reads that everything is set for the plan and says that Seer's snack today will be even sweeter and more flavorful. The scene shifts to the imposing castle of the 70th floor, under the strong daylight streaming through the large windows. A fist slams onto the table with force after the news that Citri declared war, leaving the local ruler completely infuriated. Andromalius rants furiously, saying that Citri has completely lost her mind to challenge his immense domain on the 70th floor. A lackey asks for caution, but the leader mocks, saying her power is sealed away, while another warns that her strategic intelligence remains strong. They debate whether she might have some secret card or a powerful ally up her sleeve, and one of the advisors states he has already drawn some conclusions. Count Eugene Vermilion reveals that strong and frequent rumors have emerged regarding a secret alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. He adds that a spy spotted Citri visiting the 72nd floor frequently, confirming the suspicious union of the two factions. Andromalius bursts out laughing, finding it pathetic that she relies on the weak. But an advisor reminds him that young Seer possesses the powerful demon sword. Eugene also warns about the rumors that the new tutor hired by that lower floor is no ordinary fellow and should be feared. The leader mocks the idea of a simple tutor being dangerous, but the Count states that it was precisely this man who united the two floors in an alliance. Andromalius gets irritated, learning that he convinced Citri, and the Count warns that they must handle this war with absolute seriousness and precision. Eugene suggests deploying their entire military might, right from the start, to crush the enemies, and asks for permission to reveal a particular secret. The Count approaches the throne and whispers something mysterious into Andromalius's ear, leaving the ruler extremely surprised by the revelation. The leader smirks and says he absolutely loves the Count's idea, deciding to show their rivals the massive gap in military power that exists between them. He notices Aaron Rader's absence at the meeting, and the guard confirms that neither the Count nor any of his troops were seen today at the palace. Furious at his allies' audacity, the leader immediately orders his men to bring Aaron Raiders dragged into his presence in the hall. At that exact moment, one of the castle soldiers comes running in, desperate, through the door, shouting that they have major trouble outside. The guard drops to his knees, panting, while ruler Andromalius irritably demands to know the reason for all that sudden shouting in the palace. The soldier reports frantically that Citri's troops have already arrived and are setting up camp right in front of the castle's main gates. The leader of the 70th floor is left completely shell-shocked and speechless. Upon receiving that news of immediate invasion so close by, he rants and slams the table as he realizes the terrible possibility that the traitor Aaron Raiders might be involved in this entire story. Eugene Vermilion asks for authorization to launch an immediate counterattack, guaranteeing that their troops are already set to crush the invaders. All the officers present in the Grand Hall begin to shout in unison, demanding the death of the foolish Citri and the Grand Traitor Aaron Raiders. Andromalius agrees and orders all soldiers to prepare for combat and exterminate all those arrogant invaders all at once. Meanwhile, back at the Devada castle, Nahen carefully places a heavy armor helmet onto the head of the little ruler Seer. She complains that the gear is way too stuffy, but the professor explains that the armor can save her life and asks her to hang tough. The young man promises he will give her a beautiful slice of cake when they return if she behaves well, and the girl happily accepts the deal. Nahen asks the butler about the commander, and upon learning that she must have already started the mission, says they also need to hurry up holding the little ruler in his arms. The professor says goodbye to the faithful butler Kane, who wishes them both great luck in the upcoming clash. Standing before a massive glowing blue portal, Nahen asks if everything is ready, and Vice Commander Varuna replies that he was already waiting for him. Varuna explains that Ruler Citri provided a temporary portal that will take the group directly to the 70th floor. Nahen mutters quietly that she really cheaped out on the quality of that portal, but brushes it off and commands everyone to start moving. Carrying little Seer in his arms, the professor takes the first step and crosses through the glowing blue portal. As they pass through, the army and Vice Commander Varuna watch in silence, ready to act when the moment arrives. From atop the roof of the Devata castle, enemy spies watch their departure and think to themselves that the defenders are absolute idiots. Duncan, leader of the Special Force Tenebris, smiles, thinking they will pay dearly for leaving the castle entirely unprotected like this. He gives the order for an immediate invasion to his group of assassins, demanding they eliminate every single last soul left inside. The subordinates promptly confirm the murderous order and prepare to leap toward the palace interior. On the other side, Varuna asks Nahan if there really is no issue with leaving the young ruler's castle completely empty. He fears a sudden invasion from the enemy's elite squad, but Nahan calmly replies that he already foresaw exactly this situation. The young man warns with a smirk that a petty surprise attack like that will be completely useless against his forces. Meanwhile, back at Seer's castle, the first invading assassin is sent flying far away after receiving a tremendous surprise attack. The man drops unconscious onto the main hall floor, leaving his invasion partner totally terrified by what he just saw. He trembles with fear and wonders what on earth is going on here, since the castle was supposed to be completely unprotected and deserted. A firm hand grabs the assassin's hood from behind, while a calm voice warns that he doesn't recall inviting anyone into the castle. Butler Kane emerges imposingly from the middle of the smoke, dragging the defeated invader and demanding to know who on earth those people are. Varuna asks since when the professor knew about this, and Nahan replies that there are things that can be hidden and others that simply cannot be. Back at the Devata castle, another invading lackey is violently thrown right out of one of the large glass windows. Cecily appears at the window, holding a blood-stained broom, and cheerfully announces she has completely cleaned the entire area under her watch. Leah appears dragging 2 more bodies and asks what happened to the door, and Kane apologizes with a laugh, saying he ended up overdoing it a bit. The chef Mark appears carrying another lackey and asks if everyone is doing fine, revealing that a tiny rat tried to invade his kitchen. The last surviving invader trembles in dread as he realizes that their unexpected host is not looking very healthy. The narrator reveals that Nahan knew all along that the castle servants were elite warriors in disguise. Handpicked by the former Lord Varuna admits to himself that despite not liking the professor at first, he must recognize his impeccable tactics and pure brilliance. Nahan interrupts his ally's thoughts and says he is making a slight mistake, leaving him quite confused. He points to Seer in her armor and warns that the warrior's absolute loyalty shouldn't belong to him, but rather to his true ruler. Varuna says he will keep the advice close to his heart, kneels before the little girl, and humbly asks her to give him her combat orders. Seer asks Nahan to act as their temporary commander, and the young man promptly accepts, saying he will fulfill her wish with pleasure. He orders Varuna to go back up Commander Rin and the Aaron Raiders' forces, and the warrior delivers a firm military salute of respect. She asks where they are heading, and Nahan lets her know they are going to meet Ruler Citri, making the girl super excited for the trip on the battlefield. Citri praises Aaron Raiders' capability, while her advisor comments that they advanced fast thanks to this strong ally. He warns that Nahan's information network and resources are terrifying and suggests the young man could be someone extremely dangerous to them. Citri forbids him from trying to do anything against Nahan, warning that a single mistake could cause her floor to be completely destroyed by his wrath. She says they should just do their part, take what was promised, and leave, and the advisor respectfully agrees with her. A gigantic explosion hits the enemy fortress, and the ruler comments that the young man truly knows how to make a triumphant and noisy entrance. Knowing that Aaron Raiders invaded the palace, Andromalius rants in rage over the direction of the war, while his men beg him to flee from there. He refuses to run, and says with an arrogant smile that as long as he holds that strength in his hands, he can crush any enemy. Suddenly, a massive explosion completely destroys the hall doors, sending the lackey guards flying far into the middle of smoke and debris. The leader of the 70th floor smirks as he sees the smoke clear up, commenting that the invaders finally decided to show their faces there. Commander Rin enters triumphantly into the hall, accompanied by Varuna, Aaron, and their troops, with a focused gaze and ready to start the battle. The enemy lord orders his guards to welcome the guests well, and the soldiers charge forward in a fury, shouting loudly against the allied army. Rin draws her brilliant sword and mockingly comments that the 70th floor has a terrible sense of hospitality toward guests. Andromalius threatens to tear the traitor apart, but Rin interrupts, saying he will have to wait for his next reincarnation to manage to do that. The swift warrior charges at high speed through the combat hall. Dodging hits with extreme ease and complete mastery in her movements, Andromalius unleashes a powerful strike with his massive warhammer, but Rin manages to block the attack with the blade of her sword. Extremely irritated, the enemy leader calls her an arrogant brat and says she talks way too much just because she has a mouth to speak nonsense. The powerful monarch states he will make sure to personally test her famous martial skills in that life-or-death combat. He yells, telling her to take his attack while bringing down his giant hammer with all the strength in the world toward the young lady's head. The terrible strike shatters the stone floor of the hall, but the commander manages to dodge the overwhelming force of the impact with absolute lightness. He praises her impressive agility, admitting she truly lives up to her reputation of belonging to the legendary Four Swords group. Aaron Raiders steps on the head of the terrified Count Eugene Vermilion and mockingly asks how he intends to handle that situation. Without an ounce of mercy, Aaron severs the traitor's head with a single violent strike, spraying blood across the palace floor. Witnessing that brutal execution scene right in front of her, Commander Rin wide-eyes, completely shocked. Aaron wears a wicked smile with his face covered in blood and comments that things are going to get highly interesting from here on out. Suddenly, a gigantic creature in the shape of a serpent emerges from the Count's body, leaving Rin startled as she recognizes a hydra. The beast opens its giant jaws and swiftly charges at the warrior to try and devour her all at once. Outside the fortress, Nahan joins Citri on the tower and mockingly says that the atmosphere here is great. Leaving her confused by his presence, she questions whether the allied forces will be enough for victory, and the young man guarantees they will if he lends a little help from behind. Suddenly, Nahan passes little Seer over to Citri's arms, leaving the horned ruler completely surprised and speechless. He makes a small blue plush dolphin appear in the air and explains that bringing Seer into the combat would bring too many dangerous variables. He tells the girl to play with the toy and promises to be right back, but she throws a tantrum and shouts, saying she wants to go along with him. Suddenly, the young man feels a strange vibration in the air and turns extremely serious as he realizes something wrong is happening. Looking down at his hand, which begins to vibrate, he notices an energy in the air that definitely should not be present at this moment. Worried, the young man warns that Commander Rin might be in grave danger and dashes off in a rush, promising to return very shortly. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Fortress, the Allied army keeps advancing and attacking with everything under a shower of arrows. Citri is shocked to realize she couldn't even keep up with Nahan's swift movements and wonders just how strong he is. The advisor suggests taking the chance to flee, but she tells him to shut up. Knowing that Nahan is merely testing her loyalty, she orders him to forget any betrayal plans and treat Seer with the exact same absolute respect he shows for her, holding her blue plush whale. Seer smiles happily, while ruler Citri finds the girl's taste for that toy rather curious. Back at the battle in the palace, one of the enemy soldiers is struck in the chest by a sharp spear and falls down spitting blood. Vice Commander Varuna observes the combat around him with a very serious and focused gaze, keeping his sword drawn. However, Andromalius suddenly appears and unleashes a crushing strike that sends Varuna flying far away with violence. The Vice Commander collides hard against the stone wall of the hall and falls unconscious, leaving Aaron Raiders in pure shock. The enemy lord mocks Aaron Raiders' terror and says that this is the end for them, commanding the warrior to fight until his very last breath. Rin is crushed by the strength of the giant serpent and realizes that that monster holds an absurd power that rivals a demon lord's. As the Hydra's jaws close in to swallow her, the female warrior wonders if her journey will truly end in that tragic way. She closes her eyes, accepting her fate, and mentally apologizes to her dear Master Seer for failing to protect her. However, hearing a strange sound, the commander opens her eyes and wonders, intrigued, what on earth is happening there? She watches in awe as the giant creature's head is sliced right in half by an extremely powerful and high-speed shadowy force. Andromalius appears fallen on the combat hall floor and completely out of breath, asks who on earth the invader is. That did that enveloped by a dense and terrifying dark magical aura, Nahan emerges imposingly and coldly advises the enemy lord to just surrender. Now Andromalius tries to recover from the surprise strike and stands perplexed at the overwhelming amount of magical power emanating from the young man. He trembles as he feels that pressure, comparing the feeling of dread to what he felt upon seeing Beelzebub von Deus, the #1 demon. He admits the young man is incredibly strong and questions why someone of this level would join a clan considered so weak and insignificant. Without the slightest interest in giving explanations to the fallen enemy, the professor points his sword and coldly replies that he talks way too much. Desperate, Andromalius offers gold, fame, and anything he desires if he switches sides, and Nahan mockingly asks if that would really be everything. The enemy lord begs him to state his desire, and the young man replies with a very firm gaze that his sole objective is the very top, hearing that the young man desires the top. The enemy leader realizes with dread that he aims for the highest throne a demon can reach. Nahan warns that that would be impossible for someone of Andromalius's level, who finally understands why the young man chose the Devata clan. With a freezing gaze and without any hesitation, the young man warns that he won't forgive the enemy for trying to obtain a power he cannot control. Andromalius chuckles mockingly and states that, in war, what matters is winning at all costs, even if he needs to resort to dirty tricks to do so. Before the enemy lord can even finish speaking, the young man unleashes a swift and deadly sword slash to wrap up the matter. With the combat properly concluded, Nahan shears his weapon back into its scabbard in an extremely calm and imposing manner in the hall. Right after, the professor raises his voice in a commanding way to announce to all the warriors in the palace that the war has finally ended outside. His voice echoes, ordering the enemy soldiers to drop their weapons immediately, revealing that their leader has been defeated. He guarantees to spare the lives of whoever surrenders and promises death to the rebels, leaving the rival soldiers completely shocked by the defeat. In the Allied camp, Citri is highly impressed by Nahan's speed in wrapping up the war, admitting that coming from him, anything is possible. Recognizing her dear professor's voice echoing across the battlefield, little Seer celebrates in a highly joyful and cute way. Rin apologizes for lowering her guard during the fight, but the young man asks her not to blame herself so much for being away from combat for a long time. Nahan suspects that the energy from that Hydra belongs to a high-level demon. Frustrated at not remembering everything due to the memory gaps, Nahan lets Rin know they will tell everyone that Citri defeated Andromalius, and the commander understands and promises to keep everyone's mouth shut. The young man asks Varuna and the Count to handle the cleanup of the area, letting them know he needs to go see Seer immediately. Rin asks where Seer is, and Nahan calms the commander down, saying she is under the care of Citri, who is a sensible ally. With no time to lose, the female warrior quickly says goodbye and runs off to go straight to her young ruler. Outside Citri's military tent, the mood of pure disbelief over the quick end of the battle takes over the place. Citri comments, highly impressed, that all the enemy soldiers have already surrendered, finding it hard to believe that everything ended so easily. Seer stands up excitedly, saying her professor is coming, but Citri gets confused since she herself cannot sense his presence. The young man enters smiling, carrying a large sack on his back, and asks if they had fun. Receiving a joyful reply from Seer, Citri asks in surprise how he arrived so fast, and Nahan lets her know she will receive all the report details through Rin very shortly. Right after, the professor drops the heavy sack right onto the allied ruler's lap, leaving her startled and asking what is inside there. He reveals it's Andromalius's head and asks her to fake being the author of the execution, leaving her incredulous at the unusual request. The young man smiles and explains he does this because they are allies, letting her know he's taking Seer back and that the spoils should be split 50-50. Citri watches the young man leave and confesses to her advisor that seeing that smile of his makes her extremely uncomfortable and fearful. The scene returns to the castle of the Devata clan, where loud hammering sounds begin to echo all over the palace entrance. Butler Kane appears using a wooden mallet to repair the lock of the large main door that had been damaged. Seeing Nahan arrive carrying Seer, Kane greets them respectfully, and the young man asks why the castle door is broken. Kane awkwardly explains that he had trouble controlling his strength when receiving unwanted guests, and Nahan praises his good work. The butler wonders if they should start packing their bags to move palaces, but Nahan lets him know they can do that without any rush. The young man suddenly reveals that he plans on giving the 70th floor castle to Citri, leaving Seer and Kane completely shocked. The butler questions if they aren't losing too much by giving all the credit for the victory and even the conquered palace as a gift to Citri. He reminds him that occupying the enemy palace symbolizes the conquest of the floor, but the professor calmly replies that he will make this handover only officially. He explains that at the current moment, they need resources more than territory, since the castle's economy still cannot sustain itself. The young man says he wants to buy time to build up strength, and that he gave the credit to Citri so their clan could live in peace for now. He adds that with Citri being the official owner of the floor, she is the one who will have to deal with any future trouble over there, and Seer agrees. He confirms and explains that their ally accepted the deal knowing this. Since she also needs to show the realm that she remains highly strong, Kane stands highly impressed by the young man's planning, who smirks, guaranteeing he is no fool to give gifts for no reason. He lets them know that for now he will focus his efforts on little Seer's education and the administration of the internal business of his fortress. He lists urgent tasks like replacing old equipment and also finding out who the mysterious backer behind Andromalius was. The faithful butler asks how. He had so much certainty that he would manage to convince Aaron raiders to join their side in the war. Nahan smirks, thinking to himself that he just got incredibly lucky because it was a side event he already knew from the game. Kane pretends to believe the luck excuse and thinks to himself that the young man is truly incredible and indispensable to protect young Seer. The professor begins to head up the palace stairs and leaves the responsibility of finishing the large door repair in Kane's hands. While they pass by Cecily, who is cleaning blood off the floor, Nahan lets the little one know that now he will focus heavily on her training as a ruler. He gently touches his pupil's forehead and reminds her that the true owner of that castle and leader of everything there is Siravan Devata. The little girl smiles and says his lessons are highly fun and that she and her teddy bear will make sure to learn absolutely everything. He thanks her for her affection and thinks to himself, satisfied that the teaching method he chose worked out and that he is also highly enjoying the routine. The young man tries to put her down on the floor to go catch up on the piled-up work, but Seer clings to him and loudly shouts that she doesn't want to. The girl quotes a piece of advice from Cecily about resting after working hard, leaving the guy flustered and letting out an awkward laugh. With an extremely cute pout on her face, she affectionately begs for her dear professor to go take a nap right along with her. Nahan realizes she will get highly upset if he refuses and decides to put her to sleep so he can go work secretly afterward. Upon arriving at Seer's room, Leah greets them, and the young man asks the servant to bring a cup of hot tea to her master's room before she leaves. The young man calls her again and asks in a tone of concern if she ended up getting hurt during the invasion. Leah turns red with embarrassment from his care and confirms she is doing great, leaving the professor relieved before she goes to fetch the tea. She leaves with a slight smile, thinking that Nahan has already unraveled everything that happened and perfectly knows their combat strength. Now lying in bed, Seer asks if something happened with Leah, and the professor calms the girl down, saying he asked merely out of precaution. He covers her with the comforter and asks if she is going to sleep hugging her teddy bear, wishing her a good night's sleep after she confirms. The girl grabs the sleeve of his coat and demands that he sleep there too, throwing a tantrum upon hearing that he intends to sleep in his own room. The young man wonders if this attachment of hers is due to the early loss of her father, or if she simply finds emotional security by his side. He gives in to the cute request and agrees to lie down next to her, planning to keep patting the girl until she genuinely falls asleep. On the 79th floor, Demon Lord Dantalion trembles upon learning of Andromalius's death by Citri. Fearing she might have undone her seal, Leonard, the commander of the 69th floor, comments that her victory was likely only possible because of her cooperation with the 72nd floor. Just then, Military Minister Albus realizes they could be the next targets and says they need to prepare themselves very well. Albus suggests sending a letter to Decarabia on the 68th floor, and his lord asks if he plans on forming an alliance. Hearing that there is no better path, he explains that Andromalius was the only one whose martial strength surpassed his own, so if he stands still, he will definitely be the next to fall. The Lord tells him to stop talking and quickly prepare the letter, stating that Decarabia will have no reason to turn down the proposal. Meanwhile, someone knocks on the door and lets Nahan know that the tea is already set. Leah enters the room bringing the tray and wishes them peaceful dreams. Seeing Nahan and Seer sleeping together in the bed, the servant deduces that both must have been highly tired. She watches the two resting peacefully and once again wishes that they have good dreams. Later on, Nahan complains that she took a whole entire week to split the assets from the conquest, and Citri fires back saying she ran all the way here as soon as she finished everything. Citri explains that the territories and troops have already been divided, leaving only the treasures, and Nahan praises her upon noting that the split was done in a fair way. She asks if they can pick the treasures first for having delivered Andromalius's head, and the young man thinks to himself that he doesn't care. As long as it's fair, Nahan says she will be busy with the occupied territories, but asks that she show up at least once a week to train and not waste their effort. Citri reminds him that she is also a demon lord and guarantees she will do what was said, asking him not to worry before saying goodbye and leaving alone. Nahan thinks that the post-war reorganization is urgent and decides to draft a set of guidelines that very night. Suddenly, someone knocks on the large, ornate door, and the young man authorizes the entry of whoever it may be. Cecily enters and lets him know they will need to cancel Seer's class today, leaving Nahan worried as she reveals the little queen has a bit of a fever. The young man slams the table, startled, and shouts in surprise upon hearing that Seer is sick. He remembers that she was perfectly fine yesterday and begins to question if the schedule was way too packed or if her participation in the war was the issue. The servant asks him not to worry so much, explaining that it looks merely like a common cold and that kids that age usually get sick out of nowhere. He calms down, remembering it's normal for a child to get sick, thanks the servant, and asks that they take very good care of the little demon lord. He blames himself for not foreseeing this and remembers that this is reality, deciding to quickly finish his chores to go see how she is doing. Upon entering Seer's room, Nan asks if she is feeling fine and shows the plush animals he brought, making the girl cheer up. She is radiant with the gift, tightly hugs the plush bears, and thanks her professor with a massive smile. The young man smiles and says that isn't all, revealing he brought even more plushies of different animals for her seer, ends up buried under so many toys and asks, startled, for the professor to stop giving her more plushies. Sometime later, the little girl sleeps peacefully while muttering in her dream that there are too many dolls. Holding just the third plush toy, Nahan stands quite confused by her comment during her sleep. He realizes she is dreaming about too many toys and wonders what exactly the little girl is dreaming about. The young man touches her forehead and is relieved to see that the fever broke, deciding to work right there in the room to keep watching over her. Suddenly, the girl wakes up and calls him, startling the professor who was adjusting a chair and quickly apologizes for making noise. While caressing her head, Nahan asks how she is feeling and confirms he was highly worried when the girl asks. The professor tells her to sleep a bit more while he watches over her, but she asks to look over the paperwork with him, being instructed to rest today. He warns that if she doesn't get better soon, she will miss out on tomorrow's pudding, which she couldn't eat today. Leaving the little girl shocked at the terrible idea, the young man lets out a friendly laugh and once again wishes that she has good dreams while resting. Kine delivers the treasure report sent by Rin, and Nahan reveals that there is a very specific item from the 70th floor that he needs to obtain. He remembers that equipment is crucial in the game to increase leveling efficiency, making that item mandatory to retrieve. The young man looks down at his notes on the secret item, which he only managed to discover after reaching his 40th ending in the game. He cracks a smirk as he thinks to himself that nobody would ever imagine that such a powerful item would be hidden right in the early stages. He hands the paper over to Kane and orders him to secure that item by any means, leaving the rest under the commander's responsibility. Looking closely at the document he received, the butler stands quite surprised by what is written there. Kane asks if he marked the correct item, and the young man confirms, saying he intends to go after it as soon as Citri gives her consent. The document describes a mysterious broken blade sword with empty gem slots, making the butler finally comprehend the choice. Elsewhere, Seer stands mesmerized as she sees a chest full of glowing, colorful crystals right before her. She runs over to another chest filled with gold bars and stands equally enchanted by the glistening shine of the treasure. Nahan lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing all that wealth and quickly covers it up when Rin asks what he just said. Looking at the massive vault, the young man is impressed by the quantity even after the split and asks if she managed to gather everything. Rin delivers a formal salute to the young queen, who stutters a bit as she replies and praises her for the good work. The commander points to a box brought by her guards and lets him know that that is the specific item Nahan had requested. The guards open the box, revealing the broken sword, and Nahan confirms, relieved, that they managed to bring the correct artifact. This is the Sword of Bloody Tears, a legendary item that multiplies by 5 times the leveling efficiency of whoever equips it in the game. It possesses the highest initial attack power and teaches a special magic, which makes Little Seer curiously ask what that object is. Nahan reveals it's a gift for her, and even with the girl noting that the sword is broken, he guarantees he already knows how to fix it. He suggests they check the inventory first so they can go fix it afterward, making the girl ask what happens when it is ready. The young man answers in a simple way that the weapon is going to get all shiny, instantly leaving Seer with her eyes sparkling from pure excitement. Rin offers to call a blacksmith, but the MC declines, explaining that that sword cannot be fixed in the traditional way. While Nahan and Rin organize the supply list for the soldiers, Seer stays fascinated observing the riches around her enchanted. She admires the colorful gems and praises the shine of each one of them with pure innocence. Seeing the little girl's joy with the treasures, Nahan observes her thoughtfully for a moment. He asks if there is anything there that she liked, startling the little one with the sudden question. She sheepishly says she is fine, but he caresses her head and reminds her that everything there is hers, so she can take whatever she wants. Seer picks out a beautiful gold crown, and the young man thinks to himself that she cannot deny her royal lineage, calling her to step out of there upon entering an abandoned mine on the 70th floor. Seer feels uneasy about the deep darkness and asks how they will find the pieces there. He calms her down, saying he knows exactly where each fragment is hidden, so the split paths won't be a problem. They arrive at a dead end, and the girl notes that there seems to be nothing in the place. But the professor guarantees he will find everything in a flash. He approaches a crevice in the rocks and begins to search attentively behind the stacked stones. The young man mutters that the object should be around there and keeps searching through the rubble under Seer's watchful gaze. Suddenly, a glowing red blade appears between the rocks, and the young man celebrates having found the piece. He shows the fragment to the girl, who asks if that is a real sword, since it looks merely like a common piece of metal. The professor takes a step forward and warns that search has not ended yet. He stops before a solid rock wall and says that now all that's left is to find the most important part of all. With a swift strike, the young man hits the stone with his palm and unleashes a wave of magical energy. The stone wall begins to crack entirely and collapses, opening a brand new path right before them. At the top of a stone gateway, a colossal gargoyle observes them, making Nahan realize that the final test is right there. He picks the girl up in his arms and explains that he needs to carry her from there on out because of a small obstacle that appeared on the path. The gargoyle suddenly comes to life, roars loudly calling them invaders, and warns that they do not have permission to pass. Nahan explains that gargoyles are a rare and nearly extinct race, and Seer thinks it's incredible to see a stone statue actually talking. The monster gets irritated by the mockery and tries to protest, but is coldly interrupted by the young man, who tells him to shut his mouth. With a terrifying gaze and his eyes glowing, Nahan commands that the creature not dare disrupt Seer's lesson. Right after, a gigantic mystical creature in the shape of a shark materializes behind him, releasing a terrifying aura of mana. Completely terrified by such force, the monster immediately drops to his knees and begs for his new master to pass. The gargoyle hurriedly opens the doors and offers to guide them to the inner chamber, receiving confirmation from the young man. Upon entering the main hall, they come across a glowing red gem floating over an altar, leaving the girl mesmerized. The professor extends his hand and makes the broken parts of the sword float in the air to begin the restoration process. He points to the altar where the blade pieces are placed right below the glowing relic. An intense magical light envelops the two while the gem's energy begins to fuse with the metal pieces. The weapon perfectly reconstructs itself into a blade of red fire, and Seer comments, dazzled, that it turned out magnificent. The young man smiles and hands the legendary sword over to her, confirming that it is indeed her real present. Radiante with joy, the little demon lord raises the sword with both hands and heartily thanks her beloved professor. The item stats reveal that the unique sword grants an overwhelming 500% bonus to all stats of whoever equips it. Back at the castle, Seer runs to show the present to Kane, making the butler question the reason for giving her a weapon. Kane also notices the massive gargoyle that came along, and the young man suggests naming the new guardian Argol, the gatekeeper. The butler opines that the creature is way too big to protect the castle, but Nahan reveals it will be sent to protect another place. He explains it will be perfect to keep away the fragile and annoying humans who usually invade the territories. Kane thoughtfully agrees, finding that the portal zone is indeed the most appropriate location to station such an imposing guardian. Nahan warns the gargoyle that if he proves useless, he will be eliminated without a second thought, making the monster tremble and promise to give his absolute best. The young man changes the subject and asks to head over to the office to discuss a highly important report that Kane needs to deliver to him. Now in private, the protagonist asks if Dantalion and Decarabia genuinely got in touch with each other to form an alliance. The butler confirms and warns that if the lords of those floors form a major alliance, things are going to get highly difficult for them. Nahan knows they cannot start a direct war right now, but they also cannot sit idly by, concluding that only one option remains. Nahan reveals he plans to destabilize Dantalion's faction from the inside, and Kane warns him that they are powerful and the enemy lord is quite intelligent. The protagonist comments that the enemy faction is known for having many merchants, and Kane confirms, saying they highly value trade to level up. Nahan explains that what merchants prize most is trust, and if he manages to destroy that trust, Dantalion's entire empire will collapse. The butler agrees, but questions how a trust built up over years of commercial negotiations could simply disappear overnight. Peacefully, the young man replies that he never said he would destroy that trust immediately. He explains that training Seer will take about 5 years, so he intends to slowly ruin Dantalion's policies using the strategies he learned in the game. The young man reveals they became direct competitors by opening up a business on the 70th floor, but guarantees they won't be the ones showing up in the spotlight. The butler does that he intends to use Ruler Citri once again for this, but the young man says use is a strong word and prefers to call it cooperation. Kane asks if Citri would accept taking that risk, but the protagonist guarantees the proposal will be extremely advantageous for her too. The butler questions what product they would be selling, and Nahan cracks a smirk as he says it will be something the merchants will desperately crave. He reveals the final plan to commercialize something that simply does not exist in the entire demon realm. The scene shifts to the city of Sodor, located in the holy kingdom of humans, where people begin to spread a highly intriguing rumor through the streets. In a local tavern, adventurers discuss the gossip that there are almost no demon soldiers left, guarding the gateways that grant access to the demon realm. Dane tries to convince his friend Luke to seize the chance to hunt beasts and demons, reminding him that their horns are highly valued lately. A young girl with pink hair celebrates, saying she knows exactly where a tribe of sheep demons resides, making Luke start to consider the idea. Determined to strike it rich, they leave the tavern in a hurry and head toward the gateway to finally enter the demon realm. Upon arriving at the location, they note that there are way more people than normal, confirming that the rumors about the guard's disappearance were real. Suddenly, a heavy hand touches one of their shoulders, and an unfamiliar warrior asks if his group can join them in hunting the tribe. The man introduces himself as Riku Balbar and points to his companion, a nun named Melissa, leaving the youths surprised by their presence. Luke whispers, startled, that the two are A-rank adventurers and suggests they cooperate with them to avoid winding up in a deadly clash with the deal made. The strong warrior orders everyone to start moving immediately toward the demon territory. Meanwhile, two adventurers argue near the gateway, and the woman warns her partner that none of the warriors who crossed over returned to tell the story. The group advances through the woods, and Riku warns that their destination is just behind the hill. While the others surprise comment on the total absence of guards, Riku comments on the theory that the demon realm is split into floors like a tower, but is interrupted by an urgent warning for everyone to hide. The pink-haired girl asks for silence, and excitedly points to the silhouette of a sheep demon that is grazing just ahead. Seeing that the prey is real, Riku suggests launching the attack immediately, but Luke interrupts him, saying he has a proposal before they go. Luke proposes that his group keep the horns and the veterans take the rest, but Riku fires back, saying the horns are precisely the valuable part of everything. With an intimidating smile, the man grabs Luke's arm and threateningly reminds him that he still has a bright future ahead of him. He activates his holy energy alongside the nun and advises him to accept the conditions if he wants to return home with all his limbs intact. Nervous, Luke realizes there is no way they can face two elite adventurers blessed by divine power and regrets having accepted their company. Luke ends up giving in and says Riku will have to fight alone, hearing from the brute that he never needed the help of amateurs in the first place anyway. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, throwing the group off balance and interrupting the argument with a major scare. Dane shouts, startled, not understanding if that is an earthquake. While Luke tries to stand up and asks if everyone in his group is doing fine, Riku gets furious with the shaking and complains that the terrible noise will end up scaring off all the sheep monsters in the area. At that exact moment, Argol descends from the skies with his wings spread wide and warns in a threatening tone that he finally found the last invading little mice. Looking up and coming face to face with the colossal stone creature, Riku stands completely shell-shocked and speechless. Luke shouts that they need to flee from there immediately upon confirming it's a gargoyle, ignoring the A-rank warriors to save their own skins. However, the young man notices that the pink-haired girl is paralyzed with panic and tries to call her to run before it's too late. Trembling from head to toe, the girl looks toward the woods and fearfully mutters that the true gateway guards are right there, with her feline ears alert. Commander Rin hears her soldiers' report and prepares to take action against the invaders. Fixing her glowing blue eyes in their direction, she warns in a serious tone that there is only one single order to be followed. Suddenly, the demon realm troops surround all the humans, and Rin gives the clear order to capture them all alive. Upon being locked in a cage alongside his companions, Luke gets confused and wonders about the reason why the demons aren't killing the humans. Rin reports to Nahen that they captured more than 200 humans alive over the past month, and although Seer thinks it's a lot, the professor comments that it's still too few. The commander admits she thought connecting with humans was a weakness, but Nahen explains that the hunt is only possible thanks to Argol and the alliance with Citri internally. The young man thinks to himself that he will do anything for the perfect ending, viewing the humans of that game as inferior beings who deserve no mercy. She reports that the strategy of pulling back the patrols to serve as bait worked out, but warns that the floor residents are getting highly anxious. With Seer in his lap, Nahen reflects that they cannot let the people lose trust, but stresses that they still need more humans either way. The young man switches up plans and asks the commander if she knows anyone who is an expert at manipulating and controlling people's minds. With a dark smile and his eyes glowing, Nahen concludes that for the final touch, he will make the humans themselves feel the urge to go over there. In the Adventurers Guild of Soder City, a warrior shouts irritably saying they also need to make a living, but the receptionist apologizes. Other adventurers whisper about people's desperation to enter the demon realm, noting that even AA rank warriors are left with no options. Suddenly, the guild doors are violently thrown open, and someone desperately begs for help. It's Luke, who appears completely exhausted and battered at the entrance, leaving everyone in the guild startled by his state of health. He reveals he just escaped from the demon realm and warns that all the missing people are being kept as prisoners there. Luke begs them to save Eerie and Dane from there, while receptionist Angela tries to calm him down to better understand the situation. The guild master and S-rank adventurer, Adelberg Glans, appears coming down the stairs and asks the youth if he knows why the demons are capturing humans. The young man says he doesn't know because he didn't have time to investigate, but Adelberg insists on the question in a highly suspicious manner. The master confesses he has his doubts, and Luke asks if he genuinely suspects someone who almost died. Managing to escape, Adelberg questions how a mere C-rank adventurer like him would have the capacity to escape all by himself from such a dangerous place. He points out that, above all else, the youth's heartbeat sounds exactly like the heartbeat of a liar. The leader notes that the young man's heart rhythm calmed down suddenly, as if it had been altered on purpose, sensing a highly foul stench in the air. Upon being accused of having been mentally manipulated by the demons, Luke gives a cynical and sarcastic smile, mocking Adelberg's deduction. He praises the S-rank adventurer's sharp intuition and swiftly advances with his weapon to attack him by surprise. However, Adelberg is incredibly fast and takes him down in a single move, ordering Angela to notify the other guilds immediately. He commands her to warn everyone to never enter the demon realm again, and the receptionist agrees with her master's command. The leader orders the city gateway to be completely closed, but is interrupted by a guard who arrives running and shouting. Adelberg asks what happened, and the man tries to catch his breath to manage to speak. The guard worriedly reveals that the guilds of other regions have already begun to mobilize en masse. At the Dorhan fortress, the warriors of the Northern Alliance crowd together and excitedly shout to invade and slice off the demons' heads. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Bismarck Empire, other groups rush to the gateways to ensure they won't lose the chance to the Northerners. In Babylon, capital of the Holy Kingdom, the holy warriors raise their swords and claim that the celestial deity stands by their side. A few days prior, in Nahan's office, Rin warned that the humans under mind control were set to serve as bait for the adventurers. Nahan recommended sending the bait to Soder City last, explaining to the commander that a highly troublesome man lives over there. The young man knows that Adelberg Glans is the local guildmaster and the biggest killer in the game, so he rigged everything so he would stay one step behind. Back in the present, Varuna comments, highly impressed, upon seeing the massive amount of humans arriving, and Rin says Nahan's plan is a total success. The commander praises Nahan's pure genius and reminds him that for the strategy to work out, they need to do their part on the battlefield. Varuna then orders the soldiers to ready the mana net cannons to capture the largest number of adventurers possible all at once. At that moment, Rin gives the order for Argol to launch the attack, and the invaders get confused as they realize the sky darkened out of nowhere. The massive stone monster lands, making the ground shake, spreading total panic among the people who shout in fear upon seeing a gargoyle. Argol declares he will eliminate everyone at his master's command and strikes the ground with extreme force, shattering the enemy's formations. Capitalizing on the distraction, Rin orders the soldiers to fire the mana nets exactly where their defense line was broken. The guards quickly load the cannons under the vice commander's orders and aim straight in the direction of the startled adventurers. The massive giant spiderweb nets are fired en masse across the skies, covering the battlefield to trap them. The men get trapped and desperate as they note that the nets are made of an extremely sturdy spiderweb that is impossible to tear. However, a powerful crusader refuses to give up, rips the web in a fury, and charges forward shouting insults against the demon soldiers. He brands his giant golden sword and carves a path with violent slashes, demonstrating a strength way above the ordinary. Seeing the warrior in action, the surrounding people cheer up and shout, relieved, for the renowned Joseph Rosenbach. As a legendary AAA rank crusader, Joseph raises his shield and orders the warriors to follow him so they can manage to escape. Varuna warns that the gargoyle won't manage to stop the night alone, and Rin says the soldiers should focus on capturing the others first. A strong warrior from the Asura clan offers to settle the situation and steps forward readily to intercept the powerful crusader, with a trident in hand and an immense purple flame all around. He guarantees he won't be defeated easily this time around. In the blink of an eye, the Asura clan demon charges at the enemy with an absurd speed that is impossible to keep up with. Joseph is caught totally by surprise by the swift move and barely has time to raise his sword to try and defend himself. The Crusader is struck head-on by an overwhelming blow that slices his armor and throws him to the ground severely wounded. The Asura clan warrior wears a cruel smile and comments that weak pests like them shouldn't meddle in the demon realm. He observes the elite knight fallen and defeated on the ground, demonstrating the overwhelming superiority of Nahan's forces. In total panic upon seeing the strongest warrior fall, the other adventurers begin to flee desperately to save their lives. The combat leader is amused by the scene and orders his subordinates to play around a bit before capturing all the survivors. Back at the castle, Nahan praises the perfect outcome with minimal losses, and Rin expresses her gratitude, reminding him that they merely followed his orders. Nahan praises Captain Epsilon and Vice Captain Zeta for the great performance in their very first battle with the 5th Legion, thanking them for returning in safety. The young man says he looks forward to their future progress, and both respectfully thank the professor with a formal bow. He asks for them to handle the cleanup of the place from here on out, and the large door closes behind him. Nahan enters his office and asks if Seer waited a long time, hearing from the little demon lord that she just arrived to eat her pudding. The young man tells Cain to leak the information to the merchants and asks to select 200 high-value prisoners. Sending the remainder back, Cain stands shocked to learn they are going to return the humans captured with so much effort and asks if Nahan's plan is to negotiate with the human nations. The young man admits they are still way too weak to attack the humans directly, so they need to extract the maximum benefits from them first. He explains that dangerous nations exist in the human world, starting with the Holy Kingdom of Felix, which is the sole purely religious state over there. The second major power is the Bismarck Empire, being the only nation that possesses an official imperial proclamation across the entire territory. And finally, there is the Northern Alliance, an elite military coalition formed by the union of 7 large castles located in the northern lands. Nahan recognizes that these humans are troublesome, but ponders that avoiding negotiations would be a mistake, since they cannot mobilize armies right now. Faced with Seer's doubt about their strength, the professor explains that the blame lies entirely on the humans, since they were the ones who invaded the demon realm. He adds that every nation must protect its citizens, and if the kings refuse the exchange for money, they will totally lose their people's trust. Seer asks if that is really so important, and Nahan confirms, saying that maintaining the power base is what's most vital for any demon. Lord Cain agrees to select the most valuable prisoners, and the protagonist also asks for him to bring the most skilled blacksmiths he can find. The little one asks what he plans to do with the blacksmiths, and the young man replies mysteriously that he intends to create a product based on what he learned from the humans. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor Claude stands indignant upon reading the letter with ransom demands, as he thought the demon realm was just a playground. The advisors fear that some drastic change has occurred there, and ponder whether the demons intend to invade the human world for good. The Emperor agrees to pay and asks the amount demanded, being informed that they requested gold, silver, and 2 tons of iron ore for 20 hostages. While some suggest punishing the demons for the abuse, other advisors beg for His Majesty to fulfill the requests to save the citizens' lives. Marquis Levin Ebert explains that the incident was solely the guild's fault, which means the Empire holds no formal justification to strike back. The Emperor snaps back irritably, saying, "Justification doesn't matter when the enemy is the demon race," but the Marquis insists on his point. The nobleman argues that that is exactly the problem, since they still haven't managed to accurately measure the demon realm's current military strength. He reminds him that many of the captured adventurers were A rank or superior, possessing combat skills equivalent to official knights. Claude flies into a rage, noting that even elite warriors were captured with no chance of escape, lamenting having to yield to the demon's will. The Marquis reminds him that abandoning the people would destroy public trust, forcing the Emperor to swallow his pride and order the sending of the letter accepting the deal. The Emperor orders them to keep watching every single step of the demon realm, promising that one day he will get his revenge for such a heavy humiliation. Back at the office, Cain reports that the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, and the Northern Alliance accepted the negotiations. Leaving the protagonist relieved, Nahan commands to bring the prisoners to the indicated location tomorrow morning and instructs the butler to relay a direct warning to the human envoys. He seriously warns that if they do not agree to all the established terms by the end of this week, the remainder of the hostages will be executed. In another location, several demon artisans and blacksmiths gather quite confused without knowing the reason why they were summoned to be there. Suddenly, firm footsteps echo down the hallway, and those present notice that the leaders are finally approaching the main hall. The blacksmiths stand amazed to see Lords Seer and Citri walking together alongside the professor, surprise commenting on their presence. Citri welcomes the artisans of each floor and begins to explain the true reason for having gathered all of them at that meeting. The professor extends his arm to pull the cloth that covered a mysterious structure right next to the platform where they were positioned. She asks everyone to look next to the platform, revealing a massive arsenal of shiny and beautifully crafted weapons that was hidden there. The blacksmiths stay fascinated seeing the weapons up close, praising the impeccable quality of the objects and asking where they managed to get that. Citri reveals that all those swords were taken from the human adventurers who tried to invade, leaving the artisans quite astonished by the news. Despite finding the humans' craft to be garbage, the Lord orders them to analyze the enemy gear in detail to recreate weapons at the exact same level. A blacksmith refuses to accept, finding it an insult to say their craft is inferior and questioning if they genuinely need to copy human work. Nahan appears holding 2 swords and orders them to start the research immediately, asking them to stop wasting resources creating mediocre weapons. The blacksmith complains about the royal professor's harsh words, but the young man fires back, saying coolly that it's not just a provocation, but rather the pure truth. The protagonist asks for everyone's attention and proposes to ask a simple question to prove his point of view to the indignant artisans. He raises the sword made by the demons and asks what would happen if they slammed it with force against a sword manufactured by human blacksmiths. Nahan breaks the demon's weapon in a flash by clashing it against the human one and rhetorically asks which of the 2 they think would break. The blacksmith who was contesting the orders swallows hard upon seeing the shocking demonstration of the brutal quality gap between the weapons. He clarifies that he doesn't want them to copy everything identically, but rather analyze their secrets to forge something new and prove they are better. Despite hating humans, blacksmith Doomgrick decides to accept the challenge and states he will assume the responsibility of leading the metal research. Doomgrick warns that the analysis process will take time due to not knowing the human technique, but Nahan guarantees he will grant all the necessary time and resources. The young man suggests placing this blacksmith as the project leader, and Seer immediately agrees with the idea. Hearing from Citri that she also thinks it's a great choice, Nahan hands a badge over to Doomgrick and officially makes him the project leader, granting him total authority to command the other blacksmiths. Another blacksmith tries to protest, saying he has more experience and demands a vote, but the young man immediately orders him to be silent. He explains that a true leader must assume responsibilities and questions, how someone cowardly who didn't even try dares speak about leadership. Nahan asks if they are daring to challenge their lord's orders, making the rebels tremble with fear and deny any intention of revolt. He points to Seer and Citri, warning that disobeying Doomgrick would be the exact same as flouting the authority of the 2 little majesties present there. With a dark and terrifying gaze, the protagonist coldly orders that anyone who disobeys be executed immediately, completely terrified by the deadly threat. The blacksmith who was protesting drops to his knees on the floor and bows before their authority. He and all the other artisans present declare absolute loyalty and promise to faithfully follow every single one of the young man's commands. Seer asks all happy if she did a good job, receiving a pat on the head from the professor, which gets Citri irritated for being ignored. The young man jokes, saying she is no longer a child to want praise, but ends up giving in and confirming that she did wonderfully well. Nahan suggests they discuss the new business and proposes officially using Citri's name as the shop owner in exchange for a generous slice of the profits. Interested in the financial proposal, she asks what the exact profit percentage would be that she'd receive for lending her identity. The young man proposes a 50-50 split, but she declines on the spot, calling him a con artist and refusing the idea of signing the deal. Faced with her refusal, Nahan feigns that he will look for someone else, making the Lord panic and quickly propose a rate of just 10%. With an intimidating gaze, he says she continues to be shameless and warns that if she receives 10%, she won't have rights to the new armaments. Citri reflects that Nahan's business is of the absolute highest quality and that the weapons produced by him will be at a totally incomparable level. She agrees to lower her share to keep the weapons in the deal, and the protagonist proposes closing at 5%, guaranteeing that the return will be massive. Citri questions how he can have so much certainty that the profit will be high, and Nahan jokes, saying he feels sad that she doesn't trust him. She decides to trust the plan and sign the contract, asking if he genuinely can replicate human weapons, which he confirms with ease. While she signs the agreement, Nahan remembers that the demon's armament technology fell highly behind due to negligence from previous lords. He points out that the army's armament level is critical for defense, this being the primary reason why Citri accepted his proposal. He delivers the copy of the signed document and jokingly warns that if she still holds any doubt, she is completely free to back out of the business. Upon reading closely, Citri stands horrified to realize that the weapons won't come for free and accuses the professor of changing the history of the signed deal. The young man explains that the supplied weapons are like a lease, since she is the one who will assume all the risk in case the business ends up failing in the future. Realizing the contract trap she accepted without reading properly, the Lord pointing her finger infuriated as she notes how she was tricked by the guy. Nahan merely gives a wicked smile and mockingly reminds her that nothing in this world comes for free, especially for demon lords. In the castle prison, Eri cries, fearing they won't make it out alive from there, and asks about Luke, but Dane asks for her to not lose hope just yet. Suddenly, the cell is opened, and one of the castle's armored guards enters to pull Dane out by force, leaving the prisoners startled. The youth tries to resist and shouts with all his might, demanding that the soldier release him immediately, but is dragged away without mercy. The guard also grabs Eri by the arm, and the two friends demand to know where they are being taken in the middle of that darkness. Nahan emerges from the shadows and commands the guards to stop, asking in a serious tone what the names are of each of the two captured adventurers. Next, the young man stares fixedly at them with his golden eyes and asks if they by any chance know an adventurer named Luke Dane, flies into a rage, thinking it's a sick joke, and accuses the demons of having captured Luke too, along with the rest of the group in the woods. Upon hearing their answer, Nahan gives a cynical smile as he confirms that Luke indeed operated out of Sodor City prior to the invasion. The young man immediately requests a paper and a pen from Kane. Leaving the butler intrigued by his master's sudden request, Nahan quickly draws and shows the portrait to the two youths, asking in a direct way if they recognize the person in the sketch. Upon seeing the perfect drawing of Luke, the friends stand extremely shocked and ask fearfully how the demon knows his appearance. Nahan asks Kane if this human was present in Rin's mind control operation, and the butler confirms that he was sent back. The protagonist gives a dark smile upon realizing he got immense luck and orders them to bring the two friends to his office right after. He begins to head up the dungeon stairs while silently reflecting on the direction of his strategic plan in the demon realm. The young man remembers that if the humans' hostility level in the game rises too much, 3 legendary heroes emerge to invade the demon realm. He knows that the main one of those heroes is precisely Luke, the hero of the sword, who is now falling straight into his trap in Sodor City. Nahan is certain that Adelberg would never leave a mind-controlled human in peace, guaranteeing that the danger be eliminated by themselves. Seated at his desk, he takes pride in managing to rid himself of one of the heroes without moving a single finger. While Kane enters bringing the youths, Nahan thinks to himself that Dane and Eri held fantastic skills in the game, being a massive waste to simply sell them as common slaves. Without beating around the bush, the young man looks directly at the two startled prisoners and directly proposes that they start working under his command. Kane protests, startled, saying that keeping humans around under Seer's command would bring severe political consequences for the castle. The butler questions a royal tutor's motives for sheltering inferior humans, but Nahan asks him to not worry, as he knows what he is doing. The young man stares at the youths and asks what their decision will be, promising to spare their lives and compensate their incredible combat skills. He warns that if they refuse, they will return to the dungeons and end up being sold as wretched slaves, having a tragic end just like Luke's. Nahan shocks the youth by coolly revealing that the reason Luke isn't there with them is simply because he is dead. Upon hearing the terrible news about her friend's fate, Eri falls into a complete state of shock. Unable to believe what she heard, Dane tries to charge forward, irritated, accusing them of having taken his friend, but is held back by Kane while Nahan clarifies that they weren't the killers. He explains mockingly that he sent the youth on a mission, and it seems the human guild master himself killed him, leaving the choice to believe it or not up to them. Eri cries, thinking that their own guildmaster killed her friend. While the protagonist repeats the work proposal so they can decide, Dane questions with anger about working under a demon's orders, asking if he genuinely will spare their lives in case they accept. With her head lowered and quite shaken up, the young pink-haired girl decides to accept the work proposal offered by the protagonist. Dane accuses her of being crazy for believing a demon's payment promises, but she fires back, asking what the difference is between them and the humans. She remembers with resentment that the humans despised and ignored them for being weak and poor, leaving the youth furious as he recalls the mistreatment. Eri shouts that she doesn't want to die and refuses to turn into a wretched slave, stating she will grasp any chance at survival that appears. She agrees to make a pact with the demon himself to save herself. While Nahan observes them in an imposing way with his terrifying purple aura, with no other viable way out left to guarantee his own survival, Dane bites his lips with extreme frustration and hatred. The youth accepts the deal, demanding that he fulfill the promise, and Nahan says coolly that they must train, since currently they are useless to him. The young man displays 3 fingers and warns that they have exactly 3 years to prove their worth, alerting that they won't have a future if they fail the test. The next day, Nahan announces that today they will have a swordsmanship class, leaving little Seer extremely excited as she loves training with the sword. The professor relies on his possessed body's memories to teach the combat basics and calls the girl to start the lessons in the courtyard. He warns that she needs to hold the sword with both hands, leaving the girl in a panic as she realizes she will have to set her teddy bear aside. Nahan thinks to himself that it would be tough for her to separate from her father's legacy, but she agrees to store the toy temporarily during class. The young man stands impressed, noting how much the girl trusts him by agreeing to set her most precious possession aside to start training. Seer carefully places the teddy bear onto the chair and cutely asks for it to wait just a little bit until her class ends. The professor holds the girl's tiny hands to guide her on the sword grip, showing the basic combat stance she must use. Seer assumes the combat position wielding the sword of bloody tears and asks her professor if she is doing it the correct way. The young man asks if she has trained before and stands impressed to hear that it's her first time. Noting that her stance is absolutely flawless, Nahan warns that today they will focus entirely on the swinging motion as it is the foundation of swordsmanship. Asking the little one to pay close attention, he holds the handle of the training object and executes a perfect downward vertical slash with a lot of force to demonstrate how it should be done. Seeing her professor's powerful attack, the little demon lord stays completely mesmerized with her eyes sparkling from such admiration. He asks if she managed to understand the move and says, now it's her turn to try, receiving a super enthusiastic reply from the little girl. Seer takes a step forward firmly and raises her legendary glowing red sword above her head to prepare to strike. As she brings down the blade, she releases an absurd amount of accumulated energy that creates a colossal shockwave across the entire training courtyard. The professor turns completely pale and sweats from panic, witnessing the unbelievable destructive power generated by the girl's simple strike. Nahan looks shocked at the power of the sword of bloody tears, thinking that its extra stat effect is highly different from what was in the game. The girl asks, smiling, if she did it the right way, and the professor stutters, startled as he confirms she did incredibly wonderfully. Looking at the damage on the ground, he decides to end class for today and warns that from now on they will use only wooden swords in their training. Seer agrees to the new training rules, but suddenly switches subjects as she recalls something highly important about the castle. With a dark glare of jealousy, the little one questions about the presence of new humans in the castle and demands direct explanations about what happened. The young man gets startled and explains that those youths were only brought in to serve as servants, guaranteeing that she continues to be his sole disciple. She pouts and accuses the professor of lying for also teaching ruler Citri, but Nahan clarifies that with her it's just a useful commercial transaction. Seer stares at him up close with her large blue eyes and cutely asks if he will always be the exclusive professor solely for her. Nahan smiles with tenderness in front of the childish jealousy and affectionately confirms that she indeed is his one and only beloved disciple in the castle. The girl celebrates all goofy with the affectionate answer, but the cuteness is cut short by Kane, who appears calling the young man aside in the courtyard. The butler whispers a confidential warning into Nahan's ear, who stands quite surprised to discover that Seer's birthday is highly close by. The young man lets out a long sigh and stays quite thoughtful, realizing that now he holds a major concern to solve with urgency. He goes after Citri to ask for help, and she complains about him bringing this matter up suddenly. Hearing from the young man if there's a scheduled time for it, the Lord stands up and asks him to share the problem with his older sister, making Nahan mentally grumble about the nickname she used. Upon learning that the matter involves Citri, she asks, smiling, if something happened or if the two ended up fighting during training. Citri tries to joke and asks if he's worried about the birthday gift, but the young man tells her to stop fooling around and focus on the subject. The Lord suggests giving simple things like dolls, pudding, or cake, but Nahan ponders that those common gifts are way too simple for the occasion. He thinks to himself that raising the little queen's affection level is just as vital to reach the perfect ending as her actual growth itself. Nahan remembers that girls love shiny things and recalls that Seer had picked out a gold crown in the treasury, but it was way too big on her. Citri suggests having the object's size adjusted so that she can wear it. And Nahan, surprised, admits that she finally gave a good suggestion. Citri complains irritably about him slighting her ideas. While Nahan thinks about how to sneak into Seer's room to grab the crown hidden, Nahan begins to walk through the castle hallways in a silent manner so as to not draw anyone's attention. He walks accompanied by the maid and asks if she is certain that Seer genuinely stepped out to eat some snacks. The maid, Cecily, confirms, smiling, that the little lord is in the dining hall eating the pudding the chef prepared. Revealing that she volunteered to help with the surprise, Nahan reaches the youth's room door and turns the knob very slowly to enter without making noise. Suddenly, Seer appears running down the hallway shouting for the professor, leaving Nahan and the maid completely surprised by that unexpected encounter. The child tightly hugs him, saying she felt he was going to her room, leaving the young man shocked to discover that she manages to track his magical energy. Nahan gets tense with the situation, while Cecily mentally blames herself for almost ruining the entire birthday surprise plan. The little demon lord asks, confused, what he was doing there, and Nahan improvises an excuse, saying the weather is great for them to take a walk together. The young man lets her know he will walk a bit with the child and winks at Cecily, who nods back, guaranteeing she will take care of everything in their absence. Outside, the child looks up at the starry sky, mesmerized, and comments on how beautiful the full moon is tonight. Nahan caresses the youth's head and asks if he likes shiny things, feeling relieved for having chosen to adjust the gold crown as a gift. In an affectionate tone, the professor asks for him to always stay healthy and tells him to let him know in case things get tough, without needing to endure everything alone. The youth answers that he highly likes his professor and all his lessons, guaranteeing that nothing is truly tough for him. Seer joyfully asks to learn even more, and Nahan agrees on the condition that he rest whenever he needs to, because resting also makes up part of learning. The child happily accepts, and the professor observes that sincere smile, wishing from the bottom of his heart that he never lose that purity and kindness. Looking up at the top of the castle, Nahan sees the maid signal that the mission was pulled off with success and suggests they head back inside. On the 70th floor, the young man visits Doomgrick's blacksmith workshop and greets him warmly after spending some time without seeing each other. He shows the gold crown and explains that he wishes to commission a size adjustment for Lord Seer, keeping the original design identical to what it already is. The blacksmith guarantees he knows someone capable of doing the service and asks the deadline, hearing from Nahan that he needs it in 1 week and that everything must be kept secret. Nahan seizes the chance to ask about the progress of their research, and the blacksmith confesses that they already created a prototype, but that he still feels ashamed to show it. The young man reassures him, saying there is no rush, as long as they do a good job, leaving the demon motivated to strive to his utmost to achieve success. Satisfied for having prepared the perfect gift, Nahan walks back thinking about the party preparations until he hears a scandalous crying coming from afar. Upon arriving at the scene, he finds the maids trying to calm the little lord and asks, startled, what exactly is happening there at that moment. The green-horned servant offers a delicious pudding to try and calm him down while they wait, but Seer refuses in tears, bawling a resounding no. Everybody stands in shock and with their mouths wide open to see the little demon lord reject his favorite sweet in that utterly desperate way. While the servants continue disbelieving the refusal of the sweet, the youth cries quietly, feeling deep lack of his beloved professor. In the exact same instant, he spots Nahan. Seer runs in his direction, crying rivers of tears, and throws himself into his arms in a tight hug. The young man catches him with a lot of affection, confirming he is there, and asks in a gentle way the real motive for so much crying and desperation. The maids explain that he came looking for the tutor without knowing he had gone out, and ended up panicking, thinking his master had left for good. The young man smiles gently, apologizing for leaving without warning, explaining it was just to settle a quick problem and suggests they enter the castle. With the little one in his lap, Nahan admits he was careless and asks affectionately what left him so worried to the point of making him shed so many tears. With his eyes full of tears, the youth confesses he got highly afraid of his master abandoning him, making the young man try to reassure him immediately. He promises he will take care of him with all due diligence until he grows up strong and healthy to manage to reach the top of the demon world all by himself. The child wide-eyes his tear-filled shiny eyes and asks in a very direct way if he will leave for real when that day finally arrives. Nahan swallows hard, realizing his real plan is indeed to return to his original world after concluding the game, but recognizes he he cannot reveal that to him. He lies, saying he would never do that, and promises he will always stay by his side, making the youth hopefully ask if that is truly real. Nahen confirms and suggests they eat pudding together to celebrate, but the youth's mind notices on the spot that that was his professor's very first lie, even while being carried. Seer realizes that the master intends to leave as soon as he reaches his objective, and concludes in a dark way that he cannot let that happen. With increasingly obsessive thoughts, he decides that the professor belongs solely to him, and that because of that, he must remain by his side forever and ever. The youth sketches a terrifyingly focused smile, thinking that if he strives and trains even more, his master will definitely never consider abandoning him. The youth swears to himself that he will never let him leave, and the scene advances 1 week in time, arriving at the big day of the little lord's birthday party. Nahen enters the hall holding hands with the birthday boy, who wears a beautiful red festive outfit, while the guests applaud and deliver congratulations. The child thanks everyone in a cute way, making the commander comment on how adorable he looks. While her subordinate merely sighs at her attitude, the young officer approaches and delivers a small box, saying it's a gift he and the commander prepared, leaving the little one excited to open it. Seer opens the wrapping and stays enchanted to see a beautiful shiny red ribbon, thanking them in a gentle way for the beautiful and simple token he received from them. Citri arrives saying she found the gift way too simple, and provocatively asks if everyone is anxious for the grand gift she herself brought to the party. With a confident smile, the Lord claps her hands in an elegant way and orders her servants to bring the big surprise she prepared with so much care. Nahen smacks his hand against his own forehead, forecasting the disaster. While the youth stares at the covered mysterious object without understanding absolutely anything that is there, she reveals a gigantic golden statue of himself and says a demon king needs to command respect, proudly completing that she found the result highly cute. Nahen agrees with her reasoning and surprise, admits he didn't know she was capable of such thoughts, making the Lord question if that was genuinely a praise. Seer approves of the gift, giving a thumbs up, and immensely thanks Citri, who winks back saying it was worth preparing everything if he indeed liked it so much. Right after, the little demon lord says that now is the time to see his professor's gift, and Nahen promptly orders blacksmith Doomgrick to bring the object. The blacksmith delivers a rectangular red box, and the young man congratulates him on the good work, saying to Seer that he is certain he will love what is inside there. Anxious, the little one throws his precious plush bear into Butler Kane's arms so he can open the box, leaving everyone in the hall completely shocked at that scene. He holds the package with his eyes sparkling and asks if he can open it already, receiving immediate and affectionate permission from his dear professor. As soon as he opens the lid, a strong golden shine illuminates the youth's face, who lets out a shout of complete admiration and surprise upon seeing what is in there. Nahen congratulates him on his birthday, while the little lord appears wearing the golden crown now at an ideal size, thanking the master with a gorgeous smile on his face. Walking back through the castle hallways, the young man carries the child in his lap and asks if she is truly that happy, hearing a super excited reply. While caressing the youth's head, the young man notes that his hair is turning red and thinks that this is a clear sign that he is getting used to storing mana. Suddenly, the professor stops in the middle of the path and asks the youth to wait a second, leaving the child curious and confused about what could be happening there. Upon brushing aside the hair strands near the crown, Nan feels something sharp and goes into shock upon realizing that what he just found is actually the sprouting of a horn. The desperate young man asks Kane if there is something wrong with Seer's health, but the butler calms the master, explaining it is the perfectly natural process of a demon king. Kane comments in an intrigued way that sometimes he wonders what the young man used to do in the past, leaving Nahen apprehensive, thinking he suspects his origins. The professor sighs relieved, confessing he thought he was sick, and Seer makes a mad pout, guaranteeing he is doing great, making Nahen smile relieved. The butler warns in a serious way that demons' horns are extremely sensitive and require a lot of care, and the young master agrees, knowing he needs to take the warning seriously. In the outer courtyard, Doomgrick warns that he prepared everything as requested, and Nahen praises the look before asking where the weapon prototype he had commissioned is. The blacksmith gets tense, realizing he intends to test the weapon on the spot, but the young man tries to calm him down peacefully, saying there is no problem at all in case the test fails. He explains that a good result would be perfect, but that one also acquires a lot of experience through failures, serving as motivation to achieve even greater accomplishments. With an encouraging smile, the young man asks him to not get so nervous, receiving a respectful and much more relieved answer from his talented, trusted blacksmith. Upon analyzing closely the external finish of the metal blade, Nahan comments quite satisfied that the look of the sword turned out excellent and very well polished on the outside. The professor asks in a preventive way for Seer to take a few steps back and move away a bit, alerting that it can be quite dangerous to stay nearby in the test. Everyone observes in absolute silence while the young man positions himself in the center of the training courtyard, firmly holding the new weapon to kick off the grand demonstration. He executes a swift and precise vertical slash in the air, releasing a trail of glowing bluish energy that cuts the wind with immense force and impressive speed. The blacksmith swallows hard with a lot of apprehension while anxiously waiting for the final verdict until he hears the young man call him in a calm and serious way after the attack. Upon sheathing the sword with total dexterity, Nayan breaks the silent suspense and directly congratulates the demon blacksmith for having done a truly incredible job. The other blacksmith celebrates euphoric for his companion, while Nahan explains that it's enough to adjust the cutting edge just a bit more so that the weapon is ready for commercialization. The young man pats his shoulder, saying he expects the same quality level for the next shipments, leaving the blacksmith excited to promise that he will do his best. Seer runs excitedly in his direction, asking if they will finally kick off that business plan, and the professor confirms, smiling, that everything can start right now. Meanwhile, on the 69th floor, a demon noble begins an intriguing conversation, asking Lord Bennett if he found out about the latest news in the region. Lord Wayne shares that he heard rumors about the sale of rare weapons on the 70th floor. But Bennett doubts it and comments that news lacking credibility amounts to nothing but gossip. Wayne insists, saying they are humans' weapons and that there are models of their own manufacturing. But Bennett disdains, stating that any gear made in the demon realm is garbage. Wayne asks what he would do if the pieces were equivalent to the humans, and Bennett steps back surprised, saying that although he doubts it, he intends to go to the location to check closely. Bennett reflects that the investment would be worth it in case it's true, while Wayne decides to accompany him on the trip and provocatively asks if he knows how to get there. Shortly after, the two demon nobles arrive at the imposing entrance of the event location, and one of them calls for his companion in a highly surprised tone of voice. Upon realizing they are at the royal palace, one of them asks, startled, if that is Seer's castle, and the lord confirms that the business is run by the demon king himself. The doors open, and Citri welcomes them, thanking everyone for having come from so far, motivated solely by the rumors, while the young man and Seer observe from the side. The guests whisper surprised upon noting Seer's presence, commenting on the famous alliance between the two demon lords to run the trade together. However, upon seeing the armed elite guard standing ready around the thrones, the merchants realize that the mood of that business meeting could get a bit tense. Citri guarantees with total firmness, and in the Demon King's name, that the quality of the armaments produced by them is identical to the humans, leaving everyone well impressed. Lord Wayne stands mouth agape at the bold statement and thinks to himself that they must be extremely confident in the quality to deliver a guarantee at this level. Citri imposes the condition that she will only reveal the information to whoever closes a deal, warning that the uninterested can leave right now, but whoever stays will be obligated to negotiate. In a dark and intimidating tone, she threatens that whoever hears the details of the agreement and later makes up excuses to not close, the partnership will never leave that hall alive. One of the nobles swallows hard and nervously asks if that is a direct threat, but the lord fires back in an ironic way, saying she is merely delivering a preventive warning to them. Several merchants decide to leave startled, while those who remain ask what Lord Bennett will do, and he decides to stay even knowing of the major danger. Wayne wishes his friend good luck and leaves, leaving Bennett thoughtful about facing that situation as a unique opportunity to build bonds with two demon kings. With only 20 people in the hall, Citri proudly celebrates everything working out, but Nahan asks her to bring down her hype, reminding her that the important part is starting right now. The young man takes a step forward and introduces himself as Seer's tutor and the true mind behind that business, leaving the clients confused for thinking it belonged to Citri. He explains that she is part of the deal, but that he mapped out and executed everything, making Bennett shocked. Deduced that the young man uses a demon king as a mere political puppet. He confidently raises two fingers and presents his two proposals, starting with the offer of an exclusive monopoly to sell the weapons all across the demon realm. Nahan proposes a profit split of 60-40 in their favor, explaining that since it's a partnership between two floors, the sharing of profits is necessary. Bennett thoughtfully agrees, calculating that even with high material and labor costs, the 40% will still yield an absurd profit with the human weapons. The young man says everything depends on the guaranteed quality, putting a human sword and one of their own manufacturing on the table for the merchant to compare both personally. Upon analyzing the weapon of demon manufacturing, Bennett and the others stay completely mesmerized and shocked, admit that the artisanal work there is simply incredible. He swallows hard upon realizing the immense power of a monopoly on these weapons for 3 years. Mentally concluding that his partner Wayne was totally wrong, Bennett asks what the quantity supplied monthly will be, and Nahen answers that it will be 400 blades per month, which the trader finds too few for business. The young man praises his speed with numbers, but smilingly reveals that the plan involves supplying complete combat armaments, not limiting itself merely to swords. The merchant realizes that this includes armor and helmets, while Nahen snaps his fingers to signal the revelation of his castle's full war equipment list. Nahen confirms he will trade most types of military gear, delivering the detailed documents directly into the hands of the highly surprised merchants. He reads the list, which includes spears, axes, and heavy and light armor, thinking dazzled that that colossal variety of items is perfect to launch a mega business. Citri mentally regrets not having demanded a higher percentage of the share, but quickly recognizes that if she insisted too much, the young man would have completely excluded her from the plan. Lord Bennett asks what the second commercial proposal would be, and Nahen fixes his gaze on the merchant, thinking that he truly stood out highly relative to the rest from the start. Upon learning his name, Nahen recalls that in the game, Bennett was the grand leader of a gigantic merchant guild, realizing it would be highly wise to bring him to his side. The young man warns that not everyone needs to agree to the second plan due to the limited stock, making Bennett notice right away that the commercial value of that will be extremely high. With a highly astute gaze, Nahen ponders that while some will stay hesitant, other merchants will do absolutely anything necessary to manage to close the deal. He says it's better to show the item than to stay merely explaining, and lets them know he'll be right back, receiving consent from Citri and a nervous, clumsy response from Bennett. The young man walks in a firm and decided manner, descending the dark stone staircases toward the deepest and darkest levels of the palace dungeon. While they follow him through the cold hallways of the calabuso, the merchants ask themselves, intrigued, the reason for going there and what kind of special merchandise awaits them upon arriving at the cells. Nahen presents the second business, revealing that the merchandises are human prisoners who were recently captured by his troops on the floor. The humans desperately beg for freedom, banging on the bars, leaving the merchant startled to see real people locked up in the demon's dungeon. Bennett asks if he proposes slave trafficking, and the young man praises his sharp perception, confirming he already selected the useful ones. Although future stock is unpredictable, Nahen recognizes the risks involved and guarantees he won't force them into anything, asking for only those interested in the human trade to remain at the auction site. The merchant internally evaluates that human slaves are temperamental and difficult to control, in addition to the fact that the vast majority of demons despise that weak race. He realizes that for high-class demons the story is highly different, and that is a guaranteed gold mine. While some begin to accept, Nahen observes that only 5 courageous merchants remained after the dismissals, and satisfied comments that this number is perfect to proceed with the presentation. The young man points to one of the cells and explains that those captured humans are destined for heavy manual labor, being excellent for pulling off domestic tasks. In another cell, he shows humans of beautiful appearance and coolly explains that those specific individuals are destined exclusively for entertainment and company. He displays chained, strong prisoners and says they serve for protection, guaranteeing that their combat skill level is comparable to that of human warriors. While Bennett evaluates the great utility of having strong warriors as servants, one of the chained prisoners bangs with all his might against the metal bars, ranted in hatred, completely enraged. The human prisoner bawls that he prefers to die than to rot, serving cursed demons, and loudly demands that they kill him once and for all, right then and there. Bennett shakes his head, worried, and comments on the difficulty of taming and controlling human fury. But Nahen answers with total coldness that there is not the slightest chance of it going wrong. Without saying anything more, the young man pouts his lips and lets out a soft whistle of a mystical tone that echoes mysteriously across that dungeon's entire dark expanse. Instantly, a purple magical glow appears on the rebellious man's nape, causing him an immense pain that makes him desperately clamor for the demons to stop with that. The prisoner still tries to utter enraged insults, calling them demon scum, but his eyes begin to lose their shine as the spell takes hold of him. An explosion of purple magical energy emanates from the seal on his neck, while he drops to his knees on the ground, muttering his last death vow in a completely weakened way. Bennett wide-eyes his blue eyes in pure dread and awe upon witnessing the terrifying efficiency of that mysterious containment and swift punishment method of the professor. The young man calmly explains that he engraved a customizable curse onto each of the slaves' napes, while the prisoners groan in agony fallen on the damp stone floor. He displays a terrifying smile with his eyes glowing in red, and warns that if there is still hesitation, he can include a bonus brainwashing spell on all of them. Back on the 69th floor, Wayne desperately runs up to Bennett asking where he obtained such valuable merchandise, and his partner reveals the commercial alliance. Wayne analyzes the incredible gleaming sword in his hands at Bennett's shop and admits in a tone of deep disbelief that the quality of that metal piece is absurdly high. Wayne begs for him to sell him some units, offering to pay double the price, but Bennett refuses, gesturing a no with his fingers due to his exclusivity contract. Faced with Wayne's shock because of the high-level monopoly, Bennett victoriously warns that the market will undergo a colossal revolution and advises his companion to prepare. He meets up with his blonde employee and asks if everything is set, ordering him to spread the rumors about the auction, focusing on the high nobility of the entire demon realm. The subordinate questions if he is certain of that bold action, and Bennett smilingly guarantees that the influential demon nobles will love receiving new and interesting toys in the office. The young man receives a correspondence sent by the merchant and intrigued comments that the plan to conduct a human slave auction was an excellent idea. The butler agrees, saying the auction is the best strategy in light of the unstable stock, and the young man praises Bennett's intelligence, finding it foolish to go merely to watch. The professor plans something different and sketches an astute smile with his eyes glowing in gold, seriously considering the possibility of bringing 2 people along with them. Days later, he visits Bennett's massive shop on the 69th floor with the little lord, who stays mesmerized and lets out a shout of joy at the grandeur of the location. While Seer excitedly points to the shop's shiny things, the human captives Ari and Dane whisper in the corner, not understanding why the professor brought them along for shopping. Bennett welcomes them, bowing respectfully, and Nahan lets him know they came merely to take a look, asking if there are magical tools available in the shop's stock. While they walk toward the back of the shop, Merchant Bennett discreetly calls the young man in a highly apprehensive and curious tone. Bennett whispers, asking if the 2 companions are human, but Nahan cuts the topic, saying that is none of his business, and the merchant accepts the silence. Upon opening the shop's back door, the group comes across a secret room filled with rare artifacts and magical tools that glow intensely. Ari and Dane look around, mesmerized by the high-quality tools on display, realizing that all objects there are items of a highly rare tier. To their surprise, Nahan lets them know they both can pick 1 item each in case it helps in their studies. Leaving them extremely surprised by so much generosity, Ari quickly points to a gorgeous gleaming ring and sheepishly asks her mestre if she could keep that specific magical jewel. The professor praises her choice of an artifact capable of storing mana, pondering that this is an excellent option since humans cannot generate mana. However, Ari notices the intensely cold and jealous gaze that little Seer throws in her direction, making the human girl wonder if she did something wrong. Realizing the tension, Nahan affectionately caresses his beloved disciple's head and asks if she also wants to pick an item, receiving a radiant response. The little one runs joyfully and picks a necklace with a twinkling blue gem, exclaiming she loved that object for being hands down the shiniest in the room. Nahan observes the blue jewel up close and approves of the girl's choice, upon noting that the pendant holds a powerful protection magic imbued within its structure. The young man lets Bennett know he will pay for everything later and orders the merchant to also recommend a good tool that matches perfectly with Dane's skills. Nahan asks how much time still remains for the main event, and the merchant consults his watch, guaranteeing that if they leave right now, they will arrive exactly on time. Upon leaving, the professor calls the 2 humans to accompany them, causing them to feel welcomed and realize that he truly assumed responsibility for them. Back at the grand auction hall, the presenter steps onto the stage, enthusiastically announcing that the next lot available for bidding is ideal for entertainment. He guarantees that thanks to the magical rune mark, the slaves will never disobey their owners, starting the bidding at 5 gold coins for the demon audience. Witnessing that terrible human sale on the stage, Ari and Dane swallow hard, horrified, realizing that as a silent warning about their own lives, Nahan observes from the balcony and mentally praises the merchant's smarts for using the auction system to solve the stock issue and maximize profits. The little one turns to her mestre in an innocent way and asks the reason why he isn't selling his 2 human prisoners, since they seem to be worth quite a bit of gold. The young man affectionately explains that he also needs his own direct subordinates in the castle, just like she has her court of trusted servants and assistants. He compliments that their value lies precisely in the fact that they are human, and asks that she trust his decisions, obtaining a joyful and immediate response from the little one. The Mestre looks back with a discreet and subtle victorious smile, directly asking Dane and Ari if either of them regrets having accepted his help. The 2 humans hesitate for a few moments, with sweat running down their faces, remaining in absolute silence before that impactful and tense question from the guy. While they listen to the auctioneer's gavel strike selling another slave on the stage, they relievedly think that that tragic fate could have easily been theirs. They internally conclude that accepting the pact with him was the best choice of their lives, and the Mestra smiles satisfied, guaranteeing he counts on the total loyalty of both. The history abruptly advances in time, showing a young hand emanating an impressive amount of glowing magical energy that illuminates the entire scenario. Seer's long and silky white hair floats gracefully with the wind. While she executes a swift and fluid move with her gleaming training blade, the professor observes the training closely and praises the girl from afar, commenting that she evolved in a fantastic way in controlling and storing her magical energy. Now displaying tiny golden horns and a visibly more mature appearance 5 years later, Seer runs smiling and full of excitement to talk to him. He recognizes her effort in mana training and proposes changing the location of today's lesson, causing the beautiful young demon to curiously ask if they're going somewhere fun. Nahan smilingly fires back that he doesn't guarantee fun, but that it is vital learning about business. Demanding that she not be lazy and receiving a resigned response from her walking in the evening, Nahan asks if she knows what important date today is, and explains that it is the exact day when the exclusive weapons sale contract expires. Seer deduces that the merchants got in touch to try a renegotiation, but the professor calmly answers that there is no need to accept their proposal. She winks confidently, commenting that their war gear became famous, and because of that they no longer need intermediaries, being able to create their own sales network. The young man agrees and adds that other merchants are unhappy with the monopoly and that by giving hope of a deal to them, they will receive offers with way better terms. He praises her discernment upon agreeing to end the monopoly and adds that this is also the perfect moment for them to expand the human slave business. Siri agrees with her Mestri's words and comments that she heard say that things in the human world are going extremely chaotic lately with local disputes. The young man mentally recalls that in the game the Grand Northern War was a valuable event for territorial power expansion that allowed profiling a lot by ignoring alliances. While they walk toward a glowing transport gateway, Nan asks if she recalls her initial goal, and she answers that the plan was to ruin Dantalion. The young demon wide-eyes surprised upon understanding the intention behind that, and Nahan confidently confirms that the perfect base to conquer the next floor is ready, displaying a subtly perverse expression filled with determination on his face. The young man firmly warns that the grand moment has finally arrived for them to act. Nahan meets up with the traders and coldly warns that he will not renew the exclusive contract, claiming that the 5-year term was more than enough for them to profit. While he displays a document with his magic, he lightly smiles and warns the group of merchants that he holds a totally new commercial proposal to present. The young man asks for them to calmly analyze the papers first, leaving the merchants quite curious while they begin to read the content of the floating sheet. He explains that they only need to spread some specific rumors in exchange for receiving even more weapons and human servants, leaving Bennett shocked at the audacity. Bennett asks if the information is indeed true, but the young man displays a terrifying gaze questioning their mutual trust and making the merchant fearfully apologize. The merchant swallows hard smoothly upon realizing that spreading that will turn Dantalion into their enemy. Knowing also that they cannot by any means break the alliance with Nahan, Sira asks the reason for him insisting on selling to them, and Nahan calmly answers that he prioritizes partnership, but Bennett notices the hidden message that they will be discarded if they refuse. Knowing that the partnership with him became vital for his guild, Bennett accepts the task and the others follow him, hearing the professor's thanks and wishes for success. As he watches the merchants leave the hall, still questioning the data they received, Citri warns that despite everything, Dantalion would never be careless with his finances. Citri complains that he should have told her about this massive plan beforehand, but Nahan fires back, saying she should visit him more often to practice. Annoyed, the Lord tells the young man to shut his mouth, claiming she can handle things on her own, and asks if he has any idea why she cannot visit them. Terrified, she reveals the reason is that little Seer is absolutely terrifying, but she agrees to visit more often and asks what the Prota's next move will be. With a clever look, Nahan instructs the Lord to just act completely normal as always, assuring her that the cracks in their alliance will form all on their own. The scene shifts to the 69th floor, showing the grand and imposing facade of the castle ruled by the powerful Demon Lord Dantalion inside the castle. Demon Lord Dantalion furiously crumples a report and demands answers regarding the news that he falsified weapon sales. Completely losing his mind, he throws the papers into the air, screaming with rage to find out who the lousy person responsible for exposing that hidden fraud was. Weapons wholesaling was his main source of income, but the business took a devastating blow due to the arrival of high-quality weapons from the lower floor. With warehouses overflowing with unsold inventory, Dantalion doctored the accounting books to make it look like all the weapons had been successfully sold. He screams in despair, saying the fraud makes it look like he embezzled funds, while his minion assures him there are no signs of an information leak. One of Dantalion's advisors interrupts his master's rage to warn him that, unfortunately, there is a much more urgent and serious issue to deal with right now. Tense, he reports that their partner merchants are demanding to cancel their contracts, while the blacksmith workshops are desperately demanding their payments. The Lord falls into complete despair, pulling at his own hair and angrily wondering where on earth he will find such a colossal amount of money now. The advisors discuss options like liquidating the inventory to raise cash quickly, knowing it will cause an absurd loss, but seeing no other way out. The oldest advisor insists that a financial loss is better than losing the trade routes, warning that if the army runs out of funds, Citri will attack them without mercy. Left with no alternative, Dantalion orders them to contact Decarabia to ask for loans, preferring to depend on his superiors rather than face total ruin. He concludes to himself that he would rather humiliate himself before his superiors than be completely wiped out by Lord Citri, who has been rising rapidly from the floor below. Knowing everything, Nahen smiles with satisfaction at seeing his enemy sink into trouble exactly as planned, finding that downfall to be a magnificent sight. The story then takes us to Nahen's brand new exquisite office, where the young man and seer are gathered to discuss the next steps of the mission. Nahen explains that Decarabia will drain every last resource from Dantalion in exchange for the loan, turning his rescue attempt into a terrible trap. The young demon lord asks how he knew the enemy was secretly hoarding weapons, and Nahen lies, giving the credit to the spy Dane to hide the fact that it came from the game. Seer admits she is surprised by how useful the captured humans are, and Nahen playfully asks if she doubts his choices, leaving the girl flustered and embarrassed. With her cheeks blushing with jealousy, she grumbles that her master has been paying too much attention to the new helpers, and the young man finds her childish attitude cute, even though she has grown. He calms her down by sweetly assuring her that she is his only priority in life and always will be, gently patting her head and making her feel much more at ease. Returning to the topic of the war, Nahen suggests speeding up the end of the enemy's alliance, and Seer agrees that the information they have is perfect for creating chaos. The young man agrees and asks the young lord to summon Commander Rin to lead this special secret interception mission, as he trusts her potential. In the audience chamber of the 72nd floor, Rin kneels respectfully before Seer's throne, and the lord officially welcomes her military commander. The blue-haired warrior explains the dangers if Dantalion and Decarabia's delegates manage to meet at the neighboring floor's castle. According to the Prota's orders, Nahen agrees with her strategic reasoning and orders the commander to intercept and eliminate the delegates from the neighboring floor. Handing over some special swords, the young man delivers the specific weapons and expressly orders her to use only those given swords to carry out the interception of the delegates in the forest. Rin examines the markings on the metal and immediately realizes that the weapons were crafted and engraved on Dantalion's own floor. Not belonging to their army, she instantly understands the genius behind Nahen's plan to frame the enemies and concludes that this is yet another brilliant scheme by her mentor. With total determination, she swears to herself that she will execute the mission perfectly for the sake of her lord, who is finally showing the posture of a true queen, bursting with pride and happiness. Seer asks if she did the right thing, and Nahen confirms it, praising her imposing presence as a demon king, making her demand a reward for her success. Thinking about what treat to give the girl, the teacher asks what kind of cute plush doll she would like to win, as a reward this time for her achievement. To her mentor's great surprise, the demon girl suddenly changes her tone of voice and seriously replies that she does not want a simple doll this time. She turns her back and stomps away in anger, leaving Nahen completely confused and breaking into a cold sweat, as he wonders if that rebellious attitude is already due to puberty. In the portal zone between the floors, Rin instructs her team on the crucial importance of keeping their identities under absolute secrecy. Receiving support from Varuna, Rin divides the combat, ordering each warrior to take down 2 opponents, while one of the soldiers worriedly warns about the risk of elite escorts being in the convoy. He recognizes that the mission will become considerably dangerous and complicated if those elite warriors show up to escort the enemy convoy in the border forest. The commander firmly assures him that she will handle that obstacle herself and orders her soldiers to position themselves strategically in the forest for the attack. In the dead of night, bright sparks of magic begin to emanate from the center of the portal, signaling that the enemy delegation is about to cross the border. Moments later, a colossal sphere of purplish magical energy opens wide amid the tense silence of the forest to allow the group to pass. Noting that there are no elite guards escorting the cloaked group that just stepped out of the portal, Rin smiles in relief and orders her soldiers to launch the assault. The commander leaps from the shadows with movements as fast as a flash of light, landing precise strikes in the air to take down her defenseless opponents. She yells with authority, ordering her subordinates to advance with full force to eliminate the remaining enemies without giving them the slightest chance to escape. Caught completely off guard by the deadly ambush, the delegates scream in panic, unable to understand who the mysterious attackers are that suddenly appeared from the darkness. With all the enemies defeated on the ground, Rin looks over the area of the battle with disdain and orders her troops to retreat so they can return safely to the castle. Dantalion panics completely upon receiving the terrible news that Decarabia's diplomatic convoy was completely taken out in cold blood in the forest. The advisor confirms the shocking attack and desperately warns that they need to notify Decarabia as soon as possible to prevent the blame from falling on them. The assistant tries to calm the lord down, stating that they did not carry out the attack, but tensely reveals that the swords found in the forest belong to their own manufacturing. The advisor warns that Decarabia will use this terrible incident as an excuse to pressure them even more, attempting to turn their alliance into vassalage. He slams his hand hard against the arm of the throne in hatred and accuses Citri of being the mastermind behind that terrible trap, while listening to advice about paying compensation. Furious, Dantalion orders a letter to be sent to their ally and tells the troops to prepare for war against Citri, standing up and leaving in a hurry under the shouts of his minion. Suddenly, a guard comes running in desperately to warn that Decarabia's troops have crossed the invasion portal, shocking the lord with the speed of the attack. The assistants comment that the response time was way too perfect, suggesting that Decarabia himself might have orchestrated the demise of his own convoy just to invade, completely losing control. He orders the entire army to be sent immediately to the battlefield to repel the rival troops' invasion with full force. On the 72nd floor, the messenger reports that the floor above has been invaded, and Seer praises her master for predicting the entire situation with absolute precision. Nahan sweetly asks if she will leave the rest of the plan under his responsibility and smiles, stating that they will reap massive profits while those two fight each other. Curious, she asks what that expression means, and Nahan clarifies in a simple way that it means gaining great advantages and profits without putting in any effort. He orders his legion to prepare for departure and announces they will join the fight, but the commander expresses hesitation, thinking Decarabia's army is way too strong. The young man clarifies that he does not want an open confrontation, but rather to follow their troops from the shadows and strike their rear guard in a quick and silent manner. The military leader accepts the intriguing strategy, bowing with respect, and the young demon gives her cheerful encouragement. Hearing from the warrior that she can trust him, Nahan also instructs Commander Rin to evacuate all the merchants from Dantalion's floor to their lower floor, but she doubts whether they will accept the warning. He explains that the merchants used to go there looking for safety and respect, but since their lord broke that trust and is now facing an invasion, the situation has completely changed. He adds with a clever smile that this is the perfect opportunity to draw those merchants in, since they will offer absurd tax advantages on Citri's floor. Seer asks if they will need Citri's permission to apply these policies, and he says the Lord would never refuse a proposal that will bring rivers of gold to her. Excited by the genius of the plan to bring Dantalion down without any effort, Seer orders all the generals to strictly follow every single instruction from her teacher. With the royal orders duly received, the commanders leave the hall and walk determinedly to begin preparing their respective combat troops. Nahan notices that the young girl is rather thoughtful and asks if she has any doubts, but she joyfully reveals that she just had an excellent combat idea. She proposes taking advantage of the enemy's distraction to personally go and conquer the neighboring floor, but the teacher judges the action to be far too risky due to the danger of ambushes. Confident in her potential, she reassures him that she has trained diligently and studied hard over the past few years, mastering complex spells taught closely by him. He firmly denies it, saying it is not yet the right time for her to go to the battlefield, stating that she will need to grow up a bit more before that upset by the restriction. The girl complains in a whiny way, stomping her feet at the throne, and rants that she already considers herself a fully capable adult. The young man mentally acknowledges that she is completely right and that, objectively speaking, no demon lord from the lower floors could beat her in a direct duel. However, he ponders that she is still very young, and if she were to suffer a serious injury or end up losing her life in battle, all his efforts would be thrown in the trash. He gently asks her to be patient for a little longer and apologizes for his protective attitude, promising to personally lead all the upcoming frontline fights. The master proposes granting her a wish of her choice as soon as the battles are over, with the sole condition that it does not involve anything absurd like going to fight on the front lines. With her eyes sparkling with happiness, Seer exclaims without hesitation that her greatest wish is to go on a fun date alongside her beloved teacher. Surprised, he realizes that they have indeed never taken a day off together before and gladly accepts the request, remembering how happy he used to be when he went out with his parents, lying in bed hugging her teddy bears. Seer radiantly celebrates the news of the date and confesses that she is so anxious that she cannot even sleep. She snuggles affectionately against the plush toy and confesses in her thoughts that her beloved teacher is the most precious person in her life for always being by her side. She then realizes that in order to enjoy her time off soon, she needs to end the current conflicts as quickly as possible and plans to put her ideas into action without delay. With a focused and dark look, she decides to act behind her master's back if necessary, even if it means becoming a disobedient and rebellious girl. She confronts the commander by surprise, demanding to participate in the military mission, proudly justifying that she is the queen of the entire army and must lead from the front. Rin mentally evaluates the unbelievable evolution of the Demon Lord's swordsmanship and magic, knowing she would be of massive help in combat, but she still fears Nahen's wrath. She bows respectfully, apologizing, and denies the young girl's request, reminding her that if the young man forbade her from going to combat, he surely has noble reasons for it. With an intimidating look, Seer points her finger sharply and directly questions who the true sovereign is that she serves, making the warrior stammer from tension. The sovereign stares at her coldly and demands to know if her queen's order holds a higher priority than the commands sent by the master of her castle. With no other logical option, Rin mentally admits that the queen's orders come first, leaving Seer victorious to celebrate that she is officially part of the secret mission the commander gives in to the request, but anxiously begs her not to overdo it and to be careful. Receiving a very relaxed and cheerful reply from the girl, Rin reminds her of the commitment she made to stay safe, and the young queen impatiently reaffirms that she perfectly understood every single warning received. Firmly gripping the hilt of her sword with a beautiful and sweet smile, Seer mentally swears that she will resolve everything quickly so she can enjoy her long-dreamed-of date. On the battlefield covered in smoke, Dantalion's commanders try to maintain order and demand that their soldiers defend the fortress at all costs. The archers positioned at the top of the wall receive the attack order and unleash a massive rain of arrows toward the enemy army advancing in the courtyard. Under the relentless assault of the defenders, several warriors from the invading convoy are struck dead on by the arrows and fall seriously wounded onto the sandy ground. In the rear guard, the demons from the Devata clan army prepare a curious technological device with a pink gem that begins to glow intensely with accumulated mana. The officer orders them to unleash their attack power against the troops, and several cannons fire colossal blasts of pink energy beams toward the fortress. The colossal magical blasts hit the courtyard, causing devastating explosions of pink energy that wipe out the enemy defenses amid the desperate screams of the soldiers. The colossal impact of the magical barrage shakes the entire structure of the fortress, causing gigantic pieces of stone to begin crumbling from the walls. The invading soldier falls to the ground, completely terrified and shaking with fear as he sees the devastation and the castle walls crumbling all around him. In the middle of the chaos, a gigantic piece of stone plummets from above and brutally crushes one of the combatants under the shocked and horrified gazes of the others. Shielding themselves behind large metal shields, the warriors angrily lament that the rain of arrows and magic is non-stop and impossible to overcome. The commander of Decarabia's army notices the critical disadvantage and yells with all his might, ordering all survivors to retreat from there immediately. However, a powerful and imposing warrior in shining golden armor lands on the battlefield in a majestic manner, wielding a gigantic sword. With a sharp and focused gaze through his helmet, the golden warrior observes 2 spheres of pink mana heading his way, without showing the slightest hint of fear. With a single and powerful vertical slash of his enormous sword, he deflects the magical spheres, generating a colossal explosion of energy that lights up the entire area. The mysterious golden paladin calms his subordinates, ordering them not to be afraid. Imposingly introducing himself as the first star of the pentagram, he hoists his colossal sword onto his shoulders with total arrogance and proclaims loudly and clearly that the legendary warrior Balthazar has finally arrived for the great fight. One of the guards warns in terror that with the arrival of the pentagram, they won't stand a chance, but Dantalion furiously orders them to stop whining and keep shooting. The Lord angrily curses the cowardly and ineffective mercenaries he hired and decides to start gesturing with his own hands to prepare a spell. A massive and imposing greenish magic circle appears before the Demon Lord's hands as he begins to channel the destructive and lethal magic of Hellfire. He commands loudly for the Hellfire to mercilessly burn all his enemies and projects a colossal green flame toward Balthazar's troops. Seeing the massive dark green flame approaching at high speed, the Golden Warrior widens his eyes, slightly surprised by such a demonstration of power. Balthazar is completely swallowed by the destructive green flames, causing despair and screams of horror from his soldiers, who watch everything unable to help the assistants fascinatedly praise him for the grandiosity of that destructive magic. But Dantalion impatiently demands that they stop flattering him and prepare the next attack. Suddenly, the massive main gates of the great palace fortress begin to open with a thunderous sound that echoes across the entire captured battlefield. The captain of Dantalion's army celebrates, thinking the rival leader perished in the explosion, and firmly orders all forces to advance in an all-out attack. He smiles victoriously, thinking that the defense always holds the advantage in a siege, and that now, with the first star gone, they will surely win this war against their rival. While the Lord confidently plans his victory, a gigantic golden sword drops from the sky at incredibly high speed toward his own combat lines. The colossal sword strikes the chest of the commander of Dantalion's army dead on, who coughs up blood in horror as he realizes he was fatally hit by the strike. He collapses lifelessly onto the dusty ground, pinned to the soil by the massive golden weapon, while the other warriors watch that scene completely horrified. Firm metallic footsteps echo, and the legendary Balthazar emerges once again from inside the smoke of the Hellfire, ironically commenting that the spell was just a little warm. He reappears with his golden armor intact and without a single scratch, arrogantly revealing that the Demon Lord's attack was nothing more than a tickle to him. He firmly grips the hilt of his monumental sword planted in the ground and mockingly states that he finds Dantalion's combat skills utterly pathetic. The warrior proudly raises his sword before the castle surrounded by the bodies of defeated demons and ironically questions if the Lord thought he was equal to Decarabia. Shaking with pure hatred and gnashing his teeth, Dantalion insults him, calling him a lousy insect, and rants that he only survived thanks to his defensive magic armor. The paladin counters that his armor is a blessed gift from his sovereign Decarabia and tells the Demon Lord to blame his own weakness for not being able to even scratch it. With a deadly gaze shining under his helmet, Balthazar states that since his opponent's tricks are over, the final moment to end that battle for good has arrived. However, before he can finish his sentence, a colossal beam of energy plummets directly from the sky and strikes the Golden Warrior with devastating force. With absurd reflexes, Balthazar leaps backward, dodging the energy blast and falling to his knees on the dusty ground, while stones fly all around him. A young voice sweetly laments the fact that he managed to dodge her spell, and Balthazar raises his head in total shock upon encountering that presence. He recognizes her immediately and screams her full name in fear, receiving a mocking wink from the beautiful girl, confirming that it is indeed her right there. From the top of the palace, Dantalion watches her presence in confusion and suspiciously thinks that, although it looks like help, she would never move her army without hidden interests. Seer asks if he is the famous Balthazar, and the paladin says he is honored that she remembers his name. Questioning what brings the sovereign of another floor all the way here, she reveals with a wicked smile that she has an important commitment, and since he is getting in the way, she will handle him personally. Irritating the proud knight, Balthazar sees that as the perfect chance to defeat her and conquer the entire territory of the lower floor, joyfully thinking of the extreme satisfaction it would bring to his beloved sovereign. Seer's white hair begins to float gracefully in the air as glowing red mana veins begin to radiate intense heat all around her. With an extremely cold and focused gaze, she points her index finger toward the paladin and softly utters the ignition command for her lethal magic. Instantly, a gigantic skull of burning red flames swallows the Golden Warrior's entire body in a tremendous and devastating explosion of heat. Balthazar falls into absolute shock and begins to break into a cold sweat under his helmet as he realizes that the demon girl cast a colossal level magic without any incantations. He desperately curses as he notices that his blessed armor is melting before the strike even lands, realizing that her strength puts Dantalian's to shame. The warrior tries to clear the flames by swinging his sword through the air and acknowledges that she has talent, though he doubts she will go down by straightforward magic power alone. However, before he can react, Seer appears right in front of his helmet with her eyes flashing with fury at a speed that defies human comprehension. The imposing golden knight collapses dead onto the stone floor, while the young demon stretches out of boredom, commenting that her opponent lasted less than she expected. Dantalian watches everything from above and turns completely pale with terror, admitting to himself that he wasn't even able to see the girl's rapid movements. Rin comes running in a hurry with her soldiers and scolds the queen for rushing into battle all by herself, leaving Seer surprised to notice her arrival in the courtyard. The commander stares at the lifeless body stretched out on the ground and falls into absolute shock upon recognizing that the white-haired young girl defeated was the legendary Balthazar Varuna. Laughs out loud, praising his sovereign's unbelievable feat, while the female captain facepalms out of pure stress and tells her companion to shut his mouth. Rin warns that war against Decarabia is now inevitable due to the demise of his general, but the little lord suggests with a smile that they simply need to eliminate the witnesses. Seer ponders that those weren't all of them, and that the rest of the pentagram must have already noticed what happened, leaving Rin thoughtful about what to do. Seer smiles and suggests placing the blame on the 69th floor, making up a story that they were just passing by when Dantalian begged for help. Up there, Dantalian feels a sudden shiver and fearfully wonders what that unexpected chill he just felt could be. Rin worries about the large number of witnesses, but Seer calmly replies that they just need to eliminate every single one of them and force Dantalian to cooperate. Seer explains that Nahen taught her not to hesitate to threaten or take action when necessary, causing Rin to ironically comment that he raised her well. Seer smilingly orders the commander to just take care of the enemy soldiers, and Rin promptly accepts her queen's command. Rin draws her weapon and orders all units to prepare for battle, commanding the complete annihilation of the enemy army. Dantalian's soldiers celebrate, thinking the 72nd floor came to help, but the Lord swears to take revenge on them as soon as the war is over. At that exact instant, a massive amount of magical energy begins to concentrate intensely around Seer. In a terrifying manner, Seer raises her arm to the sky and begins to conjure a powerful sphere of dark energy surrounded by reddish and purple lightning. She directs the fearsome magical sphere straight at the main gate of the castle, leaving Dantalian confused from high up on the wall. The impact of the magic creates massive devastation in the castle, making the entire structure shake violently and causing the soldiers to desperately scream for help. Dantalian goes into a complete panic and demands to know why Seer von Devada is attacking his forces in that sudden way. Seer fires back, saying the castle would have been conquered without her, and that, since she saved it with her own power, the place now belongs to her. Dantalian realizes the queen's true intentions and, furious, begins to prepare a green counterspell, claiming that magic of hers was nothing. Suddenly, a magic circle of dispel appears and cancels his spell, leaving the Lord confused as he notices his skill completely failed. While Dantalian is shocked that she can master dispel magic, Seer warns him that resisting is useless and tells him to choose between passing away right there or surrendering. Seer explains that surrendering means serving under her command in exchange for protection for his floor, making the Lord fear the sovereign's strength. Observing the situation, Rin reflects that she could have met the same tragic fate, and concludes that the best thing to do is to ally herself for good with the young queen desperate. Dantalian begs her to stop the attack, and agrees to swear formal loyalty to her majesty, promising to follow all her orders. Satisfied with the surrender, Seer smiles cheerfully and suggests that they immediately sign an official peace treaty to seal the agreement. Already in the palace meeting room, the leaders gather around a large hexagonal wooden table to review the final terms of the document. Rin worriedly whispers if the queen is sure about this, since it is the first time she has disobeyed Nahen's advice, but Seer says she is a sovereign. Despite trying to maintain her leader persona, Seer begins to shake with terror at the thought of Nahen's reaction, making Rin question where her courage went. Suddenly, the doors of the meeting room are abruptly and violently thrown open, revealing the imposing silhouette of Nahen shouting the queen's name. The sudden and dramatic entrance startles everyone at the conference table, who jump from their chairs in complete shock at his arrival there. Seer stammers nervously upon seeing her master approaching with firm steps, displaying an extremely serious expression and completely dark eyes. Desperate, the young white-haired girl tries to stammer out some convincing justification to explain why she acted behind his back. To the total surprise of everyone in the room, Nahen simply pulls her into a tight, protective hug, leaving the girl completely frozen with no reaction. Nahen sighs in relief that she is safe and sound, showing immense concern for the girl's safety during that dangerous armed conflict. Touched by her master's genuine concern, Seer's eyes fill with tears, and she humbly apologizes for causing him so much worry. Nahen politely asks everyone to leave, but Dantalion tries to complain about his intrusion until he is sharply and coldly cut off by the newcomer. Nahen's eyes flash a threatening crimson tone, and he releases an overwhelming aura of power, terrifyingly ordering them once again to get out. Faced with that massive magical pressure, Dantalion shakes with terror, wondering who that monster could be, while Nahen asks Seer to tell him everything. Seer timidly explains that she only wanted to be useful to him, but Nahen gently replies that she doesn't need to push herself so hard to help him like that. She insists that she did an excellent job with no mistakes, conquering the entire floor, eliminating the legendary Balthazar, and even capturing the enemy alive. Nahen praises her for the feat, but warns about the massive dangers of acting without the leader, reminding her of the weight of her responsibility and asking for more caution. Nahen adds that he did not want her to reveal her strength right now, since information is power, and it is always better to keep the opponent from knowing your level. Decided to move forward with the current situation, Nahen approaches the conference table and begins to examine the peace treaty that was drawn up. He analyzes the plan to leave the old floor to Dantalion and make the new territory their base, absorbing the merchants and reducing the lord to a manager. Nahen praises the clean resolution of the agreement, making the white-haired young girl smile and ask if, in return, he would finally grant her a wish. Upon hearing the confirmation that they will go on a trip together outside the castle, Seer beams with happiness and can barely contain her immense joy. Nahen warns that first they need to resolve the problem of the 68th floor, since Decorabia likely won't sit still, and suggests resuming the meeting. As they restart their work, Nahen asks about the actual size of Decorabia's army, and Dantalion reveals impressive numbers of combatants. Nahen finds the number of troops quite significant, while Dantalion notices that Seer is making annoyed gestures because he is speaking in an informal manner. Realizing the silent threat, Dantalion quickly corrects his way of speaking to treat him with respect. While they calculate that thousands still remain, Nahen asks about the remaining forces on the current floor and begins to reflect on a tactic to wage war while protecting the structures. When Seer mentions Citri, Seer feels guilty about the situation, but Nahen gently pats his disciple's head to console her, saying that this serves as a lesson. Nahen thinks to himself that he can only handle all of this because he has already played through this scenario dozens of times, planning how to fix the course of history. He admits he prefers to avoid using a certain method, but reveals to Seer that he will personally take care of that entire situation in a very simple way. In the castle of the 68th floor, a voice shouts furiously about the loss of Balthazar, the capture of Crowley, and the failure to conquer the neighboring floor. Decorabia, the demon lord of the floor, rants with fury at his officers of the pentagram, complaining that he trusted everything to them, only to receive failure. On their knees, the generals take the blame and desperately beg for just one single more chance, promising that this time they will defeat Dantalion without fail. The Lord accepts, but demands that they also bring the head of Seer von Devata, threatening to decapitate them if they fail in this important mission. Shortly after, one of the generals shows extreme concern, admitting that he only spoke confidently before the king, just to manage to survive. Gathered at a table, the officer asks if Kruak has any plan in mind, but he replies in frustration that he has nothing, since even Balthazar was defeated. Rubia slams the table, indignant over Balthazar's defeat, despite his magic armor, justifying that she saw nothing because she was fighting in another sector. Rubia explains that Rinel Laza suddenly appeared and that she had to retreat, something Kruak understands, agreeing that fleeing from her was the right choice. Kruach finds it surprising that the young queen has gathered such strength and says they must act soon, pondering if she might be a reincarnation of Seer. The blue officer questions how they are going to fight with only 3 of them left, but his companion suggests a direct pitched battle to crush them using brute force. Rubia sighs at the complex strategic discussion and practically summarizes that they just need to take the initiative and carry out a surprise attack. Soon, Kruak agrees with her straightforward logic and tells everyone to begin the preparations for war, but the dialogue is interrupted by hurried footsteps. A scout bursts into the area in a panic, announcing that the enemy army has already started their offensive, leaving Kruach completely shocked by the sudden news. Nahen enjoys the pleasant breeze as he advances, and Rin reports that their rapid attack prevented any kind of enemy ambush along the valley path. Rin asks if they can really do this without Citri's help, but is stunned when Nahen calmly replies that he isn't even sure about anything himself. The commander hesitates and confesses that the Nahan she knows is always calculating and would never take a single step without having an extremely solid plan behind it. Nahan smiles and explains that he used to be that way, taking the blame for not predicting Seer's initiative and clearing the commander of any error. Rin questions the reason for taking such a massive risk, and Nahan replies that direct action is the fastest way to avoid losses in his army. Suddenly, Nahan asks Commander Rin to remain in that spot along with the soldiers, catching the blue-haired warrior totally by surprise. Rin asks if he plans to face the enemy army all by himself, but the master quietly denies it while fixing his dark hair. Nahan reveals that he will take the 2 captured humans with him into battle, leaving Rin shocked and unable to understand her partner's true intentions. He explains that he knows the commander does not yet fully trust the duo, and reveals that combat will be the ideal loyalty test for the 2 humans. Nahan tells them to prove their worth and show how much they have evolved, receiving a firm and determined response from Dane, who promptly accepts the challenge. Walking ahead, Nahan internally reflects on whether he will be able to win, remembering that he only defeated Andromalius before because he pulled off a surprise attack. Although he feels that his current body is indeed powerful, he admits he does not know his own limits, feeling a slight anxiety before the uncertain outcome. He ponders that it was this exact fear that made him keep Seer away from the front lines, aware that he would not have a second opportunity if things went wrong. Dane warns that he can feel the presence of opponents just ahead, and Nahan comments sarcastically about the warm welcome awaiting them there. From the top of the cliff, they observe a colossal number of enemy soldiers camped out and scattered across the entire length of the rocky valley. Overcome by dark energy and flashing eyes, Nahan orders the 2 humans to give him cover at the right time and commands the start of their advance mounted on their horses. The enemy scouts observe the entrance of the canyon after receiving reports that the adversary had just arrived. The officer is surprised to notice that there is only a single person walking calmly in their direction, questioning if his vision is correct. The Blue General warns that is surely a trap, and Cruach agrees to send scouts first to analyze the movements. Rubia suggests that maybe they fled, but Cruach counters, saying that it is unlikely and that they must be hiding, though she disagrees because she feels Mana Cruach finds it impossible that she doesn't feel any remnant of magical energy. But Rubia uses that exact fact to reinforce that the rivals fled. Cruach ponders if the enemy avoided using magic because they knew of Rubia's presence, while she mocks them, calling her companions cowards and paranoid. Tired of waiting, the harpy flies at high speed toward the solitary invader to investigate, ignoring Cruach's shout telling her to stop. Cruach gets angry at her reckless attitude, but his companion tries to calm him down, reminding him that she shielded herself with multiple layers of barriers. Rubia flies by, mocking the ground enemies, and arrogantly questions how long they're going to keep sending mere scouts to fight. The winged warrior charges rapidly through the air toward Nahan, claiming that he should have had the courage to face them in direct combat. She begins an extremely fast spiral dive, ordering the invader to look closely to witness the true terror of the harpies. Faced with the imminent aerial assault, Nahan merely displays an extremely dark side smile and coldly utters the word of magic activation. A colossal and sharp spike of earth rises from the ground at an absurd speed, piercing the harpy's body midair and halting her advance. Rubia coughs up blood in total shock upon seeing her body impaled by the rock, unable to accept that she is perishing so quickly. The lifeless body of the warrior plummets heavily onto the dusty floor of the valley under the cold and completely indifferent gaze of Seer's master. The 2 remaining generals scream in horror upon witnessing the instant demise of their companion and demand to know in panic who that man actually is. Shrouded by threatening black and red flames, Nahan disdains the generals, saying they talk too much for people who are in the middle of a war. At that moment, a colossal and terrifying red eye opens in the vastness, revealing the invocation of a magical creature of epic proportions. A gigantic white whale with sharp teeth and red eyes appears in the skies, leaving the enemy officers completely paralyzed with terror. The colossal monster opens its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth and begins a devastating dive toward Decarabia's army just below. The creature strikes the combat lines dead on, crushing the soldiers and horses who scream in absolute despair before the inevitable massacre. Cruach collapses from his horse in absolute despair, loudly begging for help as he realizes his army was wiped out so quickly. The colossal marine animal plummets with devastating force onto the field, crushing everything in the blink of an eye and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Totally terrified, the Blue General shakes with fear before the massacre, admitting that he had never even heard of such an overwhelming power. Overcome by hatred and despair, the officer furiously charges on horseback against Nahan, screaming insults toward his mysterious opponent. The general demands to know who he really is, but Nahan merely displays an enigmatic side smile and replies in a mocking tone that he would also like to know. From afar, Eri observes the massacre and questions if they really need to get involved, and Dane replies that probably not, but ponders the situation. Dane states that they need to act to prove their own worth, and Eri agrees with their choice, encouraging her companion to advance while she provides cover. Dane leaps agilely and swiftly from a cliff, wielding his dagger and fully trusting in his partner's magical support during the attack. Eri raises her golden staff with determination and conjures a wind spell, granting her companion an absurdly high speed in the attack. Thanks to the powerful speed boost, Dane hits the ground in an extremely fast and precise manner, generating a strong impact in the combat area. The enemy rants with fury upon seeing a mere human dare to attack them directly. While Dane charges like a flash toward the group of adversaries, Dane distractedly charges against the lines of enemy soldiers who were trying to fire magic, landing quick strikes to stop their incantations. Right after, Eri uses her magic again to conjure a glowing defensive barrier around Dane, protecting him from possible counterattacks. A powerful blast of electrical energy strikes Eri's conjured barrier dead on, but the mana shield absorbs the entire impact without breaking. The enemy general celebrates, thinking the human was completely disintegrated by the attack, loudly ordering the remaining troops to advance for good. To the total surprise of his adversaries, Dane emerges completely intact from inside the smoke, protected by Eri's glowing hexagonal shield. Without losing a single second, Dane fiercely advances with his weapon in hand, focused on finishing the combat at extremely high speed. The enemy leader Dahak screams in pain as he is struck, causing his scouts to scream desperately upon seeing their commander fall defeated to the ground. Kruak becomes completely furious with pure hatred upon seeing his companion bested by a mere human, gnashing his teeth. Unable to accept the humiliation, Kruak releases all his mana and transforms into a monstrous winged beast, roaring that he will tear his opponent to pieces with his own claws. Before the monster can act, Nahan appears behind its back and coldly warns that no one should look away from their true rival in a fight. With a single and surgical movement of his sword, Nahan slices the massive monster from top to bottom. Violently spraying blood through the air, Nahan asks with disdain for him not to make a scene, assuring him with a dark smile that he will soon send Lord Decarabia to join him in the afterlife. Eri laughs in a nervous and somewhat relieved manner upon seeing that her strategy and magical support actually worked perfectly during the battle. Suddenly, Seer appears right behind Eri and asks in an authoritative tone where Nahan is, completely startling the human girl with that presence. Startled, Eri points toward the valley, and Seer reacts excitedly upon noticing her master's feat, smilingly commenting that she didn't know he was capable of that. Seer hopes she can reach the same level as her mentor one day, revealing right after that she went there to meet Nahan without him knowing anything about it. In a sharp tone, Seer questions why that would be of interest to a human, making Eri desperately apologize for talking too much with an extremely deadly gaze. Seer demands to know if the human has feelings for Nahan, leaving Eri in absolute panic down on her knees on the floor. Faced with that absurd answer, Seer gets a bit confused and decides to ignore the matter, admitting to herself that she ended up being mistaken. At that moment, Nahan appears walking through the canyon carrying the exhausted Dane on his shoulders. Getting surprised to run into Seer right there at the location, Dane approaches Eri and sincerely thanks her for the support, acknowledging that he only managed to come out of that dangerous combat unscathed thanks to her. Nahan asks what brought her all the way there, and the young white-haired queen enthusiastically replies that she went to the location just to see her master again. Nahan smiles affectionately and thanks her for his disciple's concern, but silently reflects that this might be a good opportunity to test her, revealing that the enemy castle is vulnerable. Nahan suggests that Seer and Commander Rin finish the job, leaving the girl extremely enthusiastic. Nahan also addresses the two humans and praises them for their excellent work, recognizing all the hard training they carried out over the past 5 years. He warns that he will have a new and important mission for both as soon as they return to the palace, ordering them to rest and recover until then. With the conquest of the 68th floor practically finished in a clean manner, Nahan reflects with focus that now he just needs to find a certain object. Meanwhile, in his luxurious throne room, Decarabia collapses to his knees on the floor, coughing up blood and breathing with extreme difficulty after the defeat. Seer observes her defeated opponent and comments disappointedly that he wasn't even that strong, but Rin clarifies that it was the young queen who became far too powerful. Analyzing the incredible combination of swordsmanship and ancient magic the queen displayed, Rin intriguingly wonders how Nahan knows such rare spells. While Decarabia is shocked to realize the girl's strength, Rin quickly reminds her queen that Nahen's express instruction was to spare the Lord's life, ignoring the recommendations to spare her adversary. Seer charges forward with fury and grabs the Demon Lord's collar in an extremely aggressive manner. Seer hoists the Lord into the air using only one of her hands, leaving Decarabia in total panic, not knowing what she actually intends to do with him from then on. Keeping her opponent suspended, Seer dryly replies to the commander that she is aware of her master's order and does not intend to disobey. She breaks into a terrifying smile and adds that Nahen's instruction only said to keep him alive, indicating that the Lord will not escape unscathed. Badly beaten and with his face totally disfigured by blood, Decarabia begs for mercy while Rin desperately tries to stop her. Seer steps back, confused by her opponent's extreme fragility, and indignantly wonders why on earth the Demon Lord of the Floor was actually so weak like that. Worried about being punished by Nahen, Seer begs Rin to take the blame for the beating of the enemy, and the reluctant commander accepts her request. Suddenly, Nahen enters the hall by surprise and asks what she is thanking her for, leaving the young white-haired queen in a complete state of shock. Seer nervously lies, saying it is nothing, and asks for confirmation from Rin, who stammers in agreement, leaving Nahen quite suspicious of that attitude. Nahen points to Decarabia's body stretched out on the red carpet and asks if that is him right there, causing Seer to stammer, not knowing what to reply. Nahen seriously warns that lying is not tolerated and demands total honesty, causing Seer to lower her head in regret and immediately apologize. Kneeling beside the defeated Demon King to analyze his serious injuries, Nahen surprisedly comments that he was left in a state of utter misery. Nahen notes with relief that the Lord at least survived the violent beating, while the injured Decarabia softly cries, begging to be put out of his misery. Rin questions the reason for Nahen sparing Decarabia, reminding him that he has immense pride and would never bow before other people the way Dantalion did. Nahen coldly replies that he has no intention of truly sparing his opponent's life, but that he simply needs to extract crucial information from him. First, Nahen asks if Seer knows about the Nebula Stones, and the white-haired girl excitedly confirms that they are the grand specialty of that floor. Nahen explains that he will cross-reference the testimonies of Crowley and Decarabia to find the rock mines, mentally remembering that the location changed with every game. While wiping the blood from his hands, Nahen says he had to eliminate the rest because they resisted too much, making Seer notice his lie and ask how he will make him confess. Firm and elegant footsteps echo through the luxurious marble hall of the palace, accompanied by a female voice calmly commenting that it has been quite a while. Citri appears imposingly in the hall, stating that she came to help, observing with curiosity the deplorable state in which Lord Decarabia finds himself. Citri complains that Nahen has been missing and doesn't even show up to their joint practices, emphasizing that she had to postpone all her commitments to come all the way here. Citri feels a shiver upon receiving Seer's terrible, deadly gaze and silently realizes that the girl's possessive jealousy is the reason for her difficult visits. Citri apprehensively reflects on whether she should really use her magical mind control skill before that dangerous young girl, fearing she might do something worse than just stare. Citri asks Nahen to take Seer out of there immediately, and the young man questions if the process really requires that much concentration. Receiving a firm response, Nahen agrees to wait outside and calls Seer to leave with him, instantly making the young queen joyful at her master's invitation. While they walk, Seer asks how Citri will find the stones if her specialty is fire magic, and Nahen calmly replies that she is partially right. Citri approaches the injured lord and firmly holds his chin, while he tries to resist, stubbornly shouting that he will never reveal any secret. With her eyes glowing pink, Citri activates her technique to make any man fall madly in love with her, and sweetly asks him to reveal the mine, under the strong influence of the Demon Lord's permanent seduction magic. Decarabia begins to blush, and completely lose all his previous mental resistance. Physically weakened, Decarabia easily gives in to the spell and reveals in a trance that the mines are located 50 kilometers to the west. Citri cruelly sets him ablaze in flames, and the enchanted lord burns alive without showing any kind of pain, passing away while swearing eternal love to her on his deathbed. Nahen thanks her for the help and reveals that he needs a new source of stable income. While Citri brings up the topic in a somewhat awkward and mysterious way, Citri claims she helped locate the valuable ore to ask for her share of the profits, and Nahen calmly replies that he was already planning to share the gains. Nahen jokes, saying he changed his mind because she is so shameless, leaving the Demon Lord exasperated and complaining that that is a terrible injustice to her. He proposes splitting the oars as long as she publicly takes credit for conquering Decarabia's floor to protect Seer's identity, and Citri accepts on the spot. Nahan reminds her that ownership of the palace will only be on paper and questions if it isn't too shameless to win a castle without sending even a single soldier to war. Citri nervously denies it and argues that if everyone finds out she is conquering floors, the other lords will become suspicious and complicate her plans for power. Nahan mockingly applauds upon noticing that she realized the strategy, irritating her, and proposes in exchange to give her half of the entire stock of nebula stones obtained. Upon hearing the generous proposal to receive half of the entire nebula stone production, Citri gets extremely excited and blushes before that advantageous offer. Citri extends her hand to seal the deal, concluding to herself that for half of that valuable production, it was very much worth taking that kind of risk. With the negotiation duly closed and hands shaken, they officially seal the pact of mutual benefit for the exploration of the 68th floor. Nahan comments that Seer should begin to personally handle this type of administrative matter in the future, making the young girl sweetly smile from the side. However, upon receiving another freezing and deadly gaze from Seer, Citri stammers in terror, agreeing that she will do all future negotiations only with the girl. Citri says a hurried goodbye and runs out of the hall, leaving Nahan confused by her sudden flight, while Seer smilingly says she must have something urgent. Nahan asks if she prefers to go on the date the next day or resolve the pending matters, and Seer prefers to prioritize her work as a demon lord. Satisfied, Nahan tells her to look after the castle while he takes over the rock mines, and the girl cheerfully agrees before returning to her quarters. Already in her room, Seer stares at her own hands with melancholy and thinks to herself that it had been a very long time since she last walked hand in hand with her master. She acknowledges that she has grown and is no longer a little girl for him to have so much indulgence with her, but she still misses that affection from her childhood. With a determined smile, she secretly plans that as soon as they are alone on their date, she will hold his hand as much as she wants without any hesitations. Meanwhile, Nahan walks through the empty galleries of the mine accompanied by the gargoyle demon, explaining that he told the workers to start later so they wouldn't get in the way. Nahan says he brought him along precisely because of his ability to track special ores, making the beast aware of the reason for his presence in that search. Nahan orders the beast to perform a thorough search in the rock, looking for a gold bracelet, making the gargoyle demon find it strange for such an object to be buried there. Nahan shrugs, admitting he doesn't know the deep reason either, and the beast agrees to begin the search, silently thinking there must be a hidden motive. Nahan finds that whole situation a bit strange and illogical, wondering if the bizarre location of the bracelet wasn't just a joke by the creators. Observing the massive amount of shimmering ore deposits in the cave, Nahan concludes that with that wealth, Decarabia truly lived like an oil tycoon. As he excitedly laughs at the prospect of earning half of that entire fortune from the ores, Nahan leaves the gargoyle creature beside him confused and unable to understand his reaction. Nahan focuses on the need to expand his finances to recruit a strong army, knowing that the following conflicts will bring inevitable losses to his forces. Suddenly, the demon announces that he located something strange that stands out from the nebula stones in the rock, and Nahan excitedly asks the creature to step back so he can see. Nahan extends his hand, glowing green, and begins to conjure an ancient materialization magic to extract the object hidden in the rock. He utters the magic word of extraction, while a glowing runic circle appears focused on the pile of oris right in front of him. A strong flash of colorful lights and mana fills the entire environment of the dark cave as Nahan's spell is successfully completed. A beautiful golden bracelet appears floating in the air, shrouded in green mana, and Nahan celebrates the find, praising the good work of his gargoyle demon. Nahan observes the ancient gold bracelet and remembers that in the game it served to increase leveling efficiency, wondering how the effect will act right here. The attributes of the golden bracelet are incredible, granting massive defense and mana, leaving the demon Argol completely perplexed upon seeing such power. Trembling on his knees, Argol begs Nahan to pull back his mana, making the young man realize with surprise how much his magical energy was affecting his companion. Argol reports that it felt like his body was going to shatter, and Nahan apologizes, concluding that he will need to be much more cautious with his magic in the future. Already back at the castle, Rin hesitates to sign with a blood seal, but Seer insists that it is the safest way, and that she needs to finalize the job that Nahan entrusted. Seer sharply pressures Rin, asking if she wants to end up like Decarabia, causing the startled commander to give in on the spot and agree to sign. The commander firmly presses her bloody thumb onto the official surrender document, nervously confirming that she has already completed the signing of the treaty. Seer smiles with satisfaction and tells her partner to answer her calls punctually in the future, emphasizing that she trusts her capability since she used to be a lord. With a resigned look and a magical mark glowing red on her own hand, Rin accepts the new terms and bows respectfully before the Queen Seer dismisses her ally and asks Nahen if she made any mistakes, receiving praise from her mentor for acting in an exemplary manner like a demon lord. Upon hearing from Nahen that now that they have finished everything they can finally go on their date, Seer becomes radiant and asks for a quiet place with no crowds. Nahen smiles with tenderness and promises to find the perfect spot for the next day, instructing his disciple to rest well during the rest of the day before she leaves. Nan calls her attention again and extends his hand to hand her the golden bracelet, revealing that he prepared that for her. Seer holds the beautiful golden item before her eyes with immense admiration and affectionately thanks her master for that such special and valuable gift. Nahen asks her to always wear the accessory from now on, while Seer obsessively thinks to herself that she can never let him go away. Meanwhile, in the beautiful and sunny human city of Chelino, Dane nostalgically comments that it had been a long time since he last visited the realm of humans. They remember Nahen's instructions to disguise themselves as adventurers in the human world in order to investigate the sudden drop in invasions to their floor. Dane suggests separating into different cities and meeting monthly, reminding Eri to use the fake names of Daniel and Ellie during the guild registration. Eri agrees but expresses concern about the risk of being discovered even while carrying fake documents, and Dane asks her to listen carefully. Dane rests his hand on the hilt of his rocky weapon and admits that new reality of infiltrated spies can be a bit difficult to accept at first. He melancholically ponders that time has passed and that in the human world, there is no one left who truly remembers who they used to be. He advises her to be very prudent and avoid getting involved with troublesome people for no reason, making the girl angrily shout that she is no fool. Dane extends his hand and hands her a beautiful blue necklace with protective magic crystals, recommending that she break it immediately if she is in danger. He explains that the item serves as an alarm connected to his and says goodbye, leaving ahead. Wishing her care and scheduling their reunion for 1 month from then walking alone through the mountain forest. Eri grumbles about Dane thinking she is a troublemaker, until she is caught by surprise by unknown men calling out to her peasants armed with farming tools surround her, demanding all her belongings in a threatening tone, making Eri admit that her partner was right. Eri calmly analyzes them and notices they do not look like real criminals, questioning the reason they are robbing, leaving the group surprised by her perceptiveness. One of the men desperately explains that, with the terrible chaotic situation the kingdom finds itself in, they simply had no other survival alternative. Eri asks what is going on in the Holy Kingdom, and the man horrifyingly reports that the rulers have lost their minds, burning villages under the pretext of hunting demons. Eri justifies her lack of knowledge by saying she spent the last 5 years isolated in the mountains, causing the supposed thieves to feel immense pity for her. They assume she lost her memory from the shock of seeing her homeland destroyed and offer to take her in, leaving the girl confused since she doesn't need help. The man argues that no one would believe she lived alone for 5 years and warns that the Holy Knights could easily consider her a witch. He reports that the knights are destroying villages to find supposed hidden witches who are allegedly linked to the disappearance of people in the demon realm. Upon learning that the adventurers are acting as mere puppets of the Holy Knights, Eri gets intrigued by the chaos that has established itself in the region of the kingdom. Eri finds it strange for the knights to act without concrete proof and worriedly ponders how they managed to involve even the leaders of the local guild. The man explains that the witch hunt announcement came directly from the Holy Temple, emphasizing that no authority would dare to disobey that order. He reveals that the brutal hunt is the result of the direct and express will of the Supreme Pope of the kingdom, leaving the young human totally in shock and alert. Far from there, in a luxurious and exquisite quarter of the human holy temple, the soft sound of falling water droplets calmly echoes through the private environment. An elderly bald man wearing a white bathrobe quietly steps out of his bath quarters, cheerfully and relaxedly humming a tune. The elderly man comments on feeling reinvigorated after his bath, and the white-haired woman who was waiting for him lying in bed directly asks about the progress of the searches. Pope Cernius smiles and satisfiedly reports that, according to her instructions, he carried out searches across the entire country and found various traces and demonic servants. The elderly pope approaches the bed in a submissive manner, thanking the woman, who seductively counters saying the credit goes to all his hard dedication. Cernius kneels docility before her, touched and grateful for the fact that the young woman is the only person who truly recognizes and values his efforts. The mysterious and beautiful woman named Lily smiles in an extremely seductive and malicious manner, demonstrating total control and mental manipulation over the Pope. The next day, Nahen and Seer go on a boat ride across a gorgeous, quiet lake in the mountains, a location recommended by Bennett so they could rest. Nahen notices his companion's tension and asks if she doesn't like the water, but Seer denies it while blushing, and Shilly assures him that she actually loves the ride. The lake shines intensely under the sunlight, creating a magical and peaceful atmosphere across the entire length of its crystal-clear waters. The luxurious villa by the lakeside is enchanting, and the surrounding nature is breathtaking. But the young demon queen notices a small problem. Her entire entourage of servants and allies came along on the trip, since Nahen argued that a sovereign should never walk around without an escort. Seer silently laments not being able to be alone with her master to act spoiled, but thanks him for the perfect place he prepared. Nahen encourages her to cheer up a bit, gently asking if there is something bothering her to make her seem so downcast during the trip. Seer breaks into a beautiful smile and assures him that she actually finds it quite fun for everyone to be there together, leaving her master much more relieved. Although she feels a slight disappointment, Seer pretends nothing happened when Nahen questions her, soon being called by the chef warning that the meal is ready. Seer asks for them to hurry up so they can go eat, changing her posture and deciding to make the most of the festive meal alongside everyone. Gathered outdoors on the shore of the shimmering lake, everyone enjoys a joyful and relaxed banquet, filled with lots of tasty food and laughter. Nahen and Seer have fun splashing water at each other in the shallow shores of the lake, under the watchful and friendly gaze of Commander Rin, who watches the scene already at night under the full moon. Seer thanks the servant Leah for preparing her relaxing hot bath banquet, receiving a modest response. Wearing her pajamas, Seer asks about her master's whereabouts, and the servant reveals that Nahen left a short while ago to go for a brief walk. Seer decides to go after him immediately, refusing the offer to call Commander Rin and promising to look only around the vicinity of the residence outside the mansion. Seer can feel her master's magical energy emanating from a specific direction and excitedly runs to meet him. Approaching a bench in the dark garden, she spots Nahen looking thoughtful and with a very serious expression, holding a sheet of paper in his hands. Seer worriedly watches from afar as her master silently burns the paper with a small flame generated from his own fingers. She asks if something went wrong, and Nahen is surprised by her presence, explaining that he received an informative letter recently sent by the human Eri. Nahen reports that Eri's investigations revealed that human villages are being burned down and innocent citizens put on trial under the pretext of hunting demons. Faced with that frightening revelation, Seer horrifyingly questions if the ruler of that kingdom has lost his mind, and her master completely agrees with the suspicion. Nahen worriedly reflects that the chaos in the human world could force the emergence of a legendary hero, which would bring serious problems to his current plans. Nahen remembers that the hero was like a catastrophe in the game, and says he will need to go to the human kingdom to intervene if Dane confirms the same reports of chaos. He explains that if the Holy Kingdom uses the demons as a scapegoat to unite the nations in a war against them, all the armies will turn against their clan. Seer confidently argues that he would defeat any invasion, just like he crushed Decarabia's army. Revealing she deduced that feat from the tracks, Seer asks what that massive marine creature summoned by him actually is, leaving Nahen embarrassed as he honestly confesses that he doesn't even know himself. Nahen lies, saying it is just an unusually large pet, and Seer reacts in admiration at her master's absurd capability to tame such a beast. Seer enthusiastically praises him, while Nahen mentally thanks his disciple's innocence for believing such a clumsy justification. Nahen stands up and explains that the chaos in the human empire will not benefit them at all at this moment, since they have only just begun to rebuild their own forces. Seer deduces that they need to find out exactly what is happening in the human lands, and Nahen affectionately praises her for understanding perfectly. She sweetly asks him to leave work aside during their restful vacation and invites him to go for a romantic walk alone through the forest. Although he intended to return to his room, Nahen gives in to his disciple's request and invites her to walk a bit under the moonlight, leaving Seer radiant with happiness. Seer clings to her master's arm with immense affection and comfort during the walk, making Nahen mentally smile as he notices she still acts like a child. However, an obsessive and determined look shines in Seer's eyes, internally swearing that under no circumstances will she allow her beloved master to drift away from her. In the private room of a cafe in the Holy Kingdom, Seer praises the human sweets alongside Cecily, while Nahen asks for caution in their conversation despite the security there. Seer promises to be careful, and Cecily assures that the demonic magic hiding her ears, tail, and horns is strong enough to avoid any discovery. Nahen remembers in thought that Seer insisted on accompanying him to better understand human society, also counting on the presence of Cecily. While contentedly enjoying her strawberry cake, Seer curiously asks her master when the human spy will finally arrive for their meeting there. Nahen clarifies that they arrived a bit early, and Seer disdains the spy, making her master notice how much she assumes a demon queen posture at times like these. At that instant, the door to the conference room opens, revealing Dane properly disguised, and Nahen celebrates his punctuality for the start of the meeting. Dane respectfully greets his queen and Nahen, who directly asks if the young man brought all the documents and reports that had been requested. Dane delivers the fake credentials and badges of high-ranking adventurers, but Seer angrily demands to have the same elite rank that was granted to Nahen. Nahen calms his disciple's indignation, explaining that he needs a high rank to act fast, promising to get her an equal one very soon. Seer pouts, upset, but resignedly accepts her master's explanation and tucks away her new fake human adventurer identification card. Nahen asks about the current rumors, and Dane reports that the Holy Kingdom is alerting other nations regarding the merciless hunt for the servants of demons. Dane explains that the church is trying to obtain external political support, and cautiously adds that he heard extremely strange rumors circulating around there. Dane tells of the bizarre rumor that the kind pope changed his personality drastically after sheltering a mysterious and seductive woman in his quarters. Nahen reacts in absolute shock and disbelief at that disturbing news, questioning how the Pope of the Kingdom could have corrupted himself in that manner. Dane adds that immoral acts in the temple would bring immediate judgment from the inquisitors, making the accusation against the church leader something almost unbelievable. Nahen intriguingly reflects and commands a thorough investigation, accurately deducing that the woman infiltrated in the Pope's quarters is not human. Nahen calculates that, since there are only two pathways to the human world, Belzebuth from the first floor emerges as the main mastermind and suspect behind such infiltration. Nahen counters himself, pondering that the Pope's holy power would kill any demon, including demon kings, making such infiltration almost impossible. Nahen remembers that the heavenly god worshipped by the kingdom is actually an angel that blessed the capital Babylon, and wonders what would happen if a demon went in there. Seer asks if he has another suspicion in mind, and Nahen confirms that he holds only one theory for now, preferring to keep it a secret until he is certain. He ponders the crucial difference in the game between the common demon race and the higher demons, immensely strong beings that inhabit the depths of hell. These fearsome entities desire solely to destroy the heavenly kingdom of the angels, and one of them might have contacted the Pope to carry out a secret plan against the heavens. If his theory is correct, Nahen needs to resolve this fast to buy time and prevent a legendary hero from emerging sooner than expected, just like what used to happen in the game. Nahen decides to go personally to the capital Babylon and orders Seer and Cecily to head to the city of Chelino to investigate the hunt alongside the spy. Seer asks to go with him, but Nahen explains that the holy power of the capital would be lethal to her, although his own current body is completely immune to it. He comforts his disciple, saying her mission is also of extreme importance because the information she obtains will define the course of their plans. Nahen emphasizes that he entrusts that task to her because he knows of her great capability. Making Seer blush with happiness and promise to give her best without worries, Nahen calls Dane to leave immediately and says goodbye to the young queen, who affectionately asks for her master to take plenty of care during the dangerous journey. Seer innocently asks Cecily the meaning of the Pope taking a woman to his quarters, leaving the servant completely discomfited and stammering. Seer asks for a sincere explanation and ponders if sleeping with someone is bad, remembering she used to sleep with Cecily or Leah when she was a younger little girl. Cecily stammers that there is a difference when sleeping with the opposite sex, and Seer confusedly asks if sleeping with Nahen was wrong to the point of drawing the Inquisition's attention. Cecily realizes the queen comes from an upbringing without proper instructions, and decides to take advantage of that opportunity to explain the truth in a natural and clear manner. She steps close and discreetly whispers into the young sovereign's ear the true and actual meaning behind that figurative expression of taking someone to the bedroom. Seer turns red with embarrassment and reacts in shock, protesting that her father used to say babies were brought by dragons when people in love slept hand in hand. Cecily laughs and explains that her father made up that excuse just because she was very young, making Seer finally understand the truth and maliciously smile. with her heart beating fast.
Seer excitedly ponders that since her master is a man and she is a woman, she could also in the future perform that intimate act with Nahan. Back to the present in the sunny city of Chelino, the young spy, Eri, timidly asks how she should refer to the two allies from then on. Seer confesses that she doesn't know how to read or speak the human language, and therefore doesn't know their fake names.
Receiving confirmation from Cecily that she doesn't know either, Eri reads the identifications and reveals that Seer's fake name will be Sarah, while Cecily will use the codename Sylvia, deducing that Nahan merely forgot to warn them. Cecily ponders that Nahan chose codenames similar to their real ones to avoid any kind of confusion, leaving the Demon Queen flattered by his affection. Eri stammers apprehensively and asks for permission to call her by her fake name in public, swearing she has the slightest intention of trying to equal her authority. Seer authorizes it with no problem, as it is an order from Nahan for the disguise, extending the permission to Cecily, who prefers to pretend to be just a silent maid. Seer questions why Eri possesses the high rank of AA class, and the girl explains that rank depends not just on brute force, but on completed missions. Eri breaks into a beautiful, proud smile and reports that she strived to her utmost to complete all missions perfectly, solely to please and be useful to Nahan. Upon hearing that her effort was for Nahan, Seer assumes a deadly look and sharply warns that she won't kill her for being her master's servant, but demands caution. Seer turns her face away in a huff, leaving Eri in absolute panic and completely unable to understand what she had said wrong to irritate the jealous Demon Queen so much. Cecily intervenes and helps calm the situation, explaining that the striving was merely out of professional loyalty, and Eri quickly agrees to avoid trouble. Seer accepts the justification and decides to let it slide, asking right after what the schedule and the next steps of their mission in the human city will be. Eri analyzes the map and reports that the guild has already received a support call from the knights for an operation in a village located 2 kilometers from there. Upon learning that their objective is to hunt down demon spies, Seer displays a clever smile and decides to use that chance to analyze the enemy combat methods. Eri says she has already accepted the mission and they will leave tomorrow, asking with concern what the queen will do if the knights possess information about their realm. Seer naturally replies that she will simply kill everyone who knows about anything, and Eri tensely agrees that they cannot leave any living witnesses. Eri gives one last important warning, reminding her companions that all holy knights are capable of conjuring and manipulating the fearsome holy power. Seer finds the information amusing, showing no fear of the holy barrier, but quickly corrects herself and promises she will take due care on the mission. The next day, in the bustling adventurer guild of Chelino, the clerk begins the roll call of the registered volunteers for the dangerous escort mission. Seer asks who the man organizing the group is, and Eri mentally alerts that if their real identities are discovered by him, the situation will complicate. Eri reveals that he is the guild master Benedict, and Seer suggests eliminating him in secret, but the human warns that the man is far too influential to suffer an attack. Upon hearing their codenames of Sarah and Sylvia being called loudly by the guild master, the duo naturally raise their hands to confirm their presence. Eri evaluates the situation and is relieved to notice that the fake documents passed without suspicion, and that none of the adventurers present seem to know them there. The guildmaster announces that with everyone gathered and confirmed, the ideal moment has arrived to formally introduce the important hiring client of the mission. A dashing knight enters accompanied by his cloaked escort and introduces himself as Joffrey, belonging to the prestigious Order of Lilium Holy Knights. Joffrey calms the group, assuring them that his order will look after the entire dangerous front line, leaving the adventurers with just the simple support work. A volunteer asks what they are supposed to do, and Joffrey instructs that they stay responsible for the evacuation and protection of civilians, while the knights hunt the spies. Seer finds the search group's organized posture strange, and ponders if they might actually be hunting spies sent by some other rival demon lord. Seer suggests in a whisper that eliminating a peasant as an example would make the spies confess fast, startling her companion with her ruthless thinking. Eri explains that that situation is serious, and the local peasants would not give in to common oppressions, leaving Seer intrigued that such stubborn humans exist. Seer decides to raise her hand and directly questions how Joffrey intends to locate the infiltrated spies. Startling her companions with the question, Joffrey notices Seer's high A-class rank and replies that he understands her curiosity, but politely warns that that information is confidential. Seer asks if demons truly exist there, and Joffrey confirms it, saying the Pope himself issued a statement questioning right after what the girl's age might be. Seer replies that her age is on the list, and Joffrey apologizes, commenting that she looks far too young and announcing the immediate start of the purification operation. The knights demand that the residents get out or they will set fire to everything, spreading panic and terror among the families trying to hide inside the houses. The soldiers pursue the fleeing residents under the accusation of being demons, ignoring the desperate pleas of a mother to spare her baby's life. The village is set ablaze while the adventurers and knights capture the defenseless civilians, leaving nothing but screams of despair and people begging for help. Seer watches the destruction, finding the humans far too violent. While her companions question why only their group received orders to wait out there, Joffrey returns, saying the situation is almost resolved, and asks for the group to follow him, leaving Aerie intrigued about the reason they called only the three of them. The knight explains that he set aside a special task for those who master magic after analyzing the young women's classes, calling them to talk better in another location. Aerie recognizes the village town hall, and Joffrey confirms it, saying the heretics are hidden inside there and asking the mages to open the locked door. Noticing the magic seal at the entrance, Joffrey explains that it serves to contain monster invasions and that his men failed when trying to break the barrier by force. Joffrey reveals that he called the girls because fighting magic with magic is usually the best option, while Aerie attentively listens to the knight's explanation. Thinking about fulfilling Nahum's orders, Seer asks for everyone to step back and decides that she herself will try to break that protective barrier of the town hall. Joffrey warns that barriers cannot be destroyed with just a sword, but Seer insists on trying, and the knight ends up giving in, telling her to act as she pleases. The knight doubts her success, knowing that not even he managed to pass from there. Thinking that that reckless courage is just a common foolishness of young adventurers, Seer delivers an impressive strike and breaks the barrier in an instant, leaving Joffrey completely perplexed and in panic upon seeing the magic seal shatter. Incredulous at seeing the barrier fall so easily, Joffrey stammers without understanding anything, while Seer sheathes her sword and warns that he doesn't need to thank her for the feat, recovering his posture. Joffrey praises her effort and touches her shoulder to assume command from then on, but Seer coldly reacts, ordering him to stop. With a terrifying and dark look, Seer asks how he dares to touch her and demands that the knight immediately take his hand off her shoulder. Joffrey steps back trembling and immediately apologizes, terrified upon feeling a terrifying and sinister mana pressure emanating from the mysterious girl, feeling that her work there has ended. Seer thinks about killing everyone, but decides to merely warn her group that they have already fulfilled their part in the mission. Seer tells Aerie to watch how the knights handle the situation before returning, leaving her companion tense and with no choice but to accept the order. Still frightened, Joffrey wonders who those girls are, but Aerie brings him back to reality, questioning what he intends to do with the people inside there. Joffrey shows a violet jewel and explains that it is a tool from the Great Temple capable of identifying demons when getting close to them. Although he feels something strange, Aerie asks how the jewel works, and the knight confesses he doesn't know exactly, but trusts the item because it was personally delivered by the Pope himself. Decided to begin the verification of the suspects, Joffrey holds the demon detector and opens the door to the town hall to start the interrogations. Upon entering the main hall, Joffrey is received by frightened peasants who wield farming tools and demand to know how he managed to invade the location. Joffrey introduces himself as Knight Joffrey and asks for calm from everyone, guaranteeing that the innocent will be able to return home as soon as the investigation ends. The knight asks for cooperation, but the residents angrily shout, saying they do not trust them after seeing their own village completely destroyed. Realizing that dialogue will not work, Joffrey decides to act violently and brutally attacks a defenseless peasant to intimidate the rest of the group. The man falls bloody to the floor after the cruel strike, spreading even more panic and despair among the people watching that horrible scene. Joffrey cleans his sword, coldly stating that that filthy race only calms down with violence, leaving Aerie horrified by the cruelty of the holy knights. Aerie is left in shock upon witnessing the coldness of the attack and wonders if those soldiers have gone mad, doubting that they are truly holy warriors. Joffrey orders that the peasants step out one by one, and upon seeing the jewel glow before one of them, immediately accuses him of being an infiltrated spy from the demon realm. The knight attacks another victim, coldly telling him not to be afraid, because everything will end fast. While the other civilians watch the barbarity defenselessly, Aerie finds it strange not to feel mana in the victims, and realizes the jewel accuses innocent people, questioning if that violence is truly a purification operation. Noticing that the detector stopped glowing, Joffrey complains about the defect, and Aerie suggests that her highly capable companion can take a look to fix the item. Joffrey agrees to let the group examine the magic detector, after remembering Seer's incredible strength, handing over the holy jewel without suspecting a thing. Shortly after, Seer analyzes the detector alongside her allies and asks Cecily to examine the object, while Aerie comments that the item seems totally useless. Upon inspecting the violet jewel, Cecily notices something alarming, and Seer suggests they must show that discovery to their master Nahen as soon as possible. Seer analyzes the jewel in detail and reveals that, despite not being an item from their realm, the object hides a terrible secret in its magical composition. She explains that the mana stored in the jewel is identical to that of the underworld, indicating that the artifact came directly from Hell, a place even worse than the demon realm. Worried about a possible pursuit, Aerie fears the knights will notice the disappearance of the jewel, but Seer decides to create a trap so that no one can manage to escape. Cecily reveals her fox ears and tail to conjure a powerful spell, with the objective of covering the sky and completely sealing the entire area of the village. An intense and bright light begins to spread rapidly across the entire structure, indicating that the powerful magic barrier is being successfully activated. A giant magic circle appears under Cecily's feet, channeling a massive amount of power to begin the complete concealment of the village. A gigantic magical dome of energy expands and covers the entire region, completely isolating the village from the rest of the outside world. Aerie is shocked to see that the supposed maid has so much power, while Cecily warns that the barrier is ready, and Seer praises her allies' excellent work. Seer assumes her true demonic form, floating in the air, and initiates a terrifying summoning ritual. Concentrating a massive amount of dark energy, Aerie watches that entire demonstration of overwhelming power in a complete state of shock, terrified by her leader's true and terrible identity. Wielding a gigantic demonic sword, Seer sadistically smiles and tells the human not to fear, because she will spare her life as long as she obeys. Seer displays a friendly smile to Aerie, but directly warns that she will spare her life only as long as her master Nahen thinks she is still useful in the Great Temple. Nahen walks disguised as a priest alongside Dane, and confesses to having a strange hunch that Seer might have caused some trouble. Dane, under the codename of Brother Antonio, apologizes to Nahen for causing him worry, and the disguised demon friendly replies for them to keep walking. Dane walks confident that their disguise is flawless, thinking that no one would dare kill priests of the Great Temple to try to pass themselves off as them. Inside there, Nahen follows ahead, but thinks to himself how much the holy power filling that entire temple is extremely irritating and bothersome for a demon. Upon arriving at the main building, Nahen orders Dane to quickly locate the Pope's quarters, because the strong holy energy of the location is worsening his mood. Meanwhile, in the royal and isolated quarters of the temple, one of the priests approaches the entrance, formally calling for the holiness of the Pope inside the room. Lily notices something strange and asks if the Pope called someone else, but the elderly man gets confused and replies that she is the only one who values his efforts. Pope Cernius reinforces that Lily is his only true companion, and the infiltrated woman coldly agrees while getting up from the bed upon noticing an invading presence. Suddenly, a voice appears apologizing to the Pope for having to bother him a bit, leaving the religious leader confused and frightened by the sudden invasion. Upon realizing the imminent danger, Lily leaps with extreme agility and delivers a powerful punch toward the ceiling to confront the mysterious invader. Dane tries to act quickly in the middle of the confrontation, but ends up being grabbed tightly by the collar of his clothing by an extremely agile opponent. With a violent throw, Dane is brutally tossed through the hole opened in the ceiling of the Imperial Quarter. Letting out a loud cry of pain, as he is launched, Lily demands explanations from the Pope about what is happening, but the elderly man swears he also knows nothing, and questions how an intruder managed to get this far. Lily retorts, saying she herself should ask that question, while the Pope insists that something is wrong, since no one should be able to enter his room. The infiltrated woman looks around intrigued and wonders where the invader could have gone after being thrown with so much violence through the ceiling. Hearing quick footsteps coming from above the destroyed ceiling, Lily silently raises her head to try to locate the enemy's exact position. Irritated by the human's resistance, Lily orders the immediate capture of the invader, but is interrupted by Nahen's voice praising Dane's good work. Nahen appears before them, descending from the ceiling, and imposingly comments that that entire situation truly is a trap coming directly from hell. Lily goes into absolute panic upon feeling Nahen's crushing presence, shaking with fear without understanding how such a terrifying power can exist. A small white creature appears on Nahen's shoulder, and Lily terrifiedly recognizes it as Leviathan, the legendary and feared beast of the end of times. Taking advantage of the infiltrated woman's panic, Nahan demands to know who ordered that operation and realizes she belongs to the enemy faction of the inverted realm. Nahan grabs Lily by the neck, hoisting her into the air while demanding she confess under whose orders she is acting, making her reveal she obeys Gamaliel. Upon hearing Gamaliel's name, Nahan understands the situation and sharply orders the infiltrated woman to return to deliver a direct warning to her lustful master. Nahan throws Lily with extreme force against the opposite wall, causing the demon girl to violently smash against the stone structure of the room. With an intimidating look, Nahan seriously warns that he won't let it slide if such an audacity happens to repeat itself again in the future. Even hurt, Lily tremblingly thanks him for having her life spared and quickly activates a fire circle on the floor to initiate her flight from there. The demon girl lets out a cry while being consumed by the flames of the fast teleportation spell, leaving the imperial room in an uproar. The Pope watches everything in despair and shouts for Lily without understanding what she is doing, begging in vain for her not to abandon him there. The Pope calls her name one last time, kneeling on the desolate floor while Nahan silently watches the teleportation flames disappear. Nahan questions the elderly man if it was he who summoned the demon from hell, ordering him to stop playing the fool for being the leader of a great nation. The Pope reacts confused and frightened, asking himself if he truly summoned a demon and unable to understand the reason that woman was by his side, analyzing the elderly man's confused reaction. Nahan quickly notices that the Pope's mind is not functioning normally and suspects something worse. Nahan approaches and immobilizes the elderly man to examine his head, discovering that he suffered a brainwashing identical to that of a succubus, but much stronger. He deduces that the spell was cast by that demon's master and wonders what their true interest would be in making the Pope the target of the trap. Nahan understands that, because he is the most faithful servant of God, the discovery that the Pope was controlled by demons would initiate a terrible divine wrath. The Pope finally recovers his sanity and is horrified to realize that the demons plan to initiate a direct war against the heavenly kingdom. Relieved, the elderly man thanks Nahan for removing the brainwashing and asks for the divine blessing, but the demon sharply warns that he is not someone he must serve. Nahan reflects that a conflict between heaven and hell would drag the demon realm along, which would get in the way of Seer's plans to reach the top of power. Upon being questioned again, the Pope denies having summoned the demon and reveals that the creature appeared out of nowhere, ordering him to purify the country of demons. The elderly man shows the jewel he received from the infiltrated woman and confesses he distributed it to the knights for the purification operation, but Nahan asks him to wait. Nahan asks how a weak demon managed to enter the holy soil, and the Pope laments, saying the heavenly God's blessing is weakening. He reveals a papal secret that the heavenly God has never answered his calls or granted new blessings since the founding of the kingdom 400 years ago. Nahan gets intrigued to hear for the first time that the divinity humans worship so much has never moved a finger to protect its own faithful in the world. The Pope asks who his savior is, and Nahan questions if he received a recent letter from the demon realm regarding trading humans for money. The Pope is shocked to deduce his identity, but Nahan calms him down, saying he wishes to maintain good relations and keep the human world at peace. Nahan asks if the Pope understood why he was saved, and the elderly man bows in respect, promising to remember every word from his savior without fail. Nahan walks away smiling in a dark manner and expresses the desire for his plans to keep running exactly as planned with Pope Cernius III. Upon crossing the portal back, Nahan is received with a tight hug from Seer, who says she missed him very much and guarantees she didn't get hurt on the mission. Seer excitedly shows the violet jewel and explains that she confiscated it from the knights, revealing that the item came from hell and contains mana identical to that of the demon realm. Nahan praises Seer's success and warns that he has already taken care of the true culprit, but questions how she managed to get the detector, since it shouldn't be easy at all. Seer tries to look cute and proud, saying she resolved everything in the blink of an eye for being his disciple, and Nahan jokes that she surpassed the master and can feel proud suspicious of Seer's cheerful attitude. Nahan turns to Cecily and directly asks what truly happened during the mission in the human village. Cecily apologizes and reveals that Seer wiped out all the knights and adventurers to get the jewel, leaving the queen in panic and Nahan disappointed. Nahan gets extremely irritated to learn about the massacre, reminding her that he had ordered them not to cause trouble, making Seer begin to cry. Startled, Seer cries, saying Nahan looks terrifying, and Cecily retorts that she warned them to tell the truth, explaining later that she couldn't stop the queen because she is her servant. Nahan orders Eri to change her identity and remain at the location to continue observing the human's situation closely. Receiving the girl's immediate confirmation, Nahan decides to forgive Seer because he understands she acted on impulse to please him, inviting her to go back and eat pudding, which instantly cheers the girl up. He states that she can eat pudding, but warns that from now on she will have to resolve these problems alone, leaving Seer shocked by her master's decision. Seer complains, saying that is unfair. Days later, Cecily enters Nahan's room and says she would like to give a suggestion regarding the Queen's educational method. Surprised, Nahan asks if Seer found his classes boring, but Cecily explains that it is just a personal opinion regarding the Queen's lack of knowledge. Cecily reveals that the Queen is almost turning 13 years old and still believes that dragons bring babies to the world, leaving Nahan completely without reaction, faced with the Queen's absurd innocence. Cecily makes a sincere appeal for Nahan to immediately give a proper sex education class to the young Seer. Cecily enthusiastically explains the extreme importance of teaching healthy values and self-protection to help Seer handle the physical changes. Slapping the table hard, Cecily continues her passionate speech, startling Nahan with her determination to guarantee that the Queen receives the instructions. With a serious and intimidating look, Cecily warns that if the Queen remains ignorant on the matter, it will be a disaster if some con artist tries to win her over. Nahan mentally agrees that love is uncontrollable and that there are many con artists out there, reflecting that men and women must always be careful. Nahan completely agrees with the need for the class, but is surprised to hear Cecily ask for him himself to assume the responsibility of teaching the Queen. Nahan suggests that it would be much better if a woman taught the young girl, but Cecily insists that the Queen would like to learn everything directly from her beloved master. Nahan insists that sex education is important, but decides that the best thing is to leave the task to Leah, since she is of total trust and acts like a mother to the young girl. Cecily disapproves of the idea, shaking her head, leaving Nahan confused for finding Leah the perfect choice and thinking how difficult it is to understand the minds of demons. Shortly after, Nahan talks personally with Leah and asks for her to assume the important class because he considers her the most qualified person in the palace. For that, Leah promptly accepts with a terrifying smile, promising to give a deep class, which leaves Nahan tense upon noticing a somewhat insane glow in her eyes. The next day, Leah begins the class for Seer, warning that the content can be a bit explicit. While the young Queen listens to everything in a timid manner, Leah promises to teach even how to win over a man if the Queen wants, leaving Seer excited to strive to her utmost in the lessons that would change her mind. In the training courtyard, Nahan finds Seer's lateness for their usual class strange. Since she usually arrives early and stays waiting beside Kane, Eldon approaches and Nahan asks if he knows where Seer is, discovering that the Queen was not satisfied with her look and decided to change her clothes. Nahan deduces that Seer reached the age to be interested in fashion, since before she merely wore what they chose for her, but finds the sudden change strange. Nahan dismisses the servant and decides to wait patiently for the Queen, but his small companion Leviathan suddenly notices something approaching and calls his attention. Nahan turns his face surprised and is left completely breathless as he fixes his eyes toward the entrance, extremely shocked by what he has just seen. Seer appears sweetly calling for her master, wearing a beautiful necklace and revealing a completely different and breathtaking look to be envied. Wearing a magnificent and elegant black and white gala dress. Seer apologizes to Nahan for making him wait so long to see her dressed like that. Nahan gets enchanted and praises her beauty, saying she became the most beautiful girl in the demon realm, leaving the Queen extremely happy and embarrassed. Seer smiles relieved, while Nahan silently thinks that, regardless of the end of the journey, he wishes for her to keep growing in such a wonderful and healthy way. Seer shilly moves her hands and asks what Nahan's ideal type of woman is, making the master realize that that question is a result of the classes she had with Leah. Nahan replies that he prefers someone gentle and beautiful, but that the most important thing is for them to get along. Although he hides the fact of already having an ideal warrior in mind, Seer notes everything down in a small notebook and curiously asks if he has ever loved someone in his life, leaving Nahan surprised to notice she already had the notebook ready. Seer notes down the details with her eyes glowing with excitement, while Nahan notices her sudden interest in love, but feels he doesn't have much to tell. Nahan recalls his past on Earth when he briefly dated in college just out of wanting a girlfriend, but ended up drifting away to focus solely on games. Nahan confesses that he never felt true love and suggests that it would be much better if she asked that question to someone with more experience on the matter. Seer gets extremely surprised to discover that her wise master has never loved anyone, realizing that love would be an unprecedented and unique experience for him. The revelation that she would be Nahen's first love makes Seer have a surge of shyness and excitement. Leaving the master confused by her intense reaction, Seer happily accepts that Nahen also has things he doesn't know, thinking right after if someday someone special will emerge to stay beside her beloved master. Nahen smiles and replies that he doesn't know about the future, mentally remembering his real objective of having to return to his own world someday. Noticing that it is already late, Nahen warns that he has commitments in the afternoon and runs off to say goodbye. Leaving Seer thoughtful and staring at the floor in silence, Seer realizes that Nahen still has total intention of leaving the realm and that his decision won't change easily, but she assumes a determined and cold look. Shrouded in deep and determined thoughts, the queen promises herself that becoming strong enough with the passing of time will be the key to everything. A magical and powerful aura begins to emanate intensely around Seer's body, demonstrating the strength of her determination and her future plans. With a possessive expression and a dark look, Seer whispers to herself that she will find a way to keep her master right there by her side at all costs. Meanwhile, in Gamaliel's imposing palace, the demon lord evaluates Lily's return and questioningly asks what truly happened with the mission, on her knees in the palace. Lily tremblingly reports to her lady that her mission in the human temple failed because someone ended up interfering with her control plans. Gamaliel, the lord of lust, angrily questions if she heard right. Unable to accept the fact that Lily returned empty-handed just because of a small interference, Lily tries to explain herself, saying that an extremely powerful and terrifying presence suddenly appeared. Drawing the attention of her lady, who approaches suspiciously, Gamaliel pats Lily's face pretending pity, but sadistically warns that because she lied to justify her failure, she will have to receive a severe punishment for it. Using her dark magic, Gamaliel lifts Lily into the air to punish her, while the demon girl desperately begs, swearing that she is not lying about what she saw. Upon hearing Lily scream that she saw the legendary beast of the end of times, Gamaliel immediately ceases the attack and asks, shocked, if it truly is. Leviathan Lily falls to the floor, frightened, and reveals she saw the Lord of the Inverted Realm, making Gamaliel demand that she clearly repeat the identity of whom she found there. Gamaliel decides to reconsider the punishment and orders that the servant retire for now, leaving Lily relieved and grateful for having her life spared after the revelation. The Lord of Lust maliciously smiles upon deducing Nahen's whereabouts, realizing she finally discovered where he hid after leaving his own realm. Meanwhile, Nahen inspects the soldiers he gathered in the grand arena and asks Commander Rin if all the warriors selected for the army have already arrived. Rin confirms that she gathered 20,000 elite soldiers from 2 different battalions, and Nahen asks Seer's opinion, who comments surprised on the large number. Seer complains, saying she prefers quality and dismisses weaklings. But Rin and Nahen explain that at the current moment, they need to focus on quantity of soldiers for the war. Seer proudly smiles, saying she understands, but emphasizes that the soldiers represent her name, and therefore she won't accept anyone embarrassing themselves in combat, determined to impose her own quality standard on the army. Seer walks decidedly toward the arena to begin a rigorous test with the soldiers. Seer draws her terrifying red sword, and loudly announces that only those who are capable of resisting her attack will be chosen to compose the army. Seer challenges the confident soldiers to step forward, but the crowd murmurs confused and frightened, making the queen threaten to go attack whoever doesn't volunteer. Without losing time, Seer leaps toward a frightened soldier, promising to attack him personally, making the poor warrior beg for his life in absolute panic. The red blade descends with deadly speed against the paralyzed soldier's neck, who closes his eyes awaiting the worst outcome before his queen's fury. Nahen appears in an instant and blocks the lethal strike, holding the sword with his bare hand. Leaving Seer surprised to see her beloved master intervene in such a calm way, Seer is left extremely impressed to notice that her master stopped the red blade with just one hand and didn't suffer even a scratch from the impact of the blow. Nahen gently smiles and asks what he should do if she goes out attacking without listening first, suggesting that the two have a private conversation about the army. Nahen explains that her idea is good, but warns that it is impossible to demand officer-level skills from all common soldiers at the current moment of expansion. Upon hearing about the limit of talents they can recruit, Seer understands the situation, and Nahan suggests using her idea to select officers for a new battalion days later. Sitri questions why she was called just to select officers, and Nahan explains that he counts on her good eye to help evaluate the candidates Sitri asks for a reward, leaving Seer irritated by her ally's audacity, but Nahan calms the situation, promising to do a special favor for her later. Seer holds a wooden sword and questions if they truly need to train with non-lethal weapons, and Nahan confirms, saying it is just a test for a warm-up. Seer accepts the condition, but promises to select the officers strictly, and Nahan agrees, saying he prefers to leave the spots vacant if he doesn't find anyone fit. Sitri finds it strange to see Seer holding the wooden sword and asks where she is going, but the queen replies with a confident smile that she will assume the role of examiner before beginning the selection test. Seer looks at Nahan and whiningly asks if she will win a special reward from her master if she does an excellent job today. Nahan smiles with tenderness and guarantees she will win her reward, asking only for the young girl to be careful and not end up getting hurt during the combats. The commander announces the official start of the exam, ordering that the candidates step forward one by one to duel directly against Her Majesty Seer. A soldier courageously volunteers to be the first to fight, and Seer praises the warrior's determination and courage in accepting the dangerous challenge of the test. The soldier trusts in his physical advantage because Seer is young and plans to fight defensively to withstand the attacks, eager for the queen's instructions. The announcer asks if the competitors are properly prepared for the duel and warns that the sound signal will give the official start to the combat in the arena. With a serious look focused on the progress of the test, the person responsible for the signal firmly presses the button of the device to fire the sound warning. The loud signal plays echoing across the entire battle arena, awakening the immediate attention of the volunteer soldier who prepares for Seer's charge. In the blink of an eye, Seer disappears from sight with extreme speed, leaving the soldier confused and unable to understand where his opponent had gone. Seer appears instantly behind the defenseless soldier, taunting him about his slowness before preparing a well-aimed strike against his back. With a swift and merciless movement, Seer hits the wooden strike dead on the opponent, who lets out a loud cry of pain upon being struck by the queen. The soldier falls defeated to the floor, and Seer eliminates him for failing to react in time, authoritatively ordering for the next candidate to present themselves. Seer defeats the following candidates with extreme ease, one after the other, complaining about the low level of the soldiers while the line of defeated increases. Sitri watches the massacre shocked and ironically comments that looks more like a destruction of careers than a fair evaluation for new ranks. Nahan defends the rigid method by evaluating their reaction speed and guarantees that just managing to dodge Seer's first attack already proves having talent. Seer approves of a soldier who almost managed to block the strike, while Nahan taunts Sitri, asking if even for her it would be difficult to receive the attack. Sitri confesses that it would be difficult, and impressively thinks that with that age, Seer will soon become the legendary and feared demon queen of martial arts. Sitri asks if Nahan plans to conquer the 67th floor soon, and he confirms, saying that the lord from there is an extremely difficult opponent. The dangerous adversary who rules the next territory of the upper floor is none other than Belial. The feared and relentless lord of hellfire Sitri indignantly comments that Belial is a madman who abandons the demon rank classification assemblies, but still manages to maintain his rank. Nahan rebukes Sitri for the vulgar term, but she insists that there is no other name for someone who gives up on rising in rank on purpose, despite being strong. Nahan recalls that Belial was a difficult boss in the game and plans to use smart strategies instead of direct confrontation. Focused on the superiority of weapons, Nahan emphasizes that they possess strong allies, and Sitri reluctantly agrees, asking right after what the exact plan is for them to conquer that new floor. Nahan says that with Seer's help, the mission will be successful, and Sitri asks if he needs her power, making the demon joke that he will change his mind upon seeing her so proud. Nahan explains that Seer and her faction are growing at a pace far superior to that of the classic game, reaching a level capable of going head-to-head with Belial's army. Sitri warns that they cannot lower their guard because Belial has extremely loyal followers, recommending they begin making secret preparations behind the scenes. Nahan displays a wicked smile and reveals that he intends to break the enemy troops' morale in a unique way before they initiate the great invasion of Belial's territory. Seer blocks a candidate's attack with ease and excitedly smiles upon realizing she finally found someone with a decent strength in the combat test. Seer asks the candidate's name, and the blonde-haired girl tremblingly replies that she is named Celestia and that she originally belongs to the 4th Battalion of the Army. Seer immediately approves Celestia for the officer position, leaving the young warrior extremely relieved and grateful for the great opportunity to serve her queen. Nahan proudly asks if Seer isn't impressive for creating testing methods by herself, and Citri surprisedly agrees with the young queen's evolution and maturity. Nahan says Seer has always been diligent because she is destined to become a great queen, and Citri Shilly agrees. Finding him a bit obsessed with his disciple, Nahan questions Citri's silence and asks if she is jealous because Seer is getting prettier and prettier with the passing of time, surprising her ally. Citri angrily reacts to the provocation and counters, firmly stating that she herself is much prettier than the queen, demanding that he stop with those stupid jokes. Citri changes the subject and worriedly confesses that she feels problems in the alliance because of Seer's strange behavior, leaving Nahan quite intrigued. The ally reveals that the queen sometimes stares at her with a terrifying look, as if she wanted to kill her right there. But Nahan finds it hard to believe that Seer would do something like that. Citri reinforces that this happens especially when she tries to be friendlier with Nahan, leaving the master shocked by that jealous revelation about his disciple. The ally insists that Seer stares at her in a terrifying way as if she wanted to eliminate her. Making Nahan remain incredulous about the true reason for that behavior, Nahan surprisedly reacts and finds it a total absurdity to hear that Seer gets furious, especially when Citri tries to demonstrate any type of intimacy or friendship with him. Upon noticing Nahan's confusion, Citri realizes that he truly has no idea of the reason and questions how he can be so oblivious about Seer's feelings. Citri explains that Seer simply doesn't want anyone around trying to push her beloved master away from her, and Nahan begins to understand his disciple's possessive jealousy. Citri asks if he truly understood, and Nahan tells her to just go more times to the practices, leaving the ally resigned that he didn't comprehend Seer's love. Nahan warns that Seer is approaching, and Citri decides to leave running to avoid trouble, allowing the young queen to cheerfully run up to her master. Seer proudly reports that she selected 16 candidates in the first phase and that tomorrow she will hold a double elimination tournament to define the pending spots. Nahan praises her effort and invites her to rest, guaranteeing he prepared a very special reward for her to receive as soon as the tournament ends tomorrow. The next day, the selection tournament combats begin at full steam in the arena under the watchful and focused gaze of the queen, who follows the performance of each candidate. Cecily asks if any warrior caught the queen's attention, and Seer reveals that Celestia and the orc Rexion are the most promising candidates up to the moment. Cecily notices Seer's discontent and questions the reason for her upset, knowing that the queen is mad solely because her master Nahan couldn't come along. Seer cries thinking Nahan lost interest in her for leaving her alone, but Cecily tries to calm her down, guaranteeing that the master cares a lot about her majesty. Seer grumpily sobs because Nahan didn't warn her about the reason for his lateness, commenting that he never did that before and wondering if everything is fine with him. Nahan arrives by surprise, holding a tray, and praises the smooth progress of the officer tournament, leaving Seer immensely happy to see her master return. Nahan presents a beautiful cake decorated with strawberries and reveals that that is the special reward he had promised to prepare for her the previous day. He explains that it is not a common cake and confesses that he himself prepared it in the kitchen. With the help of the chef Mark, who taught him the recipe, step by step Cecily watches the scene, extremely surprised that Nahan made the cake personally. Taking back what she said before about the master being someone oblivious to Seer emotionally asks if she will be the first person in the world to taste a cake made by him, and Nahan smilingly confirms that she truly will be the only one radiant with joy. Seer thanks him and takes a big bite out of the piece of cake, while Nahan waits anxiously and a bit tensely for her reaction upon tasting the sweet right at the first piece. Seer widens her eyes in complete shock of surprise with the flavor of the sweet, leaving Nahan apprehensive with her unexpected reaction. Worried about his disciple's serious expression, Nahan hesitatingly asks if the cake didn't turn out good, or if the strawberry flavor ended up displeasing her. Seer devours the cake with puffed cheeks and praises the wonderful flavor, happily exclaiming that it turned out much better than the recipes made by the chef. Nahan affectionately states that Seer will always be his absolute priority, and that he made the cake with love, making the queen ask for him to cook just for her. In the future, Nahan displays a beautiful smile and promises that he will make delicious cakes for her whenever she wants, guaranteeing that the sweet will be prepared exclusively for his queen. With blushed cheeks and a radiant smile of pure happiness stamped on her face, Seer immensely thanks him for all her master's affection and dedication. Later, Nahan analyzes the result with Rin and divides the approved officers between two different battalions. Drawing Rin's attention to the disparity of numbers, Nahan explains that he wishes to train the new officers of the 7th Battalion under Rin's command to transform them into elite troops, and the commander understands the plan. Relieved, Rin accepts the plan, and Nahan orders that she urgently find out the patrol schedule on the border of the next floor. Acting as a temporary military authority, Nahan feels a strong headache upon realizing he needs to plan everything alone in the real world. Unlike a common game where it was enough to click on the decisions, Nahan looks at his small flying companion Leviathan and friendly asks for the creature to help him a bit to resolve the bureaucratic problems. He asks for the creature to do just a simple favor for him, but seriously warns for it not to commit any type of exaggeration during the execution of the task. In the beautiful tea pavilion, Seer serves a new drink and asks if the master liked the pleasant aroma of the fresh leaves. Receiving a satisfied praise from Nahan, Citri complains about them drinking tea instead of planning the invasion, but Nahan asks for calm and says they need to wait for Commander Rin's official report. Nahan praises Citri's quick perception and reveals that she needs just to keep a very important secret of his, leaving the ally frightened by the mysterious request. With an extremely serious and penetrating look, Nahan warns that she has already seen that secret power before. Leaving Citri completely paralyzed and apprehensive in the pavilion, Citri gets totally horrified upon feeling a terrifying and crushing amount of mana that rivalries with that of a great demon king, recognizing the white whale. Realizing that the creature was not an illusion, Citri shakes with terror and wonders what type of person Nahan truly is to walk around with a colossal monster like that. Nahan ironizes her reaction, asking if she thinks the creature will devour her, and Citri terrifiedly confesses that the monster does look extremely capable of doing that. Nahan calms his ally, guaranteeing that nothing will happen if she doesn't betray them. Warning next about the danger of revealing the white whale's existence to other people, Nahan explains that the monster is the key to the operation against Belial, but Citri fears that the enemy will notice the presence of the colossal creature that draws too much attention in the area. Nahan calms his ally, saying that not even she had noticed the creature before, and Citri suggests using the whale's overwhelming power to conquer the 67th floor right away. While petting the whale, Nahan explains that the use of the monster would destroy the entire enemy army and territory, asking for Citri to prepare her troops for the war. Citri accepts the terms and asks how they will divide the territory, and Nahan replies that he will keep the enemy castle and hand over half of the floor and resources to her. Citri is surprised by the generous division and questions if the queen agrees, but Nahan replies that he sees the agreement as a great investment to strengthen their alliance. The ally warns that the conflict against Belial will demand a lot of military preparation, since a peaceful surrender like the previous one won't be possible, and Nahan firmly agrees. Seer cutely encourages the ally, and Citri Shili agrees, thinking to herself that the queen is acting in a sweet way that reminds her of her beloved childhood. Citri thanks him for the delicious tea and decides to retire to prepare her troops, but Nahan interrupts his ally, asking if she truly already needs to go away. Now Nahan says he prefers to take advantage of her presence to resolve another pending matter, and seriously raises his hand in the ally's direction, leaving her quite confused. With an intimidating look, Nahan warns that she needs to resume the physical practices she has been postponing to manage to return to walking normally as fast as possible. Citri steps back frightened, begging to postpone the training for not feeling psychologically prepared yet, but her master demonstrates no intention of giving in, ignoring his ally's pleas. Nahan snaps his fingers and activates his magic, forcing Citri to train immediately, making the girl scream desperately with the shock of the strike. Meanwhile, in the dark hills of the 67th floor, a group of heavily armed soldiers carries out the usual night patrol through the mountainous region. One of the guards asks if there is something wrong with his patrol companion, and the warrior tensely replies that he just felt a strange presence in the surroundings. The soldier notes with strangeness that the night seems far too dark and silent on the hill, commenting with his patrol partner about that abnormal atmosphere. Feeling a terrible and frightening hunch, the soldier asks for his companion to wait and slowly raises his head to look toward the night sky. The guards go into absolute panic upon spotting the colossal silhouette of Nahan's white whale floating in the sky and completely blocking the moon's light. The guard screams terrified without understanding what that giant creature is, desperately realizing that his own body became paralyzed and unable to move. The giant whale opens its monstrous big mouth and swallows the soldiers in the blink of an eye, completely ignoring the victims' desperate pleas for help. Only the metal helmets of the guards fall empty onto the stone floor of the patrol hill, leaving nothing but silence after the hungry whale's terrible attack. In Belial's castle, the commanders intriguingly debate over the strange and mysterious disappearance of soldiers who were patrolling the border during the recent dawn sitting on his throne of horns. Lord Belial questions if the disappearances would be cases of deserters, but his advisor denies it, pointing to the helmets left behind. Belial asks about the movement on the lower floor, and Eris replies that she investigated the area, but that there are no clues of invaders coming from the 68th floor. The Lord questions about the merchants, but Eris states that the commercial groups would have no motives to act against them, making Belial order total attention. Belial orders the union of the night patrols and demands that they send only isolated scouts to avoid rumors and prevent the drop in the soldiers' morale in the castle. Eris promises to obey her lord's orders and retires from the royal hall, leaving the lord thoughtful and silent on the throne before asking his ally's opinion. The ally hidden in the shadows suggests that the night attacks might be the work of a beast from hell that hunts in the darkness. Surprising Belial with the possibility revealing his smiling face under the dark hood, the mysterious ally volunteers to personally investigate the case of the guard's disappearance on the border. Despite not liking to involve that ally in his personal matters, Belial accepts the help because it is about forces from hell and orders him to investigate back at the palace. Seer asks if Leviathan is acting according to plan, and Nahen happily confirms that the creature is bringing the expected results. Seer asks when the invasion will actually begin, and Nahen explains that the army will depart in 1 month. As soon as Sitri's troops are properly ready, Seer reveals with determination that she also desires to prepare herself for the combat, drawing her master's attention, who curiously asks what her plan would be. The young queen asks to receive an intensive special training during the remaining month to guarantee she will be capable of defeating Belial with her own hands. Seer reinforces that she needs to lead her troops by setting the example on the battlefield, and that she doesn't want to depend on Nahen's overwhelming power forever in wars. Seer decidedly states that she needs to defeat a mid-level lord like Belial, reminding her master that the future objectives of their alliance are much greater. Nahen understands that if he wants to see her growth, he must allow her to fight directly against strong opponents, deciding not to get in her way as a queen. Nahen pets her, confessing to have been overprotective, and reminds her that she is a demon queen, leaving Seer a bit irritated for being treated in a childish way. Nahen friendly smiles and guarantees he will help her with the intensive training from now on, giving his official permission for her to participate in the actual battle. Seer cheerfully celebrates, thanking her beloved master, but Nahen gives a serious warning, reminding her that Belial is still much stronger than she is at the current moment. Aware of the great challenge ahead, Seer agrees that she will need to learn powerful magias and refined swordsmanship techniques to manage to defeat the dangerous enemy. Nahen suggests asking Rin to teach swordsmanship techniques to her, while he himself assumes the role of teaching magic spells within the young queen's mana limit. Nahen warns that the special training will begin tomorrow morning and asks for her to prepare herself, receiving a cheerful and very excited response from his disciple Siri. That exact same night, under the calm light of the stars in the demonic palace, the peaceful atmosphere of the location prepares the young women for the start of the next day's practices. Cheerfully rolling on the bed with her teddy bear, Seer celebrates with her thoughts for managing to get Nahen's permission to fight and get stronger. Seer's expression suddenly changes to a serious and focused countenance when staring at the night. Reflecting on her current inability to defeat Nahen, Seer firmly hugs the teddy bear with a possessive look, whispering that she needs to get strong enough to prevent her master from going away from the realm. Seer keeps talking to her plushies in the room, saying she understands everyone's advice to keep herself firm and focused on her great objective. Displaying a smile filled with determination in the dark, Seer promises herself that she will do her best to reach the power necessary to lock down her master. On the 67th floor, a soldier of Belial laments that doubling the number of night patrols did no good to contain the mysterious disappearances of guards. The guard adds that the rigorous investigation against the merchant guilds also brought no clues. Confirming that the local merchants are innocent, Belial gets irritated without understanding what is happening and decides to act to maintain the troops' morale, complaining that his cloaked allies' actions only confuse things. The Lord recalls when Abby, the dark-cloaked ally, volunteered to investigate the mysterious night attacks that were terrorizing the floor's border. Belial complains that the ally promises to investigate but never returns, seriously doubting that anyone in the world is capable of commanding the terrible beasts coming from hell. When looking at the coat of arms with the symbol of a unicorn, Belial suddenly remembers the rival Devada clan, suspecting they might have some relation to the case. Belial ponders that the former leader of the clan was strong and capable of making contact with the underworld, questioning if Seer would have inherited and unleashed his beasts now. Considering the colossal strength that the rival clan possessed in the past, Belial concludes that that hypothesis is the only logical explanation to understand the disappearances. Tired of racking his brain with theories, Belial decides to act according to his impulsive style and prepares to put things in order through the strength of his flames. In Seer's palace, the invasion alarm is played in a hurry, and the guards desperately order that all soldiers assume their defense positions immediately. The guards scream in panic that the army of the 67th floor initiated the invasion, while Belial and his generals march mockingly at their noisy reception. Confident of his superiority, Belial decides to give a violent and crushing response to the castle defenders, preparing his lethal fire magic in his hands. A rain of flaming meteors falls from the sky against the castle defenses, leaving the Allied troops in complete despair upon seeing the imminent destruction of the location. Deafening explosions echo across the entire territory as the fire attacks strike the walls, spreading flames and absolute chaos through the defense positions. The Allied troops scream, begging for mercy while being consumed by the flames, and Belial sadistically smiles when punishing the enemies with his terrible army. Furious with the sudden invasion, Seer kicks the door to Nahan's office. Shouting her master's name to demand immediate answers about the brutal attack, Seer angrily rants, saying her soldiers were all burned alive during the night, and Nahan calmly replies that he just received the report of the invasion. Seer questions if the defensive preparations were correct, and Nahan confirms, saying their plan ended up failing due to the enemy's unexpected speed. Nahan comments that Belial acted much faster than predicted, and Seer desperately laments that the floor is almost lost, and that defenseless civilians are being killed. Nahan tranquilizes Citri, promising to compensate her with a larger share of the mines and soldiers as soon as they win against Belial, leaving the floor ruler very relieved. Pointing to the map on the table, Nahan details the counterattack plan and explains that they will need to march directly to intercept Belial's invading forces on the plain. Citri questions the location of the combat because it is about an open field on the Leogard plain. Doubting that fighting without any geographic cover is a good strategy, Nahan argues that facing a firemaster in mountains would be foolishness and that they don't possess strength for a siege. But Citri doubts that Belial would accept fighting in an open field. Nahan praises his ally for thinking intelligently about the military strategy, leaving Citri a bit proud to receive the rare recognition from the demon. He explains that they will need to force Belial to want to fight on the plain no matter what, and Citri curiously asks if the master truly has a plan to manage. That Nahan smiles in a malicious way and suggests that they must use Belial's explosive temper and uncontrollable fury in their favor to draw him directly into the trap. Back at the fire castle, Belial comments that his subordinate acted in a daring way while he was away, and jokes that he thought the cloaked Abi had fled out of fear. Abi denies the accusation and tensely reveals that he discovered a very serious problem during his investigation on the border, drawing his Lord Belial's attention. Abi shakes with fear and says he discovered the identity of the border monster, commenting that the beast is so known in hell that its simple presence causes real panic. The messenger advises Belial to cancel the war immediately and wait for his master's intervention, but the Lord refuses to bow before orders from hell. Abi insists that retreating is the only smart option, but refuses to give the exact reason for his panic when questioned by Belial about the mysterious opponent's power. The cloaked man begs for the Lord's understanding, explaining that he will face a cruel and terrible end if he dares reveal his master's secrets without permission. Belial firmly clenches his fist, irritated, and refuses the advice, stating that the decisions of his own territory belong solely to him, ignoring Abi's retreat warnings. The Lord stands up furious, promising to show the coldness of reality to the insolent invaders who dared challenge his power and cross his fire army's path. Abi accepts his lord's decision with respect, but asks one last time for Belial to keep his advice of caution in mind during the combat. Belial curses, calling the messenger arrogant and submissive, but is interrupted in a hurry by a guard who bursts into the throne room shouting desperately for his lord. The guard reports, terrified, that Seer's troops invaded the lower floor and that the young queen sent an official written message addressed directly to Belial. Belial reads the letter where Seer promises to judge him for his crimes and decapitate his head, considering her attitude a reckless foolishness that will seal the girl's fate. Belial burns the letter with fury and orders the immediate march of his troops, sadistically laughing when promising to send the little queen to the same fate as her deceased father. In the Allied camp, Nahen alerts Seer that her role will be decisive in the battle, since the duel between the leaders usually defines the final outcome of the entire war. Nahen asks if she is ready despite the short training time, and Seer affectionately hugs him, guaranteeing she fully trusts her beloved master's valuable lessons. Observing Seer's look of absolute confidence, Nahen gives up on offering extra help, realizing that firm expression is something he never saw in the original game. He decides to fully trust her skills and encourages her to give her best, making Seer promise that she will correspond to all her master's expectations. Citri approaches and warns that her allied troops are ready to march, and Nahen smilingly confirms that their army is also prepared for the war. Seer notices the ruler's nervousness and asks if she has anything to say, and Citri shyly asks permission to give an important advice before the start of the battle. Citri alerts that Belial is a supreme genius in fire control and capable of manipulating entire hells, completely compensating his lack of talent with other magias. She advises the young queen to never forget that, no matter how powerful Belial's fire looks, his flame remains pure mana at the core and must be fought like that. Seer smilingly thanks her for the valuable advice, while Citri asks for the young girl to take care of herself, affectionately thinking how much that little girl grew and matured. The imposing sound of a horn echoes across the battlefield, announcing that the moment of confrontation has finally begun. One of the scouts screams, warning that the vanguard of Belial's army was just spotted. Rapidly approaching Citri, asks if there is a plan, and Nahen replies that he will use the hammer and anvil tactic against Belial's careless advance. Nahen smiles and says that the young Queen Seer also counts on exceptional soldiers who have served her loyally for a long time. Citri questions how he knows that, but accepts the plan of Seer containing Belial, while Captain Rin and her squad act. Nahen orders Seer to go out there and give everything she has, and the girl promptly responds. Accepting her master's orders, Seer departs, rushing toward the battlefield. Promising to return victorious to her beloved mentor Nahen, assumes the official military command and loudly orders that all allied forces pay attention to his guidelines. He commands that the vanguard firmly hold the front line utilizing their shields and powerful defense magias. The rear guard receives the order to fire focused magical attacks as soon as the two lines of combat overlap on the field. Nahen states that the victory will be theirs as long as the main force doesn't retreat, receiving a confirmation shout from the soldiers. Rin spots the enemy trying to flank and orders her troops to advance with everything to attack the adversary's rear guard. All the allied cavalry advances at high speed through the sandy plains, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Belial notices the enemy tactic and orders Florence to lead 20,000 soldiers on the right. While Entria looks after the left, Florence of the Crimson Flame shows herself confident and guarantees her squad won't let any enemy pass through the defense. Entria of the Heavenly Flame also confirms the orders and smiles with total loyalty before her Lord Belial's command. Belial tells them to crush the rest of the troops, but Seer suddenly appears in the air and asks where he is going with so much haste. With a confident smile on her face, Seer conjures her ice spell, preparing a powerful surprise attack against her rival. A large blue magic circle appears in the sky and begins to fire a rain of sharp ice shards directly against Belial. Belial finds amusement in the ice attack and mocks Seer's insolence, promising he will melt every piece with his flames. He extends his hand, concentrating a massive amount of scalding fire to create a defensive thermal barrier. A gigantic hurricane of flames erupts from the ground, rising toward the sky to intercept the falling ice. The ice conjured by Seer violently collides against Belial's flames, generating a large explosion of steam in the air. Large blue ice stakes begin to appear from the ground in a devastating way, freezing everything around with extreme speed. Belial is left shocked to see his mana fire be completely put out by the ice stakes and tries to understand what happened. The Fire Lord quickly turns his face upon noticing a presence approaching him at an impressive speed. Seer advances with a swift sword strike, and Belial is forced to block the attack, feeling the strong impact of the physical clash. Seer smiles, saying mana flames are useless against a greater power, since the weaker mana never overcomes the stronger. Irritated by the girl's taunt, Belial gnashes his teeth while trying to hold the tremendous pressure exerted by her blade. The young queen executes an agile backflip, while Belial delivers a fierce counterattack that slices only the wind. Belial rants that she is mad for invading alone and promises to make her personally understand the terrible mistake she made. Seer retorts, saying her only mistake was not crushing him sooner, stating that the final outcome will tell who is right. Belial gets furious with her insolence, but Seer warns that hasn't ended and conjures another large magic circle in the sky. A desperate Belial orders his troops to stay in defense position, while an ice blizzard crushes his soldiers. Seer mocks upon seeing the damage of her spell and questions if the rumors about his fearsome demon lord power were fake. Totally humiliated by the girl's mocking words, Belial gnashes his teeth, feeling an uncontrollable fury grow. He passes the command of the main force to Eris. Decided to personally rip Seer in half because of the humiliation, Belial accepts the individual duel and warns it would be foolishness of him not to notice such an obvious taunt coming from a child. She finds amusement in the response and asks for a moment to store the armor Nahan gave her into her own storage space. Seer calmly smiles, explaining she would hate to dirty such a valuable gift from her master without real necessity. Belial completely loses his head with the contempt, and Seer softly celebrates the absolute success of her provocation. Belial admits he underestimated her for being young and praises her lineage, leaving the girl ironically flustered with the praise. However, he states that her talent ends right there due to her lack of actual combat experience facing a strong opponent. Belial manifests his fury with flaming eyes, calling Seer's attitude an unbelievable arrogance with no limits. The demon lord summons the colossal giant Surtur, an entity of pure destruction capable of burning everything until it turns to ashes. Faced with the terrible and gigantic fire summoning of her opponent, Seer merely observes with a calm and unshakable countenance. He warns in a sadistic way that now it is too late for regrets, and that only death awaits the young queen. Belial raises his flaming weapon and challenges Seer to try to resist his devastating power if she truly is capable. The colossal strike descends with everything and cracks the ground in half, releasing a devastating torrent of fire through the entire area. Citri observes the destructive attack from afar and gets extremely worried about her young ally Seer's safety. Citri worriedly asks if everything is truly going to be fine, but Nahan calmly replies yes in a confident way. Citri reminds him that it is about the fearsome giant Surtur, and Nahan says that because it is Seer, she will do very well in the combat. Nahan says for them to end the conversation, because turning the tide of the battle in their favor is just as important as Seer winning against Belial. On the battlefield, two swords violently collide, generating a large explosion of sparks. Captain Rin pressures Florence of the Crimson Flame in an intense duel of blades in the middle of the dust. Florence temporarily retreats mounted on her horse to escape from the opponent's constant pressure. Florence internally recognizes Rin's strength. Thinking she truly deserves to be part of Citri's military elite, Rin advises General Florence to stop with the useless resistance, and the enemy responds saying herself honored for having her name remembered. Florence states that stopping to resist would mean surrendering to a girl far too young, something she would never accept doing. Rin says she admires the opposing general's determination and coldly calls her to give start to the final duel. Florence advances with everything to deliver a purely physical attack, alerting the opponent not to underestimate her combat strength. Rin retorts saying the opposing general judges her very poorly if she thinks she would commit the amateur mistake of underestimating her. The two warriors cross at high speed, mounted on their horses. In a quick, deadly clash of swords, Rin warns that she fought totally seriously from the start, while Florence's sword falls disarmed onto the sandy floor. Seriously wounded by the opponent's well-aimed strike, Florence coughs up blood while trying to keep herself firm on her horse. Rin laments Florence's fate, commenting that she would be an incredible ally if she were fighting on the same side as them. With a serious look, Captain Rin promises to give a peaceful rest to the defeated opponent while the focus of the battle shifts. In another part of the plain, on the field commanded by Entria of the Heavenly Flame, Belial's captain goes into complete shock, trembling with terror on top of her horse. Entria stammers, asking how that mysterious warrior can still be alive. She identifies him as Elias of the Dragon Race, but he says to call him Belcarus, a name personally given by Seer. Entria argues that, no matter how she looks at him, the opponent clearly does not belong to their demon race. Upon seeing his eyes glow in an intense way, the warrior frightenedly wonders if they would be the legendary demon eyes. A massive strike of brutal force hits the ground, spreading dust and stones all around the troops. Entria feels that simple axe strike's monstrous impact and plans to use her quick speed to dodge and counterattack. She accuses him of deceiving everyone with a fake name. Since Citri's followers allegedly had been executed at the assembly hearing, that accusation that he would have deceived people makes the warrior release a massive wave of green electricity. With his eye glowing intensely in green, the dragon tells the opponent to measure her words. Denying having deceived anyone, he furiously roars against the assembly for insulting his master, leaving Entria completely terrified with his monstrous presence. He coldly warns that he will send her very far away and tells her to send regards to her former companions who have already died. Entria looks up in complete panic, realizing she is about to face an overwhelming legendary power. She goes into absolute despair upon recognizing that the opponent possesses the terrible demon eyes of petrification. The warrior heavily advances, taking a firm step that cracks the rocky soil below him. Into various pieces, Entria tries to quickly leap backward, desperate to dodge the attack, but notices something strange and dangerous. She realizes she committed a fatal miscalculation and begs for a second, while the terror takes over her mind. Without demonstrating any type of mercy, the dragon coldly warns that now it is already too late for any defense attempt. A massive beam of green energy descends toward the ground with absolute power, obliterating everything it touches on the way. The attack's violent force destroys the enemy defenses all at once, shaking the battlefield with the immense strength. Entria tries to hold the rival's axe with her sword, realizing it is about the exact same physical strike from before. She plans just to block the charge to recover distance, but her sword's blade begins to break quickly. Entria's weapon shatters completely under the monstrous pressure, leaving her vulnerable against the strike's final impact. The imposing axe stays embedded in the blood-stained ground beside the broken pieces of the sword and the destroyed armor. The formidable dragon swears to himself that he will find out the entire truth to restore his master's former glory. Back to the main duel, Belial looks at the smoky crater and mocks, imagining if Seer was defeated with just one strike. In the middle of the dust and flames generated by the devastating attack, a figure begins to move with total ease. Belial stops immediately upon hearing a subtle noise coming from behind and confusedly turns his face to check the smoke. Seer appears totally unscathed in the air and comments that it was good to have dodged. Admitting that the opponent is quite strong for real, Belial agrees that she wouldn't die so easily and summons Surtur's power once more, decided to fight with everything now. At that moment, a dark purple energy filled with stars begins to spread rapidly across the entire location. Seer raises her blade toward the sky and releases a massive amount of high-intensity mystical purple flames. With a frigid look, Seer firmly warns that his plans end right there. Calling her rival by his official title of Fire Lord, Seer focuses her energy channeling a supreme annihilation spell named Existence Extinction. The attack dissipates, and Belial comments that, although he doesn't know what that was, her plan seems to have failed. Belial returns the mocking words and orders his giant Surtur to crush once and for all that insolent girl. In a completely unexpected way, the massive flame entity begins to disappear in the air, leaving Belial perplexed. He is left without understanding what is happening and wonders why his fire giant suddenly vanished. Right after, Belial is struck by a massive pain and coughs up blood, feeling the severe impact of the invisible attack. Without strength to keep himself standing, the demon lord falls to his knees on the sandy floor, letting out a loud cry of agony. Seeing that he suffered a terrible mana backlash, he asks with a lot of anger what the young queen did against him. Seer smiles victoriously and explains that it wasn't a trick, but rather an extraordinary spell of absurd mana cost. She demonstrates that this special spell is capable of completely erasing the existence of any active enemy magic. Belial refuses to believe that and horrifiedly states that such an absurd magic shouldn't be capable of existing in the world. Seer replies that believing or not is up to him and rapidly advances, delivering a new strike against the weakened opponent. The young queen coldly states that the time has come to put a definitive end to that combat that has already extended too much. Belial uses the rest of his strength to block the blade with his sword, while cursing Seer with all his fury. The demon lord lets out an enraged cry while trying to resist the devastating attack in the center of a large energy explosion. The two warriors exchange quick physical attacks, locking their blades in a fierce dispute of strength and skill. Realizing that he no longer feels mana coming from Seer, Belial smiles, thinking the girl also spent all her magical energy. He mocks, asking if she thought she would have an advantage in a pure sword duel, and promises to show what true swordsmanship is. She notes his great strength even after the mana backlash, and calmly realizes she won't have another choice but to fight seriously. With precise movements, Seer dodges Belial's heavy sword and rapidly approaches him to apply her decisive strike. Belial attacks, shouting for her to die, but Seer dodges with extreme agility, passing under his blade. She finalizes the movement, positioning herself at her rival's back, and delivers a clean, fatal slash to end the duel. Seer smiles with disdain, and ironically asks if her rival lost his mind for trying to teach swordsmanship right to her. She proudly raises her sword and reminds Belial that she belongs to the lineage of the noble demons of the Devata clan. Consumed by absolute hatred, the injured opponent advances in a desperate charge. Swearing he will kill her either way, Seer decides that he is not an opponent against whom she needs to hold back and prepares to use her ultimate hidden technique. Belial feels a terrifying magical energy appear out of nowhere and despairs without understanding how she still has so much strength. He tries to stop the action, but the young queen warns that now it is already too late and activates her special skill's destructive effect. With a single precise movement, Seer executes the attack that deeply cuts Belial's body, releasing gushes of blood. The silence returns to the location while the blood slowly flows from the victorious young queen's imposing blade. On the verge of passing away and coughing up a lot of blood, Belial incredulously laments the flawless sword technique he just suffered. The imposing image of an ancient legendary paladin appears as an astral projection behind Seer, revealing her style's origin. Belial falls lifeless to the soil, recognizing that legendary technique's power, and Seer merely comments that he had good knowledge. She admits her lineage helped a lot, but attributes her great achievement to the fact of having a truly wonderful mentor. Back at the camp, an officer reports the battle damages with more than 3,000 losses and the capture of 70,000 enemies. The vice commander reports that Belial and 2 flames died. While Seer thanks for her subordinate Varuna's excellent work, Varuna asks Nahan to praise the queen a lot and respectfully retires from the tent to go look after the injured soldiers. Nahan praises her excellent performance as a queen, but Seer says she merely followed all her master's valuable advice. Nahan proudly smiles, commenting how reliable she became, and thanks the girl for growing in such a wonderful way. Her master's sincere praise makes Seer's face blush intensely with embarrassment, leaving her totally with no reaction. With glowing eyes, she asks if she is truly reliable, and Nahan proudly confirms, saying she is his only disciple. Seer asks if now she looks more mature, and Nahan replies that she still looks like a child, although he understands that common desire of the young Nahan admits that maybe she has matured a bit, making the young girl let out a relieved sigh with a sweet smile on her face. The girl stays thoughtful for a moment and deeply looks at her mentor while formulating a new idea in her mind. Seer asks in a provocative way if she is also turning into an adult, leaving Nahan uncomfortable with a very strange feeling. Nahan hesitatingly calls her back to reality, making the girl take a slight scare and respond immediately. Nahan thinks to himself that it must be just his head's imagination for worrying too much during the entire period of the war. He suggests that she go rest after spending so much mana, guaranteeing he can look after all the remaining paperwork alone. Seer accepts the idea to rest, but asks to do that lying on her master's lap, leaving Nahan completely perplexed. She pouts upset, complaining that he hasn't let her do that lately, leaving Nahan very embarrassed with the demand. Nahan explains that she is growing and that they need to maintain appearances in front of others, but Seer argues that now there is no one around. Seer whiningly insists, saying she would feel much better on his lap, making Nahan think she is still young enough to be spoiled. He gives in to the girl's affectionate request and calls her close, receiving a joyful hug and a cute thank you from Seer, sitting comfortably on her mentor's lap. Seer makes a new request, asking for him to pet her head as well. Nahan begins to affectionately pet the young girl's white hair, and Seer closes her eyes, smiling from ear to ear with so much happiness. He realizes she is still the same cute girl who sleeps with a doll and adores cakes, concluding that maybe the one who has changed was he himself. Seer says she knows she needs to maintain her queen posture in front of the people, but emphasizes that when the two are alone, everything changes. Nahan warmly smiles and says she can act spoiled whenever she wants, because he will always be her only and beloved master. Seer maliciously smiles when repeating softly the sentence about him being her only master, feeling an immense happiness with that. She hugs him even tighter and cheerfully confirms with all the sweetness and affection she feels for her mentor and protector. The scene shifts to a dark castle under a red sky in hell, where a trembling voice calls for its master. In Golab's imposing palace, the ruler asks with disdain what brings the demon Abaddon to his territory so suddenly. On his knees, the messenger reports with terror that Belial was totally defeated, leaving Lord Golab surprised with the revelation. Golab questioningly asks, surprised, remembering that Belial was the ruler of the 67th floor and possessed a considerable strength. The messenger explains to the tyrant Golab that Belial was killed in combat by the young Queen Seer, the only heir of the Devata lineage. Golab reflects that someone of Belial's level shouldn't lose to a rookie queen, wondering if the Devata lineage is truly so strong like that. The subordinate shakes with fear when revealing that, besides the defeat, they found traces of Leviathan, the legendary beast of the end. In that territory, Golab goes into complete shock with the shocking news and shouts asking if the traces found are truly from the fearsome beast Leviathan. The messenger confirms with terror and adds that the mysterious master of the inverted realm seems to be directly involved at the location Enfurist. Golab stands up from the throne demanding the absolute truth under death threat, and the messenger swears the information is 100% real. He decides to go meet Gamaliel to get answers, intrigued with the motive that man had to leave his realm in such a critical period. Shortly after, outside the walls of Gamaliel's palace, Golab angrily questions himself about what that man is doing in the demonic realm inside Gamaliel's luxurious palace. Various demons enjoy banquets and pleasures in the middle of an atmosphere of pure lust. The tyrant Golab invades the location, breaking the doors with his intimidating presence, and loudly demands to know where the ruler Gamaliel is. Faced with Lord Golab's terrifying imposingness, the lesser demons shake with terror and stammer when trying to respond to the invader. Golab demonstrates deep disgust for those creatures focused on pleasure and curses, saying he hates having to visit that filthy palace. They tremblingly try to argue that even a powerful lord like him should warn before invading, but Golab ignores them. He ignores the excuses and tells the subordinates to shut their mouths, angrily complaining that he ended up dirtying himself with their blood when opening a path. Suddenly, firm, high-heel footsteps echo through the palace hallway as the sensual queen Gamaliel approaches to receive him. Gamaliel appears imposing in her dark dress and furiously rants, questioning what Golab thinks he is doing when invading her territory. Golab calmly responds that he merely taught a lesson to the insolent guards, but Gamaliel angrily accuses him of having killed her servants without authorization. Golab ignores the accusation and directly asks if she knows something about the man from the top, but Gamaliel pretends total ignorance on the matter. Although she tries to disguise the surprise, the Queen of Lust asks with suspicion why he is so curious regarding that man. Golab argues that it is dangerous for the guardian of the inverted realm to leave his lands for so long, and Gamaliel asks where he heard that Golab reveals he used Belial to spy on the demonic realm, and Gamaliel questions if it is smart on his part to admit that in front of her he finds amusement in the threat, and counters saying she does much worse things, guaranteeing she would also be destroyed if she decided to denounce him. Golab advises the queen to abandon her secret obsession with the master of the inverted realm before she ends up being killed by Thamiel. Tired of the discussion, Gamaliel accepts giving the information, but asks what he intends to do, and Golab responds that he will force him to return. Gamaliel mocks his attempt to convince that man, but reveals she discovered clues of him when he interfered with her plans in the human world. She explains that because it is about a location connected to the human world, his whereabouts can only be on the 1st or on the 72nd floor. Golab gives a wicked smile and decides he will begin his searches in the Devata territory to find the legendary master of the inverted realm. In another realm of hell, the elite messenger Achilled reports kneeling before his queen that the powerful Belial was killed in the war. Shocked with the news of Belial's demise, the queen incredulously asks who would have been capable of killing him, and the messenger reveals Seer's name. The fearsome queen. Gremory of the 55th floor stands up terrified, without understanding how the young heir became so powerful in so little time. The messenger cautiously suggests that the young queen's incredible evolution must be a direct result of the excellent training given by her royal tutor Gremory, thoughtfully agrees while tapping her fingers on the throne. Remembering the various frightening rumors about that tutor's immense power, she asks if that tutor would be capable of elevating her power to a higher level, and the messenger responds that he cannot give absolute certainty. He explains that, by Seer's frightening growth and by Citri's alliance with him, it is entirely possible that the tutor manages to do that. Gremory gives a malicious smile and decides to prepare a very special gift to get close to the tutor without raising suspicions with Citri. Some days later, Nahen reads the reports and gets confused upon seeing that the queen of the 55th floor initiated a war without an obvious justification. Gremory is the last living demon lord of the Dieu clan and rules with absolute sovereignty the entire 55th floor of hell. Nahen recalls that she was just another side character in the original game, knowing very little about her true intentions. Varuna suggests that the news about Belial's fall encouraged her to act, and Nahen agrees that this situation can be quite dangerous. He analyzes that Gremory is individually weaker than Belial in combat, but the real problem is her colossal army of 300,000 soldiers. decided to find out Gremory's objective. Nahan plans to send the spy Dane to collect information, while Eri looks after the human world. Seer cheerfully invades the room, calling for her master, and Nahan surprisedly asks if she already managed to finish all the day's tasks. Seer denies with a cute smile and holds Nahan's hands, explaining she was advised to take a small break from work. She affectionately smiles to her mentor and reveals with all the sweetness that she came merely to recharge her energies by his side. Nahan gives friendly taps on her head and says in a playful way for her to cheer up and return quickly to the pending work. Some years ago, the young queen was just a small, defenseless girl who had lost all hope after her father's terrible fall. However, under Nahan's care, she grew enough to influence with absolute power 5 entire floors of hell. Varuna recognizes that all this is thanks to Nahan, admitting that at first he doubted his capacity for not being famous or having an official position. He recalls the moment Nahan assumed the girl's guardianship after accepting the last help request sent by the former Lord Servon Devata. Very grateful that Nahan brought back the queen's smile, Varuna desires for the two to stay together and warns he will fetch her snack. The advisor Varuna thinks that maybe this peace desire of his is far too greedy, while Seer smiles observing the snack arrive. Nahan merely agrees with his head, maintaining a slight smile on his face, feeling relieved with the office's relaxed mood. Seer thanks with a lot of joy, and Nahan asks in a playful way if she is so happy like that just because of the small snack. Nahan asks about the division of the conquered lands, and Seer explains the progress of the negotiations. Making him worry about the excess of work, Nahan promptly offers to help her if the tasks are far too heavy, but Seer firmly guarantees she can manage alone. Seer out of nowhere asks if she should change her hair look, admitting in thought that she only desires to draw more of her beloved master's attention. He says that any cut would match her, and Seer asks for a recommendation, but Nahan shyly confesses he doesn't understand much about hair fashion. The young queen takes a step forward, with determination, decided to extract a more detailed and sincere response from her master. Seer suggests asking simple questions to help him respond, and Nahan worriedly accepts that she might get grumpily if he refuses. She begins asking if he prefers long or short strands, and Nahan responds that he prefers long, soon being questioned if they must be tied up. Nahan tries to say that both styles are good, but quickly retreats before Seer's serious look and says that loose perhaps is better. Seer asks his opinion about bangs, and Nahan stays thoughtful, trying to decide which response would please more his demanding disciple. Nahan recalls, in thought, that his favorite look of hers in the original game included short and very stylish asymmetrical bangs. Seer notices that the master responded with many details about the bangs and mysteriously smiles, finding his reaction very interesting. She internally celebrates for discovering a personal taste of her master, planning to use that valuable information in her favor. With a beautiful smile on her face, Seer decides that from today on, she will change all her style to fit before the tastes of her beloved Nahan. Whoever wants the next part, comment and like, and the name is in the description.